believer in God and a Christian at that. So I want to just ask you quickly, do you think it's reasonable to infer to the best possible explanation?
You can refer to any explanation you want to if it's not
I
grounded
mean,
in reality.
infer, not refer.
Infer
Yeah, infer to the best possible explanation.
to what end? Why is there a need?
Um,
Why is there a need to infer to the best possible explanation for anything?
again,
Sometimes the true explanation is not the best. The best really comes down to what's associated with what makes human beings comfortable within their own psychological sphere of thought, right? So the best explanation for me might be the explanation that does not make me feel like shit. And then for another person,
the
it might
true
be the explanation that makes them feel like shit. So what grounds the
no no
need for
the
the
best
best
possible
possible
explanation.
explanation?
The best possible explanation, as much as we know it, always strives to be closer to the true explanation, right? So it's almost like saying, well, we have this observation, we have studied this thing well enough, and we are inferring that okay, the reason behind this thing could be. I'll give you a quick example, right? In physics, in cosmology, we
No,
have
no,
this
no,
theory
no, no,
of
no,
dark
no.
energy.
Don't go too far away. Just ground.
I'm not
Just
going far. I
ground.
want to show you how that
No, no, no,
it
no,
even
no,
applies
no,
to science.
no, 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 no. Stick to the topic. What
I'm
about
not.
the
I'm not going away from the topic. I'm saying
what about the best possible explanation were you trying to point to? What was your point?
the point is, I'm trying to say is there are many phenomena which we see in the universe, right? And it's only but plausible that we have to infer to a God for these things to make any sense, right? And you may ask yourself the question of
Not
why does it really have
necessarily.
to make
Not necessarily. There's really nothing
not,
that inferring to a God would. There's nothing that becomes true simply by inferring to a God. That's actually lazy explanations. If you have to go into fantasy and something which is predominantly fantasy, 99.9% fantasy, and you call that the best possible explanation, no. If there is a best possible explanation in this world,
no,
it
this inference, my friend, is inference.
no, no, brother,
Inference me.
brother, hold up. If there's any explanation in the world that can be considered best possible, it's that which has been produced by science in terms of
Yeah, but
truth.
that's what I'm saying. Even science itself make inferences. That's the point.
Not
Science makes
science.
inferences.
Science makes inferences based on facts. While separating outcomes, while separating the portion of the explanation that is entirely factual and the part of the explanation which is speculative, right? So we build on that factual explanation as time goes by and we collect more data, and then we infer into what we would think could be theories or hypotheses about things that we're not sure about. It's a good distinction scientifically. While religiously, there's really no grounding other than belief. That's it,
Can I ask you a
right?
question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Is God's existence contingent on religion?
Of course.
Absolutely not. Why? Okay, why? Let me not say up. Let me not reject. Why? Why do you think it's contingent on religion?
Religion systematically is a product of the political system as much as it is of other social constructs. And
Maybe you didn't understand my
hold up,
question.
hold up,
Let me
hold
rephrase the
up,
question.
hold
I want to
up,
rephrase
hold
it. I
up,
want to
hold
rephrase
up.
it, please.
No, 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 you don't need to rephrase it. I'm answering your question. When we trace the roots of the idea of God, it is founded in human hierarchy. Okay? And gods are not necessarily the top of the pyramid in that hierarchy. Historically, there are such entities historically as demigods. And then below the demigods, you have those that have supernatural powers of different classifications. Below that, you have emperors, kings, and lords, and nobles, then eventually down to the peasants. In different cultures, for example, the Greeks, above the gods, you have beings such as the Titans. And then above the Titans, you have primordial beings. Above the primordial beings, you have the ancient ones, you have the nameless ones. That's the core. That's at the core of our understanding of the ideas of God.
Okay.
So
It was a simple question which I asked. You're making it complicated. The question I asked is, okay, can someone believe there is a God without being religious? This is just, let me simplify the question.
no, sir.
Can there be someone who believe
No, sir.
why and how does that
The act of
inconsistent?
believing in God is a religious act. You might believe in a God which is not part of an organized religious system, but whatever God it is you're believing is still a religious act, even if it's your own personal construct. See, there's organized religion and disorganized religion. There's a reason why it's called organized religion.
I think
When
you're on the
modern,
desktop. Can you pull off religion, the meaning of religion in on the computer and see what that means so that you're
I'm
working
gonna
with
read it
terms
to
as
you. I'm gonna read it to
right?
you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna read it to you. Religion is defined as the belief in and the worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Let me repeat. The belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god. So the moment you believe in God, you are already being religious. Being religious in of itself is not harmful. It's not a bad thing. It's not a taboo. It's how you are religious that becomes an issue. Right?
Okay, but
And
my
the
question
way
now.
most people are religious in the world is void of their own ability to think critically and to categorize religion as something which is expressive, so, kind of like poetry, appealing much more to our emotions and our state of being rather than the state of the world as it is. There's a reason why you want to believe in God, because you have certain things that you don't know. So you substitute
Again,
that lack of knowledge with the existence of a God.
can you go with the idea that God exists? Let me simplify again some more. Can you go with the idea that God exists and not believe in Him? Can you accept that? Okay, can somebody think that God exists and not believe in Him and not follow
No,
Him? Right? Like,
no.
it's
You see,
not possible.
there's a difference. There's a difference. No, this is what you're trying to ask. Is it possible to believe in God
That
without?
there is a God.
Listen again. Your question, the way you should phrase it is it possible to believe in God without believing God? Yes. I can believe in someone as someone who exists, but not believe what that person says. Right? So there is an aspect. There's an aspect of religion that is grounded in not just believing in God. Believing in God in of itself, yes, it's a religious act. But then believing God is also another phase of religion. That's when that belief initially in your mind translates into certain forms of rituals motivated by you believing what you think God is saying or what God is not saying. For example, simply believing in God. The Muslim, the Hindu, the Christian, and they're not necessarily distinct. They just have a superhuman being in their head that they believe in. And then whether they believe a specific God or not is what then takes shape and form in what we see as organized religion. We start seeing rituals and certain things, but it's all within that religious construct.
Okay, but can God exist and all religions are false, right? Like, let's say,
That's a good question to ask.
is that
That's a
logically
good.
coherent? Is that logically consistent that God can exist, but yet all religions are false?
That's a good question to ask, and the answer is no.
Why?
If
Why not?
God exists, all religion cannot be false. One of those religions is going to be true. But in order for that one religion to be true, it must sufficiently debunk all other religions beyond shadow of doubt, which is an impossibility as far as how the religious construct of the world is. So if God exists, somebody's going to believe in that God. And religion by default exists at that point. Now, if God exists and nobody knows that God exists, and nobody believes in God, then...
No, I'm saying, is God's existence contingent on religion?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to separate two things, right? I'm sorry to separate.
Yes.
Why? Explain.
Because the act of affirming God's existence is a religious act. So the moment when you say God exists, that's religious.
Okay, again, sorry if I use this word generically, right? What I'm implying is a religious organization or religious sect, let me put it that way, right? Or former religious organization like Islam, Christianity, and all of that. Is God's existence contingent on this religious sect? Like, is God's existence dependent on this sect, or God can still exist without this sect being true or without this sect?
No.
No, that word.
That God cannot exist without those sects.
God cannot exist without.
If something exists without the influence of human thought, it's not God. Whatever it is, it ain't God. The moment you call it God, now it is contingent on what human beings say it is, rather than what it is without what humans say.
Oh no, no, but okay, I'm more specific on maybe the religion as a systematic like construct, right? With like this, the not just religious as an idea of being
I
religious.
said to
So there
you,
are
I
people
said
who
to
are
you
not,
that there's a difference between organized religion and disorganized
yeah,
religion.
organized religion.
Yes, this is not something that is exclusive to organized religion. It's something that's exclusive to religion in total, inclusive to religious. It's not something that is isolated to organized religion only. It is all incorporating of all forms of religion, regardless of how diluted it might be compared to others.
Okay, okay.
God
I
exists
guess
because, listen, God exists when human beings imagine. That's what it means when someone believes in God. They have imagined
okay.
the existence of a God. Without you
Can
imagining
you
the existence of God, there is no God, even conceptually. It's a product of the human mind, human
let?
ingenuity.
Okay, that's what we are arguing about. So we can't be using what we are arguing against or we are arguing about in our premises or in our case in our claims, right? So let's try to bring out the evidence which we have. So the question I'm asking, the question I'm trying to ask is can somebody who is non-religious, right, still think God exists?
No,
Why is that an impossibility?
because thinking that God exists is being religious.
Okay, but okay, can somebody who can is it possible that somebody who I mean, like it's a bit funny because when I say non-religious, again, I'm using the term non-religious in the form of
If someone is non-religious,
organized
they don't
religion.
believe in God.
Yeah,
If someone is
in the sense
non-religious,
of
they
organized
are
religion.
atheist. Yes, they're an atheist.
Okay, but if someone who is non-religious thinks God exists, but non-religious, it's
Listen,
not possible.
listen. You can think that God exists and be religious, but not be part of an organized religious system. You're still religious. But
How is that religious
if you're not part of an organized
because
religious
you don't carry
system,
out any rituals, you don't practice any rituals.
listen again, the act of believing that there is a God is a mind ritual in of itself. It comes necessarily to filling a gap of ignorance associated with the lack of ability to study the world as it is and come to the truest conclusions based on facts.
Okay, but again, people study the world, right, and they come to different conclusions, right, based off on their studies. I mean, I have cosmologists, biologists. In fact, there's this guy Francis Collins. He was, I think, a very top official in the medical in CDC in America and USA, yeah. And this man actually believed in God, and he was one of the people who led the genome sequencing project in the US, one of the first in the early 2000s. He believed in God, and he said his belief in God came as a result of a scientific experiment. So when you say people who lack information, right? I mean, there are several of them. I can list them all on and on. Yes, scientists who have come to that conclusion that there is a God from their scientific endeavors. How do you then explain people faced with the same data but yet coming to different conclusions?
It's not that science led them to believing in God. Whatever they found in science and whatever conclusions they came to is a product of confirmation bias. They would have already understood what they would believe or think God is prior to being scientific. The idea was already proposed to them. And based on whatever conclusions they came to scientifically, they then conclude that it is that God that they are that was introduced to them. But the reality is that if you just go based on scientific principles, you will not necessarily come to the conclusion of God as much as you will come to the conclusion as there might be another form of intelligence which is not human, which might not necessarily be God.
Okay, great. I like what you're saying now. So can we look at some certain scientific principle and see how that points to God? Maybe that will help.
Again,
Certain scientific phenomena, and we see how that
whatever
points to a God.
scientific
Is that
principle you're going
possible?
to bring up to doesn't point to God, cannot point to God.
Can
Because
we
God,
can we just look at it?
okay, let's look at it.
Can we take a look? Maybe we look at one phenomenon
Sure,
and we
let's
say
go with
okay,
one. Let's go
and
with
see
one.
how that.
Let's go
All
with
right,
one. One only.
let's take a look at let's take a look at one, right? The fact that the universe itself has a beginning kind of postulate that there is some kind of first cause, which is or a
Okay,
necessary being that caused the universe.
hold up. No,
Yeah, I think
no.
that's a
You
simplistic one.
already
Okay,
fucked up.
where do you disagree with that?
Hold up, you already
Where do you
fucked up.
disagree with that?
You already fucked up.
Okay, go ahead
If
and let me know where I fucked up.
If you're going to assume that there is a first cause, it ends right there. You cannot define to me what the first cause is. You cannot tell me anything about the first cause without any real data. The moment you start attaching a personality, a title, and a name to it, you're now in the world of cuckoo gaga fiction. If you want to stay
Absolutely not.
consistent, hold up. If you want to stay consistent with the logic, stay consistent with the logic and stick with the principles alone. Don't go into poetry. Don't give the first cause a personality. Don't give the first cause an ability. You don't know. You wouldn't know.
Remember the first
You
question I
can't.
asked you? The first question I asked you was, do you think it's scientific to make inference to the best possible explanation? I thought was the first question I asked you, right? And you said best possible explanation may not be the true explanation. And I'm telling you, it could be, because that's how science works. Science works on the best possible explanation. It doesn't
My
mean that
friend,
it may change along the
stop
line.
jumping left and right. I already told you. The moment you ground that, okay, based on my logical conclusion, there has to be a first cause, your claim should end there. Now, if you're going to go ahead and define that first cause and give it attributes and properties, you're making that shit up because you don't have any data that constitute the essence of that first cause. You have to rely on your ignorance and try to fill in the gap. Okay? If I say, for example, right, I see a car, and a car is just something so magnificent beyond my imagination that I cannot even conceive how that car came into existence. So I theorize and come to a logical conclusion that, wow, something or someone would have had to make this car. I cannot go there and say, oh, well, it was a giant crocodile because giant crocodiles are almighty and supreme. I cannot do that without any data pointing towards the fact that, okay, it's not that it's a guru or maybe an enlightened being. It's specifically a giant crocodile that humans have always believed in. Humans have always believed in every tribe that there's a giant crocodile that created everything. Then now I come to a conclusion that it must be that giant crocodile. What if it's not that giant crocodile? What if it's something that is truly beyond your imagination and not what you say it is?
Do you think there's something known as logical deduction and logical conclusion?
Within
Logical deductions or logical conclusions?
within the margin that it is consistent with observable and testable facts. So if you are making logical deductions,
logic doesn't always follow observation.
It has to.
Logic doesn't always
It
follow
has
observation.
to. If it does not, then you are creating a problem that does not exist and trying to find a solution that doesn't exist. So that observation is what grounds the need for logic and gives it utility.
Mathematics doesn't follow observation. It totally
Yes, it
depends on
does.
logic. So
Yes, it does.
if mathematics doesn't follow,
Mathematics is grounded in observation. Without observation,
doesn't.
there is
It's
no
habitual.
mathematics.
mathematics is 90% arbitrarily and abstract.
Yes.
Mathematics is 90% abstract. So I don't know what you're talking about.
It is an abstract construct of our mind as a result of how our mind interacts with the world. So our mind tries to create like these focal points to kind of map, right? It's like when you're trying to create a map, you draw a map. So you follow the land and do whatever you have to do so you can create a map like a guide. But the map you're creating is referencing what you're observing, and it has to be consistent with what you're observing. If the map I draw is not consistent with the actual landmass or continent I'm trying to explore, the map is useless. That is why logic must be grounded in observation. It must be observable to be so. If not, you're in the territory of fiction. It's not complicated, bro.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be grounded in anything, right? If I say infinity divided by infinity, is there a way to observe infinity?
When you
Infinity
say
is just an
infinity,
abstract concept. There's no observation of infinity anywhere.
Infinity divided by infinity is an impossibility.
What's impossible about it?
It's not logically consistent because infinity is unquantifiable. And how can you quantify it enough to divide it? How are you going to divide it?
You do in mathematics. In mathematics, it is dividable. You can divide infinity by infinity. Infinity by infinity is a 1.
Okay. Infinity divided by infinity is what?
It's a 1.
So 1 is half of infinity. Hold up. If you take infinity and you divide that infinity by infinity, what value do you get?
I think 1, if I'm not mistaken. But you can Google it if you want.
Bro,
you can do a quick Google search.
Bro, hold up.
Infinity.
Hold up.
You can do a
what is 0 divided by 0?
1 What's 0 divided by 0? 0 divided by 0 mathematically is undefined. Anything divided by
Okay,
0 is
okay.
undefined.
Listen, infinity divided by infinity will also be undefined.
It's not. Okay, that's why I said Google it. You have a computer, you're on a desktop, Google it.
Brother.
Okay, infinity divided by... Anyway, the point of this I'm saying is, all of these are abstract. It has no bearing on observation. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making. All of this kind of mathematical, it's just abstract
Again,
logic.
listen.
It's something that is acquired and
0
justified by
divided by
logic.
0 is also abstract, but we say it's undefined, right? So it being abstract doesn't mean that it's logically consistent. And the reason why we say 0 divided by 0 is abstract, is undefined, is because it is unquantifiable and unqualifiable by observation or within our reality in whatever shape or form. It has no utility within practical reality. If it was simply abstract and we must just affirm that it's abstract, then you can decide that 0 divided by 0 can be anything you want it to be.
Again, that's where I think your whole logic collapses, because if you say something simply because it has no utility, then it's irrelevant. That's where it totally, because the academia by itself, right? Most of the things we make discoveries in academia,
listen.
They never have any utility. Maybe
I would hate
to
to keep going back and forth with you over different points. You just keep jumping from point to point. What's your principal point tonight? So I can go on to the next guest.
My principal point tonight is that the way the universe is, right, infers to a god or a creator, right? The way the universe is infers to a creator. There are many things in the universe that kind of infers to a creator.
Hold up. Mm-hmm. What if there is more than one creators?
What if there's more than, based off of logic and
what if there's an innumerable amount of creators? What if the universe is a product from a class of beings or things or principles that are in fact innumerable, each contributing a little bit to what we now conceive as the universe? What if it's not the product of a singular creator? What if it's the product of something else which was created by something else, which was created by something else, which was created by something else, so much that we don't conceptually or even realistically have the ability to qualify it or get to the end of it, because it's just too much data for us to process? That's what I'm saying to you, bro. If simply by observing the universe you start drawing conclusions that are based on your imagination, that are not supported by observation and facts.
It's not. It's absolutely not based on my imagination. This is based on
what logic, about the universe suggests? Tell me what about the universe suggests that there must be a singular creator for everything that exists. That which is what the universe is.
One thing is there's so much order and intelligibility in the universe.
Yes, and order and intelligibility can still be the product of multiple creators. I'm saying to you, what about the universe suggests that it must have a singular creator? Or a singular source? What specifically within our observation of the universe suggests that there must be only a singular source for what we call the universe?
Again, I'm not ruling out your possibility that there are multiple creators.
Okay, hold up. If there are multiple creators, how do you affirm that what you are calling creation is in fact creation and not just transformation? As we've already concluded in science, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one state to another.
Okay, if you're going with that, then you would then imply that the universe is eternal, which it's not. It's not always been there.
Hold up. What state must the universe be in to be the universe?
Matter, energy, it needs to be comprised of matter.
Do you know of every possible state that matter and energy can exist in?
Yes. All of that is observable.
Do you know of every possible state that matter or energy could exist in?
Okay, you see now that you two are going into the direction of
imagination. Brother, do you know every possible state that matter and energy could exist in?
I don't know, but I know what the scientific.
Listen. That is why what science calls the beginning is not a literal beginning. It's much more descriptive of the horizon of our understanding. For example, The singular point from which scientifically they say the Big Bang originates, that single point already existed. For how long? Nobody knows how long the energy was condensed or compressed in one singular point. No one even knows if what the singular point was simply just a portal from another universe or from another dimension. Nobody knows. The horizon of our understanding brings us to that singular point from which our observation tells us that it appears that there was some type of expansion. What would trigger the expansion? The series of processes that precede that expansion, we don't know. We cannot make any conclusions.
Okay,
And
but this is what we know. This is what we know. This is what we know. That point of singularity wasn't made up of matter, energy, or time.
it
And
had
that point
to.
of
It had
singularity,
to.
it,
It,
it
it had
wasn't
to.
made.
Listen again.
Time, energy, and matter is a result of it. It's not made up of it. It's a result
Brother,
of
listen
that
to me.
point of
Listen to me.
singularity.
Energy was not created at the Big Bang. It can neither be created nor destroyed. You understand? It
Yeah.
can only be
Okay.
transformed from one state to another. Do you understand that?
That's the energy in a closed system already, like the universe, which is
Forget
a
about
closed
that.
system. That's
Forget
the
about
energy
that.
in our
Forget
system,
about that.
right?
Do you understand that energy can neither be created nor destroyed? Do you understand that?
I agree. That's Newton's law of motion.
Brother,
Newton's law of
what that
one of those things. Yes, I
implies,
agree with that. I don't deny that.
what that implies is that
I
we do
agree
not
with that.
observe the
But
Big
again, you have
Bang.
to look at.
We do
Hello?
not observe the Big Bang emerging out of
I agree with
nothingness.
that. But again, you have.
Brother,
I understand. I understand.
no, you do not understand. Listen,
I understand that well.
listen. So what you are calling the creation is not creation, it's transformation. There is a previous form of which you do not know. And you don't know if there was a previous form before that form. You are only observing it from at a point in the transformative process. We call it the Big Bang. That's why it's a transformation. It is changing form. What that previous form is, we don't have any real data about it. But its constitution inherently is the same. If what you call matter today doesn't change what matter would have been yesterday, even if matter was in a different form, because matter doesn't have to be in a specific form to be matter. It's its constitution that makes it matter. That again,
Okay,
and by no means does that imply a God. You cannot go to religion and pick up the superhero in religious stories and just plot it into science. It doesn't work that way, bro. It doesn't.
you are not. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to distinguish between God and religion, right? God can exist even if all religions are false.
Stop trying
All
to do that.
organized religions are false.
I
God can exist.
have said I argue against that point. I've given you a reason why, and you've not been able to unjustify my reason why. So stop
Why that is
dancing
not
around
possible?
that. The existence of God is a purely human conceptualization. Imagine if there was a time when human beings did not know what 1 + 1 is, so they always thought that it was 10. And then eventually we find evidence that 1 + 1 is 1. You don't suddenly say, well, 1 is just 10. No. When human beings could not explain the world and they were not conducting experiments, they conjured up an answer that made sense to them based on their level of ignorance. As time went by and we collected data, we find the data and the information coming from the data to be inconsistent with our previous conclusions that were drawn just from sentimentality and the ingenuity of our imaginations.
I can agree with that, right? I can agree with that.
What?
When we throw back in time, humans lack information about many things, and so probably they use their sentiment to infer certain things. But again, what I'm pointing out to you is, even now that we know so much, right? This so much that we know is still making us to go into certain conclusions that are closer to what these people in the past were going closer to.
Listen to me
That's the thing I'm saying.
again. No, it's not. No, it's not.
There's
By
this
no
famous
means.
astrologist. Maybe I may search his name and give it to you. This is what he said, right?
Brother,
This
listen to me. No, it
cosmologist.
is
He was an
not.
atheist. He became a
No,
Christian. This is what he
no,
said.
it is not. No, it is not. Science does not conclude that God exists in any domain, in any way. You would have to already have some bias within you trying to confirm that bias, and then you would try to twist certain scientific principles to say that its conclusion is consistent with your religion, but it's not. That's why those are fairy tales and myths. And science gets done in the lab, not at church, not in the mosque, not in a religious book, not in a fantasy. Know the difference between fantasies and fairy tales. If today human beings discover a serum that can make a human being's body as hard as steel and impervious to bullets, it doesn't make Superman real. Listen to me again. If today we discover a drug or a substance that you can inject into a human being that gives you the ability to fly, that gives you the ability to lift really heavy objects, that makes you impervious to bullets just like Superman, it doesn't equate to Superman. That doesn't mean that Superman is real. Superman is still a fictional story. What's actually real is real and grounded within its own facts.
Again, maybe I think the word God is what is confusing you, right?
Again, that's what. No. Stop saying the word God, because I already told
Sometimes
you.
people may not use that word, right? But they may refer to something that
brother, calm down. That's why I said to you earlier, if you're gonna infer that what I see about the universe makes me conclude that there has to be a first cause, stop right there. Don't give it a title, don't give it a name, don't describe it unless you give us data consistent with what you're saying. If not, now you're in the realm of fiction, which is what people in ancient times did. It literally is God of the gaps. As soon as your knowledge has limitation, you just plug in God in there, because the way you've defined God is almighty, all-knowing, omnipresent.
Okay, but do you agree there's a first cause?
No.
Okay, so do you think it's reasonable for somebody to come to that conclusion that there's a first cause?
No. I think that it's just ignorance and lazy thinking.
So why do you say ignorance when the logic is totally consistent?
Brother.
We can follow the premise.
Hold up. Because the very nature of a cause, as we understand a cause in our reality, implies that every cause is an effect of a previous cause.
Okay.
So we cannot assume that something is cause if it itself is not the product of previous causes. It's a chain. So the moment you say first cause, you're no longer talking about causality. Causality in of itself is a product of causality. So you end up with a loop. So you end up with that infinite regression.
Infinite regress, yes.
Yes.
You end up with the infinite, but we cannot have an infinite regress because
yes, we can.
Yes,
we can.
If we have an infinite regress, then we'll never get to today. That's a problem.
No, that has nothing to do with getting to today, because we are already here today, and everything you and I are doing is conceptual. And conceptually, we can get to any point we want to get there.
It's okay. If you have an infinite regress of events that have happened in the past,
and infinite regress of events.
I can explain that to you.
Hold up. An infinite regress of events that happened in the past is conceptual.
It's not. It's literal. Like, well, if you say it's not conceptual.
Show me the past. Show me the past. Show me yesterday.
If you say,
show me yesterday. Show me yesterday.
I can't show you yesterday doesn't mean it didn't happen. Yesterday happened.
Listen.
Did yesterday not happen?
Listen. If yesterday happened, but it's no longer happening, that means yesterday no longer exists. You understand what that means?
It doesn't mean it's conceptual.
Brother,
yesterday it doesn't mean it's conceptual.
Yesterday no longer.
Do you know what conceptual means?
Brother, are you listening to me?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to break this down for you simply. If you don't get this, bro, I'm going to the next guess. There are some things which were but are no more. There's some things which were and continue and will be. There's some things that are right now that were not and will not be. And there are some things that could have always been. From our level of understanding, things like in the way we quantify time, any period of time which is not present and continuous is conceptual, purely conceptual, because it's not present and continuous. So yesterday doesn't exist. The only existence is right now, right here, today. Tomorrow doesn't even exist. When tomorrow, if what you will call tomorrow exists, it will be called today. In terms of time, the only moment that exists is now. Every other moment is conceptual. And because our brains cannot navigate the world without the help of that conceptualization, we've constructed it in that way. So in terms
No
of the
problem. Let's go
infinite
with it.
regression, the problem we face is that we cannot think infinitely. So
Into the past.
the problem here is not how we got here, is how can we process all this data? We cannot. Our brains don't have the ability to process infinity in its totality. Infinity just means without end. So
Yeah,
whenever
true, true. So
whenever your
infinity to
brain
the past means
hold
without
up,
beginning, right?
hold up. Whenever your
Infinity to
brain
the past means without beginning, right?
when
Infinity to the past means without beginning, right?
no,
Okay, what does it mean when we have to do infinity to the past, like infinite regress of
if you're
event in
going
the past?
if you're going infinitely from the past, then you begin from the present. That's what the beginning is in that context.
Okay, so it means it doesn't have an end in the past.
You start where you are, and you travel towards the past. You continue infinitely without end.
Infinitely to the past, right?
You continue infinitely, and you can only do that conceptually, not literally or physically or realistically. Time travel is not real, bro. Come on.
No, I'm not saying, yeah, true. All of that happens in your brain, and you're trying to follow the logic. So my
It
argument
happens
is
in
that
your brain, making it conceptual. So stop arguing with me on
great,
that subject.
great. My argument is that my point is that the point I'm making is that even if okay, let's say you have to travel to the past, right? You're not going to meet an infinite past. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to have an infinite
There is
past.
no such
It's
thing
gonna
as traveling to
you're
the
going to reach an
past.
end where that's the beginning.
There is no such thing as traveling to the past. You
All
can
of what we do
only
is conceptual. You agree that it's conceptual. We are
you can
conceptualizing it.
only
Yeah,
think of the past. You cannot travel to the past. You can
I
only
agree.
think of the past. You cannot travel to the past.
But this is conceptual. It's not literally.
The
It's not literal,
concept
right?
has to be consistent logically with what we are debating. You cannot just go into fantasy and say it's conceptual. So let me just say something that is fiction. Time travel is something you watch in sci-fi movies, bro.
It's not time travel I'm talking about. Okay, scientists who do cosmology and begin to predict that the universe is 13.8 billion years ago. Are they time traveling? They are not. They are simply trying to make prediction of what has happened in the past. So they are somewhat going to the past to
And they do
understand
all
what
of that.
happened.
They do
Right? So
all
it's
of
not
that without traveling anywhere while present in whatever present moment they find themselves.
okay, but they are studying the past. They are going into the past to study, right?
Yeah, you
In
can
sense of the
study.
concept and the ideas and the happened
And
events in the past.
whatever they are studying has to be consistent with whatever facts and data they have with them in the present. And I'm saying to
Not
you
that,
that the
no
facts
argument with
and
that.
data we have with us in the present, if we attempt to go backwards, we go infinitely. Listen, let me ask you something. Start counting from zero backwards. That's
I will go to my
the only homework I'm going to give you. No. If you think there's some beginning before zero, or some beginning going backwards, start counting from -1 and tell me when you
exactly.
arrive at the
I
first
like what you,
cause.
I like I like
Brother,
what you
brother, listen
listen.
carefully. Listen carefully.
Yeah.
I want you to start counting from -1 and let me know when you get to the first cause. Count backwards. So -1, -2. Let me know which number is the first cause as you go backwards.
We can do that, right? But it's going to take all day because it's going to be minus infinity.
Brother,
But the thing is,
listen. Answer my question. If you don't answer my question, we're done.
no, I said
Do it.
it's going to be infinite. It's going to be infinite.
Brother,
It's going to be minus infinity.
do it.
I cannot. It's going to be minus infinity. We're going to keep going to the infinity.
Brother,
Negative
listen to
infinity.
me again. Listen to the instructions. I want you to count backwards in terms of the past, right? Count
Yeah.
backwards using any unit of measurements you want. And let me know when you get to the first cause.
Okay. I like the example which you're using, which is integers, right? When you start looking at integers are different from natural numbers.
I don't need
Integers are
an explanation from you. I need you to count backwards. Just count. Just do the simple activity of counting
let's
backwards.
say 0, 0, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, -10. So it keeps going all the way to minus infinity.
Okay. It keeps going to how far
Minus infinity.
is minus infinity from 0?
It doesn't have a it doesn't have an
Okay.
end. Keeps going.
When you get to the first cause, you let me know, okay? Then God will exist. If you cannot count backwards all the way till you get to God, then guess what? Your entire argument is debunked, okay? Period. Thank you for your time. All right, bro?
All right, brother, no problem. I mean, it was a good conversation, though. I wish we had to go deeper and more.
Cognitive dissonance is not good. And I do have a lot of patience, okay? I do have a lot of patience. You guys like to create this artificial construct. Listen, do you know why we invented infinity? Infinity just means without end, because the process of counting is a never-ending process. So we invented the idea of infinity as a symbol to represent the fact that there's a continuity. So if I'm going backwards and I'm trying to get to God, I technically never get to God because it's an infinite process. You don't arrive at the point where you can stop counting unless you artificially create that. So when religious people imagine God as the first cause, it's the same thing as saying that God is infinity. You don't know. You can't get there. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please do tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 likes. I appreciate everyone that's in here today. Listen, guys, I'm not going to waste too much time with different guests, okay? If you come up, go straight to your point. Go straight to your point.
All right, can you hear me?
Ebuka.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Thank you so
I
much.
just
Thank
have
you
a
so much,
few
Tazi.
points.
Thank you for the gifts, y'all. Keep it
I have a
coming.
few points. All right, so do you believe God is a concept, a human idea?
Have you read my screen?
Have you met God? Yeah, I did.
How about what's below that?
Okay, yeah, okay, that was a good one. All right, so beautiful. Can you tell me where ideas come from? Every idea you've ever had, do you not know that they were inspired by something that already existed?
So?
I'm asking.
So?
All right, so if fiction borrows from fragments of reality, if the idea of God then comes from the human mind, then the mind itself must carry a memory or an intuition of something greater. So the question isn't whether of God is real or not, it's why has this concept not refused to die across all ages, cultures, and languages? Ideas fade if they were false, but this one keeps returning like gravity. It's
Let
not
me ask you a
coincidence.
question.
So,
Is the mind independent of
all
the
right,
environment around it?
definitely not.
Okay. The mind is dependent on the environment around it, right?
Yeah.
All constructs of the mind are inspired by whatever data the mind can collect from the environment around it. That's simple as that. All
But it
ideas.
wouldn't make sense for
All
humans to just create the concept, though.
Yes, it does. Because humans have
It would
different
defeat.
needs and different
It
reasons
would
why.
defeat the point.
Again, humans have different reasons why they create different concepts. Naturally, our ability to conceptualize is very tied with our anatomy and how our anatomy is structured, right? And also, it facilitates our need for survival and helps us in the process of problem solving. Naturally, there's an inherent desire within us to solve problems, or when we encounter any obstacle, to overcome that obstacle. And being able to look for solutions, find a path, is at the root of what makes ideas ideas. For example, I'm bored.
All right, then I would argue that.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I'm bored and I'm just sitting down at home. I have nothing to do. That boredom becomes the inspiration for whatever idea I come up with. That state of being becomes my inspiration. Then I can utilize the data collected throughout my entire lifespan to find something to do, right? Oh, I'll go fishing. Oh, that's a good idea. Then I go fishing. But what inspired me to go fishing? My boredom, my state of being in that moment. How did I come up with the idea of fishing? Well, I've been alive for a long time and I learned through experience what fishing is. All that data came into my mind through that. So my mind is not producing anything at that point which is not consistent with reality. What if I just said, I'm bored?
All right.
Hold up. What if I just said, I'm bored?
Since you
Hold up, bro. Hold up. What if I just said, I'm bored and I want to go to planet Bakanga? I'm going to go to planet Bakanga. Well, there's no such place as planet Bakanga. Why did I come up with that idea?
yeah.
What inspired that idea?
Well,
What's the
since
difference? What's the
science
difference
was
between the idea of going to
creation.
hold up, brother? What is the difference between the idea of going to planet Bakanga and going fishing? What's the difference between those two ideas?
Well, Bakanga is fictional, obviously.
One is
Well, I
realistic.
wouldn't necessarily say it's fictional because
Hold up. One is realistic and one is
you
not.
live in your own world, though. But Bakanga is you, isn't it? So it would make sense if Bakanga is a planet of your own world, you know.
What's your point, bro?
All right, then I would argue that if science studies creation and not the creator, a painter does not exist inside his paintings, yet every brush stroke whispers his presence.
And who
Absence
concluded
of
that?
proof inside the frame does not erase that outside it.
Who concluded that what science is studying is a creation?
That's why I give the illustration of the painter, though.
Who concluded?
Everything
concluded?
exists.
Who concluded?
Everything that
Brother,
exists.
hold up,
Everything that
hold
exists.
up. Who concluded
I
that
want
it
to
was
land. I want to land my point
no,
before you talk,
no. You hold
because
up.
it balances in
No,
line.
sir. I said to hold
Everything
up.
that exists lives on evidence.
Brother, I said to hold up. Who concluded that it's a painting?
I was given a
You say you cannot have a painting without a painter. How do you know that a painting
reference.
is a painting? How do you know that a painting is a painting?
Crickets.
All right, next guest. What's up, bro? Hassan.
Crickets. What's up, Akanga? Seems like you're on the unaliving game right now. But my question is, I don't know if I want to just add on to that conversation. You said who concludes that it's a painting? The art, the beautiful mountains that you see. It's designed. It has formation. It has consistency.
If I have a canvas on my floor and I'm walking past it and my cup of paint, which is a mixture of maybe red, blue, and green, and I knock it over and it spills on the canvas.
Oh, that's a cause.
Hold up.
Yeah.
And I walk away and I never come back in there. Then one day my son finds that canvas with this crazy pattern on it.
Okay.
Is that a painting?
No.
Is that an art?
No.
Why not?
It had no purpose.
No, but it's still an art. By definition, it's paint on a
what's the
canvas.
definition
Hold
of
up,
art?
hold up.
Holding, bro. Relax.
It is paint on a canvas in peculiar patterns.
What was the pattern?
You've never seen an abstract painting before? Of just
It
paint?
has an abstract painting has no patterns.
Brother. Yes, it does have
Pattern
patterns.
a pattern is intention sequence repetitively.
Brother.
Yes.
If I take a cup of, have you ever painted before?
Yeah.
Have you ever poured paint on a canvas just randomly and
And
let
there
it
were no
flow?
patterns on it.
Yeah, there's patterns, but the patterns are not repetitive in any specific order. Like you will
Sir,
see,
do you know what a pattern is, right? You
brother,
can recognize it.
brother. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay.
Like
For
square,
example,
square, triangle, square, square, triangle, square, square. What's next? Triangle, right? Because it's
okay,
repetitive.
okay.
You can
Hold up,
conclude what
hold
comes
up,
next.
hold up. Are the stars in the sky in any specific pattern?
Of course not.
Do all the stars kind of look the same from our perspective?
Not necessarily, but sure. If I'm intellectually honest, yeah, they look similar.
Is there
What's
a
your point?
Is there a pattern associated with how we identify those similarities?
Are there a pattern to identify the similarities? Perhaps now you've changed the criteria.
Brother,
Hmm?
when you see a star in the sky, is it glowing?
Yeah.
Are there other stars around it glowing?
Sometimes not. And it looks very beautiful. It looks like art. So okay,
Do you don't,
wait, stop. You know you just repeated yourself, right? You just called a creation that it's art and it's a pattern. That's why God exists, bruh.
brother. There
Yes,
is
I am a
no
brother.
specific order, and
But it's still
yet
art, right?
there is no specific order by which the stars are organized in the sky. Right?
Okay.
You affirm that?
Yeah.
What are constellations?
Bro, you're not cooking, bro.
Brother,
Yo, you're-
answer my question. What
You're
are
repeating yourself.
brother? Okay, let me repeat again and give me the same answers. Don't switch now.
Sure.
Is there any specific order by which the stars are in the sky?
No, bro.
What are constellations?
I know what you want me. I would just rather say constellations are just a method to be able to, predict the formation of stars.
Can you have a method without a pattern?
Yeah, business models.
Come on, Sam, don't be full of shit.
I'm a business major. We don't have definitively have
So you can have a method.
that would.
Hold up. You can have a method with no specific logic associated to it.
You did not say that, bro. Let's
Brother,
not be disingenuous.
Brother, methodology is grounded in logic, which is pattern identification.
No, you originally asked, can you have a method without having repetitiveness?
No. I said, can you have a method without patterns?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have it be consistent, of course. Yeah, to be a method. What? So, I mean, what are you trying to say,
the
bro?
whole point of a method being a method is that it has to be repetitive. It can be repeated, and for you to be able to repeat it, there has to be certain patterns associated with it, right?
Good. So you're contradicting yourself. You
No,
said that it's still an
brother,
art if you spill art on the canvas.
brother, we are still talking about the stars in the sky. You affirm to me that there is no specific order by which the stars are in the sky, and yet we can still see the stars, certain stars, in specific orders in the mass of stars in the
That's
sky.
why it's art.
Brother, if that's the case, then the constellation and the different patterns you see on that painting, even though there's a bunch of other random things on that painting, so there is no specific order, but there is some order. Generally, what makes it beautiful is that combination of chaos and order.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No,
just
just hold up.
Okay, let me know when I can ask my question.
So by that conclusion, that paint that randomly spilled on my canvas, can my son consider that art?
Sure, in that understanding he can. May I ask my question?
Hold up. Was there a
Okay.
painter for that art?
In that sense, then yes, because your son can still say it's art. Apparently,
No.
according
Who's
to
the
you. So it is.
painter? Who's the painter of the art?
The father who spilled art on it on accident, apparently.
Did the father intentionally spill the paint?
No.
Did the father intentionally create the painting?
No.
I rest my case.
Okay, I understand. So, it was a good analogy to be able to say that it is logically possible that even if there is art that is not intentionally created in the analogy of accidentally spilling it, but there's more to the idea of when we claim it to be art. Because this art is not abstractive art as you're comparing it to. This art does have patterns. It has consistency. The laws of nature does not change on depending on a weekend or a weekday. It stays same all day, every day. Okay, which shows us.
False.
Oh, come on now, tell me when the nature of laws changes. When's
False.
the last time did you observe a law of nature changing? Answer the
Again.
question. Don't pivot.
The laws of nature depend on certain preconditions.
When have they changed?
Brother, listen.
Yes, sir.
The laws of nature, what we call the laws of nature, which is very distinct from what we call the laws that we make for everyday life. All right?
Obviously, I'm
These
talking
laws
about
of
physics.
nature, these laws of nature are descriptive of what we observe. They are not prescriptive as what we conjure up. And what we observe is dependent on the environment and the state of the environment at any given time. The state of the environment can remain consistent for a period of time, and then at an appropriate season, due to nearby forces or maybe internal motion, the conditions change.
When's the last time you saw it? When's the last time you observed the law of nature changing?
Give me one example of a law
It
of
doesn't
nature.
exist.
Give me an
Oh,
example.
sure.
Give me an example of a law of nature, and I'll tell you how it can change.
Sure. I don't know if I should say motion, gravity. Gravity. The law of gravity.
What does the law of gravity state?
Well, I don't know the exact formula of attraction towards a pull.
What does the law of gravity state?
The force and pull. Are you asking me the formula? I don't remember the formula on top of my head.
What does the law of gravity state? You can look it up.
Oh my god, so much work. It's like some kind of attraction towards it.
See, you said the law of gravity. You said the laws of nature cannot change, and yet you don't even know what the law of nature is.
Yeah, literally saying attraction of particles. As I said, this is like adding words.
The
to
law
attraction.
of gravity, or Newton's law of universal gravitation, states that every object with mass in the universe attracts every other object with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers.
Yep.
I want you to listen very carefully. The law of gravity, or Newton's law of universal gravitation, states that every object with mass in the universe attracts every other object with a force that is directly proportional to the product of... Hold up. Every object with mass in the universe attracts every other object with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their center. Come back.
Yep, it makes sense.
He said every object with mass in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Has he explored the entire universe?
No.
Does he know every form of mass that exists?
No.
When he says every object in the universe, is that objectively true?
Yes. Because the attraction remain the same
Hold up.
despite of the mass.
Hold up. This statement is subjectively true.
No, it's objectively true.
Hold up. I'm going to explain to you how it's subjectively true.
Okay.
This statement is dependent on what Newton defines mass to be. What specific
No, that's
form?
false.
Brother.
That's not the law. You can look at M over F plus God knows what else, 6'4" or something.
Carefully. Every object with mass in the universe, is every mass in the universe the same? Does it behave the same?
No.
Okay, so you cannot say every.
Oh my God, are you trolling?
Bro,
The
brother,
formula itself
you
is not dependent
you
upon
are
the mass.
not
The attraction, the force remains the
bro,
same.
bro. You're not listening.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to tell you what Newton's law of gravity is subject to. It's subjected to whatever Newton uses to ground it. And Newton can only use collectible data.
I'm getting Q-top vibes.
Newton can only use collectible data that is dependent on Newton's observation of the universe. And he cannot necessarily infer that it applies to the part of the universe that he hasn't
Lack of
observed.
evidence is not evidence, Vakanga. It's your duty to provide us evidence to why it would change, rather saying that on the contrary.
Hassan, you are not listening. So listen again. Listen carefully to understand. Every object with mass in the universe, that means every object that meets our definition of what we call mass, our understanding of what we call mass. And our understanding of what we call mass is not the totality of everything that mass could or could not represent, seeing as our knowledge of what mass is improves with time and the more data we collect. For example, some people argue if a wave has mass, if light has mass, if quarks have mass, if atoms and protons and neutrons have mass, if electrons have mass, right? It's a subject of conversation that's progressive. So Newton's law, as understood by Newton, is subject to the totality of his understanding of what he can observe. But Newton took that and applied it and made it apply to even things that he hasn't observed. That is why Einstein's theory of relativity kind of throws a wrench in Newton's universal law of gravity. Quantum mechanics also proves that gravity at the quantum level does not follow Newton's laws of gravity. Quantum mechanics pretty much proves that what Newton just said is not universal. The law of gravity does not work the same way at the quantum level.
This is rage, babe.
Brother, does the law of gravity that Newton spoke about apply at the quantum level?
If anything has a mass, it does imply to it.
So how can
because it's a force?
Hold up. Do particles do molecules have mass? Oh,
Yes.
do particles have mass?
Yes.
How can a particle be at two different places at the same time?
How can a particle be at two different places at the same time? That's only one of the theories. How are we supposed to definitively say that that is the theory? That's one of the three theories to conceive
Hold
time.
up. If
the speed of light.
If Newton's law of gravity already explained the totality of how mass behaves in the whole universe, why are we having problem with this specific one?
Again, because it is only referring to things of mass.
Brother, based on Newton's understanding of mass, can something which have mass occupy two different spaces at the same time?
I'm perhaps not understanding the nature of this question.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say to you. Newton's conclusion and understanding of the law of gravity is subject to the limitations of his knowledge because he's not all-knowing. So his conclusions are subjective to his observation. And
the information that Bakanga spews, it's finite, so he doesn't know that God could exist. That's what I hear right now. You can defy anything.
Hold up. That is why my argument of God's non-existence is within the confines of that finite reality.
So then imply that to the rule. Then imply that to the law as well. It's to the confine of the thing that he understands.
Because Newton used the word universe.
Okay, do you think what you say is universally true?
No, it's only true within our reality.
Okay, there you go. God exists because you don't know the whole universe. Boom,
Bro,
kalas.
so are you saying that Superman exists by that same logic?
That's your logic. I'm giving an internal critique of how you're defying Newton right now. Sure, that's exactly what you're saying. Superman can exist because I don't know the whole universe. There could be Krypton existing like 20,000 billion year lights away.
Brother, listen, that's a weak comeback because
That's what you're saying.
How, Hassan, what I don't know does not take away from what I know.
Okay, so then say that to Newton. You're saying is Newton's mind all-knowing? Well, no, obviously not.
Hassan, what I don't know does not take away from what I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
But what I know is dependent on what I can observe, what I can analyze, and what I can prove. True or false?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
All right. So once there is data that suggests that what I know is not entirely as true as I think I know it, what happens to what I know? What happens to what I know?
Oh my God. I think Qtop's been teaching you too much Tranquillian. Bro's talking about finite mind. I don't know. I can't argue with that, bro. Obviously, it is the case that we have finite
it is quite
mind.
common.
That's what I mean.
It is quite common that when a subject surpasses your intelligence, you look for a very funny way to escape the point.
There's nothing funny about it other than using your logic.
Listen carefully.
It was hilarious.
Listen carefully. The laws of nature do change because what we call the laws of nature is subject to our understanding of what we're observing. And our understanding of what we're observing is continuously changing with time as we find out more. So what we say the law of nature is right now today is only dependent on what we know today. If 100 years from now we get more data, there's a possibility that what we understand as law today is in fact not as true. Let me give you an example. When Newton was talking about mass, he wasn't talking about mass at the quantum level. Now that we have an understanding of quantum mechanics, we understand that gravity does not work the same way at the quantum level as it works in our everyday world that we can observe with our eyes, right? So the Newton's law of gravity is not universal. It is actually subject to
I get you.
our observable universe.
I get you, Bakanga. But hear me out. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I'm gonna say something that might just be able to disprove a lot of what you're saying by just quoting you yourself. I don't know if you know what a law of a scientific law is. It is a fact of itself, which is a method, a formula that is. And you yourself said, can you ever have a method without a pattern? And the answer to that question was no. And because a scientific law is simply a formula that you can incorporate in, despite of the independent or dependent variable of mass, force, distance, light, it shall always remain the same. Period.
Hassan,
I rest my case too.
and your case is about to be broken, devoured, and cast into eternal damnation.
Why, bro?
Listen carefully. This is the definition of a scientific law. Listen very carefully, and this should conclude the conversation. Okay? Listen very carefully. A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observation that describes a natural phenomenon. Based, you know what based is? Founded. The word base means founded. Let me repeat. A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observation. It's not based on some objectivity. No, it's based on what you can observe that describes a natural phenomenon as you observe, often using a mathematical equation consistent with what you're observing. It explains what happens under certain conditions, not all conditions, but not why it happens. Not why it happens. Listen again.
We agree.
A scientific law does not tell you why something happens. So you cannot say it happens because God exists.
Yeah, it said how.
Brother, listen again. You cannot say that a scientific law is happening because God exists. That's a lie.
I never said that.
Relax. I'm saying that you cannot say it, whether you said it or not. But if you were having plans to say it at any point, don't say it no more. No more. Just in case. Don't worry. In case on your schedule you were planning to say at some point that
never had it to begin with. But it's good information.
Hold up, Hassan. So you don't say that scientific laws exist because God exists?
No, what my original
No,
claim
no, no,
was
hold
that
up, hold up. No, no, answer my question. You don't say, you affirm that you are not claiming, and you will not claim that scientific law exists because God exists.
no, that would not be my argument.
What would be your argument?
That the scientific laws is the art that requires consistency to prove God.
So you're saying that is why, that God is why scientific laws exist.
No, it's the other way around. Scientific laws don't exist because of God. God exists because scientific laws are a demonstration of Him. Because we were saying that, how do you ask the previous guest? This wasn't even my argument, by the way. I
Hold
never
up,
got to
hold
talk
up,
about what
hold
I
up,
wanted
hold up,
to.
hold up, hold up,
You
hold up,
asked the
hold up, hold
previous
up.
guest, how do we know that this is creation? How do we know this is art? And we said that because scientific laws exist, therefore it is a demonstration of God existing, of this being His art.
So you're saying that the reason why God exists is because scientific laws are a demonstration of God's existence.
No. Scientific laws are demonstration of why this creation is art, hence why we need an artist, which would be God.
Okay, and I already showed you that what we can consider art could be a random act of nature.
Not by looking at scientific laws. It's always consistent,
Hold
it is
up,
repeatable,
hold up,
testable, it
hold up,
cannot be
hold
random.
up, hold up, hold up. A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observations.
Continue reading.
It is dependent on what?
Continue reading.
Hassan, I am the one
You're
who's
scared.
reading. Relax. A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observations that describes a natural phenomenon, often using a mathematical equation.
Okay, and read.
That's period.
Nah, read the next sentence that you read about consistency.
Brother, listen. What are you talking about? Listen carefully. Let me read the whole thing that I just read, okay? The word
Okay, I
consistency is
believe
not
you.
in here.
I believe you. Okay, go ahead. I believe you.
A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observations that describe a natural phenomenon, often using mathematical equations, full stop. It explains what happens under certain conditions, but not why it happens. Scientific laws are considered universally true within their specified conditions, though they may be revised or extended with new evidence. Case closed. Case closed.
That's not what you read the first time, but okay.
I have just read the totality of it. Okay? Listen again. A scientific law is a statement based on repeated observation. That is the consistency. If you can repeatedly observe it consistently, that describes a natural phenomenon. So always when you're dealing with a natural phenomenon, so when we say natural, that already implies that there is not somebody or something intentionally involved. Often using a mathematical equation, which is a tool that we created to allow us to be able to observe and describe. It explains what happens under certain conditions. It's already subjective to certain conditions, but not why it happens. It cannot tell you why it happens or who's making it happen, because there's no who.
Yeah, there was no. I never made the claim of why and who. I said how.
Brother, if scientific laws imply an artwork and then you are concluding that there is an artist, that is a who.
No. I'll tell you what I mean. When I say, like, if I show you an art piece where it just has two strands of red and green, like red, green, red, green, red, and we can all know what comes next, which would be green. My argument is that because under that set of conditions for that particular canvas and the set of conditions in this planet called Earth is remaining the same, hence why it needs to have an artist, because under these set of conditions, things work the same. We have observed repeatedly, and never has it ever changed.
I said to you, something can meet the atheistic.
You'd have to prove that first.
No, listen. I already proved it to you. Something can
the lack of evidence is not evidence.
Brother, listen again. Something can meet the atheistic. That word, I cannot say that word properly.
Which one?
The atheistic.
Authentic?
No. AETHESTIC.
What?
I cannot pronounce that word because It's hard
I'm
on me.
sorry, I can't help you. I'm with you, I
Anyways,
guess.
I'll use a different word. Something can meet, yeah,
Aesthetic?
aesthetics. Something can meet
Okay.
the aesthetic looks of an art.
Aesthetics. Okay, interesting. Go
Brother,
ahead. Okay, what about
listen.
aesthetics?
Something can meet the aesthetic looks of an art when in fact it is not an art in the same capacity as human beings would consider an art, which is the product of an artist. For example, okay, I can make certain formations on a canvas that resemble the patterns of when water sweeps across the rocks continuously in random motion, but creates certain eroding marks on the rocks that 100 years later, when the water recedes completely, it looks like a beautiful piece of art without an artist.
Okay.
I can look at the
Okay.
sand on the beach. As the waves come in random patterns, it forms wave-like structures randomly without an artist. And it will still meet the aesthetics of art. So the scientific world and the natural world resembles what we human beings call an art, but it is not conclusive that there is a natural artist. The word artist is subjective to human experience. When human beings create art, that specific human is called an artist. Because we
Okay.
can confirm why that human being creates that art.
I
So
agree.
it doesn't necessarily mean that anything that exists in any specific pattern is necessarily an art.
I agree.
And
However,
this scientific laws and science does not point us in that direction. It does
okay,
not.
I wanna kind of end the conversation by making this last remark, and before we bring up the next guest, is that I'll end the conversation at this point that this is where we're standing to summarize it. I'm saying it's more rational, or rather more likely, because you and I are both agreeing there is an art, although you're saying that an art can still be subjective due to one's mind of not definitively saying that there is an artist who has intentions,
No,
right?
no.
However,
I am not saying it's an art.
but you just said that it's even a guy clicking the art who has randomness could still be classified as art.
Okay,
You said you
listen
gave
to
an
me.
example of a constellation of stars to be an example of an art that's random, right?
Listen
You're saying
carefully.
it's all art.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I can see something that appears to me as though it is an art.
But that's the definition of art, yeah.
Brother, I can see something that appears to me as though it is an art based on my already previous understanding of art. And I see something without necessarily seeing an artist and conclude that it's an art. So I'm the one deciding that that's an art. It's not inherently an art, independent of what I think.
It doesn't matter what you think. Art is art, right?
No, sir.
Definitionally speaking,
No,
as
sir.
you refer to.
No,
Oh, so
sir.
today we're not going by definition, huh?
No, sir. Art.
Today must be special.
Hold up. Let me bring you the definition of art.
Oh, so do you have you sound different. Is it allergies?
Yeah, a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I went to Boston on a work trip and they changed
Man,
the
you know
weather.
what? You ain't go to no Boston for work. You went there for
Hassan, this is the
Read art.
definition of art. And this is
listening.
gonna debunk you.
Let me grab a pen.
This is gonna debunk you and put you to sleep. After this definition, I need you to go to sleep, okay? This definition is gonna be too much for you. Okay, are you ready?
I'm listening.
The word art is the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination, typically in a visual form such as painting or sculpting, producing works to be appreciated primarily for their beauty or emotional power. Let me repeat myself, don't interrupt me. The word art is defined as the expression or application of human creative skill. Human, the word human is literally in the definition of it. Human creative skills and imagination, typically in a visual form such as painting or sculpture. So if humans are not involved, you cannot necessarily say it's an art. And if you're saying it's an art, it's in a way of personifying, in a way of a figure of speech, which one will have to be smart enough to understand what's going on. If I say, man, the sky looks like an art, the clouds looks like a painting
No
today.
shit, Sherlock.
Bro,
That's the whole point of the analogy. We're giving an analogy by stating the fact the same way if you view an art on a canvas, sculpture.
Calm
Mhm.
down. You've already been debunked, but don't try to be dragging your leg. Art means creative human expression.
Yeah, of
Okay, so
course.
listen. If a human being then looks at the clouds and say, "Wow, it looks like a painting," that's
Yeah, then
you,
wow, it must look like an artist.
brother.
And
No,
God
sir.
is not a
No,
literal
sir.
human.
Hassan, just calm down. Let me finish.
Okay, whatever.
Art is an expressive expression and application of human creative skill.
Yep.
So if I see something which is non-human and it looks like an art to me, looking like an art doesn't necessarily make it an art. It only
Duh.
it only looks like. But what
Yeah.
it is, in fact, I will need more data about it to know. And as far as the formation of the clouds in the sky, I know that it is not an art
Duh.
because
It's
there
an
is no
example we give you.
human creativity involved
Exactly.
with.
That's why a human can never be a creator of a cloud. It's God. That's the whole point. When you look at an art, when we know that therefore there must be a human artist. When we look at the creation of this world that resembles art, there must be a creator. When we
No,
look at
sir.
creation,
No, sir.
that's the
Because,
analogy.
listen again, that's false. Because we see things that look like art and we can see how they happen without a creator. When rain,
Like what?
when
Like what?
rain,
Name one thing.
rain,
Without that's question begging. You're using creation as an example.
what you
Give me an
consider.
example of you see that is
Hold on.
creation that doesn't have a
Listen
creator.
again.
What is
Listen
it?
again. Who decided that it's
Phones,
creation?
beds,
Hold on. Who decided that it's creation?
but by self-evident by its existence.
No, it doesn't make it
Give me an
creation.
example of something being created that wasn't created. Give me an example of something that exists that wasn't created. Give me an example.
Everything that human beings did not make.
Like what, bro?
That's why it's
Well,
called
that's
nature. That's
yeah,
why it's called
exactly. You just call
nature.
the.
Hassan, everything that human
You're
beings
not
did
being
not.
honest. You're being disingenuous right now.
Hassan, even the word creation is associated with humans.
Yeah, I'm too tired to make you read the definition of creation right now.
I'll read it to you. I'll read it to you.
But I think I'm going to be receiving a phone call. We're going to wrap it up after this creation definition in 2 minutes.
The action or process of bringing something into existence.
Yep, there you go. And because there's existence, it's creation. Case closed.
The action or process of bringing something into existence.
Yep.
Have you ever seen something coming into existence?
Without an action? No, I have not. That's why there must have been an action for this creation of existence. There must have been an action to have this existence to be created.
Okay. What action makes the rain fall?
God. Well, I'm just kidding. Obviously, obviously, there's a whole process of what's it called? Water being cycled up.
No. Listen. You gotta go. Stick with the God answer.
No, actually, well, it's okay. I do have to go. Actually, no. I'll get you next time.
Hassan.
I'll talk to you later, Makanga. Much love, bro.
You should stick with the God answer because anything you say beyond that answer will make you even dumber on that statement. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is meant to help you understand the world as it is. Our imagination is such a beautiful thing, but it can become a problem when it impedes our ability to analyze the world to the best of accuracy as it in fact is, rather than how we imagine it to be, especially when our imagination is not consistent with what we're observing. This is necessary for growth and survival of our species. Those of us that spend majority of time thinking of things that we conjured up in our heads that are not consistent with observable reality, we are least likely to survive. We are people who are being prepared for extinction. That's why we clearly categorize some things as fiction. fantasy. And then some other things are reality. They've been realized. This is a very small concept, but it plays a big role in our everyday life and everything we do. I was talking to my mother yesterday, and we were talking about this subject, very similar. And my mother told me of an experience where when I left the house at 18 years old, my mom and my dad had purchased some land over there in San Antonio, Texas. And the land had about 4 or 5 acres on it. There were snakes on that land. So my mom says one day she was outside cutting the grass and she saw a snake. The first thing she did was look at the snake and shout, "Die, devil, die! Die, devil, die!" That's the first thing my mom did when she saw the snake. She called it the devil and she commanded it to die. It was only after a few seconds that it dawned on her that if she doesn't kill that snake with a stick, a machete, or a knife, the snake will not die. Now, why would my mom see a snake and say, "Die, devil, die"? Because my mom is religiously indoctrinated. She spends so much time in that religious mindset that when she encounters the reality of the snake, she interprets it first and foremostly through her religious delusions, rather than see it for what it is. If I saw a snake, my first instinct is not "Die, snake, die" by speaking to it. My first instinct is to find a rock or something physical to eliminate the threat in the most guaranteed and reasonable way. Some of you are broke and there's a lot of bad things happening in your life. Because of your religious indoctrination, you start thinking that the source of your problems is spiritual. You start praying against demons and witches and wizards, when in fact it might just be your ignorance combined with bad decisions and laziness. Some of you apply for many jobs, but you never get hired. Then you start thinking that there are some witches and wizards in your village tying up your destiny, when in fact your resume might just be full of shit because there are better candidates than you. Or maybe you just live in a racist system. Or maybe there is bribery involved and you are oblivious to the reality. For example, in the African political system, everybody knows, in order for you to get certain position, you must bribe your way there. You must bribe your way to certain political positions to get certain government contracts. The system is shaped and formed within bribery. So you, if you're a religious person, you keep putting your application to go and work somewhere and they're not calling you back. It's because you're not bribing. It's not because the devil, it's not because demons, it's not because witches and wizards in your village are trying to stop. It's because you don't understand how to bribe. If you really wanted a job, you will go and bribe like everybody else. Going to church and praying for 7 days is not going to suddenly make bribery go away. And if you don't have to bribe, you better hope that you know somebody that works there. That's the reality. We Africans, we suffer from this tremendously. Where when we have a problem, we first and foremostly approach that problem using our religious and spiritual delusions. There is no witch that can cause you to get sick without physically poisoning you. There is no witch that can come and oppress you in your dreams. There is no witch that can steal your destiny. Those are all fantasies. That's all fiction. There is no charm that you can put on your body that will cause a bullet not to hit you. Those are all fantasies. My African people, we have to become more scientifically and technologically minded. So as soon as you encounter a problem, Your first train of thought should be a technical and scientific way to solve it. And we have to do it repeatedly until it becomes our natural instinct. That is at the core of human creativity. That is how we civilize ourselves. That is how we build ourselves. Praying for things, seeking the will of God does not solve problems. It actually creates problems. And the number one problem it creates, it makes you blind to the reality of your problem. If your wife is cheating on you, it's not because of the devil. Nope. Maybe you're not doing it right. If your husband is cheating on you, maybe he's tired of the same candy. It's not because of the devil. If you got into a car accident, it's not because demons and devil were trying to take your life. Maybe your car needed maintenance, or your driver was asleep or drunk. If your economy is poor, it's not because of witches and wizards. African people, I wish I could just drill this into your head. Those are all fantasies. Let me take the next guest.
Yeah, finally got you to had me. How are you?
What's up, Jordan?
Hey. Yeah, so why do you say God is imaginary?
God is purely
Can you hear me?
imaginary.
Everything is imaginary.
But not purely imaginary. Everything is not purely imaginary. God is, though.
Yes, everything is purely imaginary. Everything
False.
that is made up by your head.
False.
What do you mean false? Reality is made up by your mind.
No,
Am I wrong?
that's our imagination.
What do you mean?
But our mind also has the ability to process data, which is literally coming into our five senses as we observe the world around us, which is independent of our body in terms of its state of being at any given moment. So when I look at this bottle,
Exactly. And
hold up.
the whole
When I-
construction, right?
when
The
I-
whole construction happens in your mind. It's imagined by your mind.
No, your mind is the computer
Mhm.
that is analyzing data. Now, your mind can analyze data as observed and come to conclusion consistent with what is observed. Your mind can also take previously collected data and come to conclusions that are not consistent with what was observed. We do that a lot for entertainment purposes, where we use previously collected data and put them in different patterns that allow us to enjoy this imaginative bliss that is at the core and the root of our entertainment throughout time. Before we had televisions and radios, it was just storytelling. And then storytelling went to sculptures and scrolls and carvings. And then it went to paintings and drawings. Then it went to radio, then television. Then now we have computers. You see, that's how that storytelling developed. So the way your mind is going to work, you want to make sure that the conclusions you are coming to as you analyze data using your mind, if you're really trying to solve a problem, is consistent with that problem as observed and has practical utility. So you can actually apply those conclusions to that externally observed scenario and get desired results. If not, you will be insane, like Einstein, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, which is what people do when they pray.
No, there's laws, right? The universe has laws, right? But still, everything is imagined. It's made up by the mind, right? And the reason why
If the universe has laws,
let me
no,
finish.
hold up.
Yeah.
If the universe has laws, and in the same breath you are saying that everything is made up by the mind, are you saying the mind is the one that makes those laws?
No, yes, but there's a collective mind, right, which is God, right?
No, there is
All
not.
of
That's
us-
bullshit. No, that's not observable to be so. That's fantasy. You are making that up.
You're not even letting me finish, right? We
Because
just
I
agree
am
that the universe,
dissecting your argument as you are presenting it, and it's not consistent with the point you're trying to make. You cannot say to me the
Okay,
universe
would you
has
agree?
laws. You cannot say
Would you
to me
agree
that
that
the
your
universe
brain?
has laws and then in the same breath say to me that everything is made up by the human brain except those laws. No, if
No, I'm not
everything
saying.
is made up by the human mind, that will include the laws that you think are in the universe. So that would
Would you
mean
agree
that
that would you agree that the brain is what analyzes the environments around you?
your brain is not analyzing the environment. It's analyzing the
Okay.
data that comes in through your senses. So
Yes,
your brain
but
analyzes data.
that's the same thing.
No, not necessarily. Because if your senses malfunction, the data that is coming in will be faulty. Like a blind man
Okay,
can't
so
see shit. Like
yeah,
a deaf
yeah,
man can't hear shit. Like a dumb man can't
yeah.
say shit.
Okay. I hear your points. Your environment is sending you data, right? And your brain is taking those data and creating something, right? Your brain is making up something based on raw data that is found out there. It's not just your brain, by the way, it's also your nervous system, right? Your brain is using your imagination, right, to create this illusion of reality. And the reason why we can both, when I say both, I mean collectively as humans, see the same thing is because we have a collective consciousness, right? We all have, there's a base law that governs this whole universe.
What is
create this whole
imagination?
illusion.
What is imagination?
I don't really know how to define it, but it would be your ability to think, your ability to think something in your head.
Listen carefully. The imagination is the faculty
right.
or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses.
Yeah.
Listen again. The faculty or action of forming new ideas or new images or new concepts of external objects not present to the senses. That is one of the actions that the brain can perform. The brain can also perform an action that does not involve new ideas or new images or new concepts of external objects. Your brain can also perform the function of, let me just rephrase this definition in the way I'm trying to say. The faculty or action of forming ideas or images and concepts of external objects present to the senses. That's critical thinking. That's critical thinking in a nutshell. But when you are now forming ideas and concepts of external reality not present to the senses, that's fantasizing, or what we typically call imagination. It is almost the same action. It's like someone who is running and someone who is jogging. It really depends on how you want to define it. I could be jogging. I could be going at 5 miles per hour, and I consider it a jog because I can go as fast as 10 miles an hour. And you can be going at 1 mile an hour, and you consider that a jog. But from my perspective, you're just walking. So when you make that distinction of the different actions that the brain can do, don't confuse imagination for critical thinking.
I didn't.
For reason and logic. Logical thinking. Imaginative thinking and logical thinking, two different things. Even though what's happening chemically and electronically in your brain is perhaps the same processes, just under different circumstances. God is the product of forming new ideas or concepts or images of external objects which are not present to the five senses. Purely imaginary. That's what I mean by purely imaginary. It's not based on data that comes into our five senses. And anytime we try to describe it as something consistent with the data coming into our five senses, we find it to be false. For example, when we say God creates, we are making that shit up. We've never seen God create shit. We've never even seen someone who's not human doing what we would consider creation.
It depends really how do you define God? When you say God, how do you understand God? Do you understand God the way the Christian understand God, like a man in the sky, or because that's not how I define God.
That's why you should not invent your own definitions for words. You should not invent your own definition for words.
Wait.
Hold up.
God is subjective. God is subjective.
Jordan. That is why you
Right.
should not make up your own definition for words that already have definitions. If you have a new idea, make a new word for it, okay, buddy? When you make up,
What's the definition? God is subjective. God does not
brother,
have a fixed definition.
brother, listen carefully. It is not
Okay.
a good practice to invent your own definition for a word that has already been predefined in another way and expect to properly communicate with people that go by the standard definition rather than the imaginative one you have in your head based on your feelings and emotions or whatever's going on in your head.
Okay.
So-
How would you define God?
It's not about
How
how
would you
I just have to look it up. And I'm telling you that if I look it up,
Okay. Do you know that words are subjective?
Jordan, if the definition of God is subjective in that sense, then I should be able to go to the internet and find 8 billion definitions. But if I go to
Yes,
the
you
internet,
would. Hindus see God differently. than Christians see God.
Jordan,
Hold on. No, hey, you
Jordan.
don't get.
No, sir, you
You're
calm
wrong.
down and
Not
listen.
Jordan, listen to
Sir,
what I'm saying.
calm down and listen. I'm teaching you at this point. This is not negotiable. You need to learn.
What do you
Calm
mean it's
down.
not negotiable? Can you not be wrong?
I'm not wrong on this subject. Calm down and I'll teach you.
So is God for the Hindus and God for the Christian the same thing?
Yes.
Really?
If it's not the same thing, it is
Wait.
not God. Hey, bro, Jordan, listen
Why are you
carefully.
getting mad? Calm down.
I have told you to
Get mad.
listen carefully. I'm getting mad because you are insufferable right now. Listen and I will teach you.
How? What do you mean you will teach me? Can you not be wrong? You seem like you God yourself. You know everything.
If I fail to teach you, show me the flaw in what I am teaching you. Okay? So keep quiet and listen. You said that God is subjective, right?
The definition of God, yes, it's subjective.
So if I go and look it up on the internet, I should find 8 billion definitions, right?
Yes, you can.
So if I go on the internet,
wait.
I will find bro, Jordan.
Hold on. Okay,
Jordan?
hold on. Let me get to my point. Let me get to my
Jordan,
point.
no sir, I am
Let me get
talking
to my
to you.
point. Let me
No
teach you
sir,
this time.
no
Let me
sir.
teach you. Let me teach
No
you.
sir.
Okay, so
Brother,
you can teach me, but I can't teach you.
brother, am I done with what I'm doing? Are you stupid? You expect me to stop in the middle for you to run on a tangent when you haven't even understood what I said?
My fault, teacher. Go ahead.
I'm asking you questions. Reply to my questions, then let me continue with my points.
Yeah, go
You
ahead, go ahead.
said the definition of God is subjective, right?
Yes, it is subjective.
If I go to the internet, would I find 8 billion different definitions, one for each person?
Not exactly 8 billion, but you
Okay,
find a lot.
what definition will I find on the internet?
For example, right, the Christian God, they would define the Christian God
What
as
definition will I
am
find on
telling
the internet?
You. Oh, let me explain. You ask me a question, you wait for the answer, sir.
Sir,
Let me teach you how to receive an answer.
I did not ask
When you
you
ask
for
me a
an
question-
explanation. I did not ask you for
I'm
an
giving you the
explanation.
answer.
Okay,
you
so
want me to give you the answer.
state the
You want me to give
answer.
you the answer
Don't
that you
explain
want?
the answer. State the
What do
answer.
you mean
Don't explain the answer. Brother,
Okay, so
I'm gonna
you want an answer.
I'm gonna ask you again. When you go to the internet, the definition of God you
Yeah.
find on there,
Yeah.
what do you call that definition? When you go to the dictionary, what do you call the definition in the dictionary?
What do you mean? I just told you.
Brother,
Definition is
what
subjective. There is multiple ways you can define God. Okay, let me get you to my point. Because you don't want to listen to me.
Jordan,
You want me to listen to you, but you don't want to listen to me.
Jordan,
Go ahead.
I will only listen to you when you demonstrate that you have properly understood what I am communicating to you.
Go ahead.
I'm going to read to you the standard definition. Do you know what a standard definition is?
Is it your definition? Is that a standard?
Do you know what a standard definition is?
I just told you. Is it your definition? Answer me.
Brother, I asked you a question.
Wait.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
No,
Rather than answer my
I don't know.
question, in the
I don't know.
almightiness,
I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead.
You don't know what a standard definition is, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what
Okay,
it is.
so I am going to teach you what a standard definition is.
Wow. Go
The
ahead.
standard definition for a word is the actual meaning of that word in the absence of any specific context. Once the standard definition of a word has been understood, You can now take it in your own subjective context and then apply it as you please. But you can only use that word as long as your own definition remains consistent some way and somehow with the standard definition. If not, bro, let me finish talking. If not, you have just
No, I'm not
invented a
talking to you.
new word.
Okay.
All right? And the whole purpose of
Okay.
language was to eliminate the problems of everybody having their own definition for a word. We will never be able to communicate. So we have to use words that have the
Okay.
same meaning so that we can now use the same meaning and apply them to the ideas we're trying to communicate. If everybody had a different meaning for the word God, you need to just go down from here right now because you and I are not talking about the same thing and we will never be able to communicate. There has to be a definition of the
Okay.
word that transcends what you think it is, what I think it is, and is actually as defined. So I'm going to read it to you. Any other
Okay. Yeah, go
definition
ahead.
of God that is not consistent with this definition of God is a new
Yes.
idea. You should find a new word
Okay.
for it. All right? So
Okay.
listen.
Go ahead. Okay.
God,
Yes.
the supreme or ultimate reality, such as the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, who is worshipped as in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, as creator and ruler of the universe. Throughout the patristic and medieval period, Christian theologians thought that God created the universe. You see, it now went subjective. It defines what it means, including Islam, Christianity, and Hindu. Then it now goes to tell you what Christian theologians say. Then it can tell you what Hindu theologians say. But there's already a standard, though. And that standard applies
Wait.
to Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism. It is within that standard that when I say to you that God is the same in Islam as Hinduism, that's what I mean, within the standard definition. Now,
Yeah.
within these individual practices, they have their own subjective views that influences that definition of the word.
Okay.
So
Can you
now,
repeat the?
hold
Can I
up.
speak, please? Oh my God! You've been speaking for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know.
Brother,
Can I say a word?
I can speak for as long as I want to. You need to demonstrate patience.
But it's not a debate then. You just give me a
Brother,
speech.
I said you need to demonstrate patience.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you say to me that your definition of God is not a standard definition, tell me what you define God as.
No, I just told you, right? God is defined differently depending on which religion we're talking about, right? For example, you said the objective definition of God is a perfect ruler of the world, right? It's not every religion that defines God as such. For example, us Africans, right? We don't define. Oh, let me speak. Let me speak. I'll let you
Jordan.
speak.
No, sir. I'm not letting you
Patience,
speak when you're going
patience,
off topic.
Patience.
You're going
Patience,
off topic.
Patience.
It is my
Hey, you have to
program.
learn patience.
No, you
You
need to
have to
shut
learn
up.
patience.
You need to shut up.
Okay. You have to learn manners too.
No, sir. I don't owe you any manners because you
Okay.
haven't had any manners in this whole conversation, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but yes. So I was
This
saying,
is my
right? Us
question for you.
Africans,
I'm going to repeat my question again, and you've gone
us
on a tangent,
African,
bro. I'll
right?
just go to the next guest. This is my question for you. I'm going to repeat. You
Okay.
said your definition of God is not the standard definition I just read to you. So tell me what your definition of God is. I don't care who else's definition. Just tell me yours.
No.
What do you define God as? You. What do you define God as?
Oh, thank you. That's what you should have asked me. Right. My definition of God is the original intelligence, right? The orders that govern the universes. I don't think we can objectively, at least as us humans, right, define God completely, right? The same way a monkey cannot go above his intelligence to define
Jordan.
things. Let me speak. I have patience.
Jordan.
Oh my God.
Jordan.
Oh my God.
Jordan.
I
You have
haven't
defined.
I haven't spoke for 5 minutes.
Jordan. You have
I haven't
answered
spoke
my
for 5 minutes at all.
Jordan. You have answered my question
Right.
when you define God. So I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. Okay? Learn how to answer someone's question without going on a tangent with extra points I did not ask you. It defeats the point of me
Take your
asking you
own
the question.
advice. Take your own advice. Take your
Okay,
own advice.
bro? Jordan.
Take your own advice.
Jordan.
Take your own advice.
That definition of God, is that your definition of God? You?
Yes, it's my definition. You
Okay,
asked me for my definition.
Then listen. Thank you for your time.
I'm listening.
I have no argument against the definition of God that you made up in your head. That's why I said it is purely imaginary. That's why you made up your.
You asked me for my
Jordan.
You just asked me for my definition, right?
Jordan.
You have no argument. You
Listen
have
carefully
no argument.
to my point.
You have no
This is my
argument at
point.
all.
Listen carefully to my point.
You have
Okay?
no arguments.
I said God is purely imaginary. If God was not purely imaginary, the definition would be the same for everybody. The fact that you can invent your own definition of God and run by it shows that you have the capacity to make up your own in your own head. Why am I going to argue with you?
Everything is
You
made
are
up, you
proving
idiot.
my
Everything is
point.
made up. Everything is made up. Everything comes.
You are proving my point. God is purely imaginary. You and I have no argument.
Listen,
That is why you imagine your own definition. Thank you for your time, okay, brother?
Listen.
Thank
Everything
you
comes from the
for
mind
your
first.
time.
Everything that's listen.
Thank
see the
you
mic that
for
you're using
your
right now?
time. If you don't want to end this peacefully, I'll drop you. I'm trying to end it
Oh,
peacefully.
listen. Okay,
Thank
let me
you
speak. You haven't
for
let me speak
your
at all.
time.
Everything, the clothes that you're wearing,
Bro,
the
you
magic
think
comes from someone's mind.
if you want me to let you speak, behave like someone who would like for me as the host of my own program to let them speak. Don't come over here acting like a little child or erratically, and then you think I owe you any respect as much as to let you speak beyond the point when I've said thank you for your time. If I let you speak beyond this point, it has to be.
You don't want to be wrong. You don't want to be wrong. Learn to be wrong.
Whether I'm wrong or not has nothing to do with what I want. It has everything to do with the facts of reality as observed.
Have humility. Have humility. You don't want to be wrong.
Being right or wrong has nothing to do with what you want. It has everything to do with observable facts that can be examined and confirmed by anyone else. Okay? If I say this is a bottle, whether I want it to be a bottle or not, if you are not able to observe it and see it to be consistent as defined, then if it's not a bottle, it's not a bottle. My feelings and your feelings have nothing to do with facts. It's like if a man decides that he feels like he is a woman, that's how you feel. But if I look at you and I see a man, you can't force me to think in my head that you're a woman. No. I might even call you a woman to satisfy your feelings, but in my head, I still think you're a man. What you want and what you like is not the equivalent of truth. That is why for you to be a good critical thinker, and this is for Africans, you religious Africans, for you to be a good critical thinker, you have to be able to observe the world without the influence of how you feel about the world. Without the influence of what you want the world to be. Learn to see the world as it is rather than how you want it to be. Learn to see the world as it is rather than how you feel like it should be. Learn to see the world as it actually is regardless of how you feel or want about it. Learn to see the world as it is regardless of what you need from it. It would raise your IQ. Let me tell you why some people have high IQ and some people have low IQ. IQ is just your ability to analyze information and understand that information within a specific context or discipline and process that information, okay? You will know you have a low IQ when every situation in your life is mostly based on how you feel about what's happening rather than the actuality of what is happening regardless of how you feel. It makes you easy to scam. It makes you easy to scam. Many of you think that God exists because you see things around you that you don't think humans could have done, so you by default just assume that it has to be God. That makes you stupid. That is called stupidity. And if you stay stupid for a long time, you become insane. Such a person cannot solve problems. In fact, such a person creates problems. Yes, stupid and gullible. If you see a horse and you know what a horse is supposed to be like and you decide to call it a cow, that is stupidity. Or should I say like my grandmother says it, stupid. If a natural disaster hits where you are and you say it's a spiritual attack, that is stupid. That is stupidity. If you sleep and you had a dream that you were having sex, and you get up in the morning and you have ejaculated and you tell yourself that was a spiritual attack, no, you are stupid. That is stupidity. If you're a woman and you have a dream that you were sleeping with a man that you've never met before, and then you get up in the morning and you think you have a night husband, that is called stupidity. Spiritual husbands, that's what in African Christianity folklore, that's what they call it. There's literally women out there who think they have spiritual husbands. They will tell you that they have 5 children in the dream world. That is stupidity. Capital stupidity. And we Africans, we don't make use of our IQ. We spend too much time in stupidity. We can be very stupid. Like intentionally stupid. Like we are intentionally gullible. We just act stupid. We don't like to analyze things accurately. We always analyze things based on how we feel rather than the reality of it. That's why we are technologically inferior to the rest of our human brothers and sisters. That's why our scientific productivity, listen, believe it or not, okay, we don't need all the advanced technologies that the United States and China has to become a technologically inclined people. If you live in a neighborhood, or you live in a quarter, or you live somewhere in Africa right now, and there is a gutter that is full of dirty water in your neighborhood, and every day you walk past that gutter with your father, with your mother, with your brothers, with your friends, and you guys don't come together to put your brain on how to clean that gutter, to drain that gutter so the dirty water can flow away, it's because you are stupid. If you care about your environment and you have critical thinking, who are you waiting for to come and solve that problem? When you see a problem, your first instinct should be, how do I solve it? But then you cannot even ask yourself, how can I solve a problem that you don't even understand? So you say, okay, I need to understand this problem. I need to collect more data on this problem. Not by praying, not by going to church and fasting, no, but analyzing all the elements associated with that problem. Jesus is not going to send somebody to come and pay your rents. You better go into the street and beg for money. You have better chances going to the street and holding up a sign saying that, somebody help me, I need to pay rents. You have a better chance than staying in your house and praying and hoping that Jesus will send someone to come and pay your rent. You have a better chance if you go and get a job. Shit, you have a better chance if you go and beg your landlord. Daughter of Zion. Who made you daughter of Zion? How can you be the daughter of a fictional place? Let me see. It's not. Oh, I see. Daughter of Zion. You're the one who sent your request. Hey.
Hi, Bra. How you doing? I'm greeting you.
Don't you see?
You see your behavior? You see your character? You think you can greet me back because you think I'm inferior to you? You blaspheming God. You don't even listen. You cannot blaspheme something you don't know, right? You don't talk for everybody. Allow us to help you. Fools says there's no God. It's written in the book. So are you a fool now? Because the Bible say fools say there's no God.
What's
You
the chapter
say
and verse?
God is a spirit. All right?
How do you know that?
Can you see a spirit?
How do you know that God is a spirit?
It's written in the book.
Who wrote the book?
My forefathers.
Your forefather wrote the book?
Yes.
What was the name of your forefather that wrote the book?
Nguni.
I told you guys, stupidity is real. Stupidity is real.
Listen first before you speak. It is
No, my
real.
sister.
Hey, low IQ, this and this and this. You are projecting. You are projecting. You
So I
have
am
to
projecting
stop
because you are claiming that your
No,
ancestor.
no. You, I think you are a pagan. You go to Babalo, you worship man-made gods, you do rituals and all that. This is how you look like. There's still a god.
Sister, you don't worship a man-made God?
No.
Who told you that the God that you worship, that you need to worship that God? Who told you to worship that God?
The creator of heaven
Who
and
told you
earth
to worship that God?
Nanini. I have relationship with him.
Sister,
And then
who
be
told
quiet,
you?
let me
Who
explain.
told you to worship that God? Just answer the question.
I'm worshiping him because he came to me. He
When?
came to me. I
When?
have encountered him
When?
yesterday.
So God came to you yesterday?
No, 2014. Not God, an angel.
An agent?
An angel, you know, God has angels.
Oh, so
He
hold
said-
up, hold up. Sister, hold up. Sister, please hold up. So an angel came to you,
You ask me something, I answer you.
and I'm saying to hold up. So an angel
Okay.
came to you in 2014.
Yes.
What time of the day was it?
Sunday,
I said, what time of the day was it?
10 o'clock in the morning.
What day of the week was it?
No, because I was about to go to church.
Tell me what happened on that day at 10 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. On that day, yeah. You know, every time before I leave my house, I do bow and pray. All right. I was praying, you know, when I prayed, and then I heard a voice said to me, repent. All right. The thing is, I couldn't even raise my head because
Did you hear the voice? Did you hear the voice?
Wait, you said I should tell you my story. Let me
I'm
tell
asking
you
you
my story.
a question about what you just said. Did you hear the voice in your head, or did you hear it through your ears?
I had you see, this is you're trying to gaslight me on to insult me.
Sister, you said you heard a voice. Was it in your head, or was it through your ears?
Let me explain my testimony.
Sister, wait now. Wait. Sister, wait. My question is an innocent question. You say you heard a voice. Normally, when human beings hear voices, we hear voices in our ears. Anything in our head, usually we associate that with madness. It's not normal. Sister, wait. Sister, please wait. Sister, let me. I'm not trying to be insulting, okay? Based on what we know about a human being, we know that if any
allow
voice,
me to say my testimony.
Sister, I will allow you if you allow me to speak on my own show. It's not by force. Come on.
Yeah, but you don't have to gaslight people because it's your show.
Did Jesus ever accuse anyone of gaslighting him? Are you not supposed to be like Christ? Begin to behave like Christ. Have some self-control. One of the 9 fruits of the Spirit.
No. You don't put me in that basket of brainwashing.
Yes,
no.
I put you in that basket. You have been in that basket since you were born.
Not with me, Oga. No,
Sister,
it doesn't work with me.
Sister.
It doesn't work with me. Why you don't want me to tell my testimony?
Sister, because your testimony that you're telling me is for the purpose of understanding, and I need to be able to ask you follow-up questions to properly understand. I'm not trying to entertain you.
So my testimony, how come?
Because if I don't understand the first part of it, how will I understand the rest of it? So answer my question and we will go along. Why are you so impatient?
I said I heard a voice. You hear with your ears, and then you said I heard my voice in my head.
I need to confirm. I need to confirm because I'm not sure.
You putting it in my mouth. You're trying to make me look stupid, but you are the stupid one.
Daughter of Zion, when you were in your house praying, was there anybody else with you?
No.
Okay. What normal human being do you know is in their house by themselves and then they begin to hear voices? Normal. I mean normal human being. When is that normal?
This is not hearing voices.
No, sister. You say you have
once. This is only one period that this has happened.
I
All right.
understand you
That's
very
the
well,
reason why you
sister.
don't want me to
I
say my
understand you
testimony. You
very
are afraid
well.
of what I'm going to say.
No, I am not. I am trying to establish what you're saying. As you're saying it, you need to be
No,
patient
don't put
and
words
ask my
in my
question.
mouth. Don't
Okay?
put words in my mouth. Allow me to say my testimony, my brother. People are here. They want to know.
Daughter of Zion, I am going to ask you questions. If you don't want to answer my question, you can drop. I am interested in hearing your testimony, but I'm not interested of hearing it if I cannot ask you questions about it.
When I said I heard voice, then you start saying with your ears or with your head. You trying to make me look stupid, but you are the one
No,
looking
I
stupid
am
right
asking
now.
you for confirmation. Are you stupid? If you say something, I can ask you to confirm what you're saying. Because I did not understand. I don't understand how you can be in your house by yourself and you hear a voice. So I'm trying to see how you heard the voice. Was it like in your head, or did you hear an actual voice in your ear?
You all know that we hear with our ear. Why are you asking?
Okay. Hold up. So what you're saying is that you were in your house by yourself and then you heard a voice in your ear, but did you see the person who was talking to you?
I have to hear with my eyes. Are you crazy?
No, sister, I'm asking you. You heard the voice. Did you see the person who was producing the voice?
This is the reason why you didn't want me to continue with saying my testimony.
Sister, this is part of your testimony because your testimony has to confirm whether you saw the person or not.
I didn't say anything about seeing anything. You put words in my mouth.
No, if you did not see, just say you did not see. Just say no. You don't have to argue with me.
You said I hear with my eyes that this is stupid. You're trying to make me look stupid.
Sister, I did not say you heard with your eyes, okay, sister? No, daughter of Zion. You know, look, I don't really want to do this back and forth with you. If you're not willing for me to ask you follow-up questions so that we can establish the veracity of what you're claiming, you can get out of here.
You said I hear with my head. You
Sister,
all know that.
stop focusing on animosity and actually answer my question honestly. You will see that there is no problem.
Ask intelligent question. Let me answer. You don't ask stupid
question.
Okay.
Sure. Let me ask you an intelligent question. You heard a voice with your ear. Did you see the person who was producing the voice?
No.
Okay, good. So how did you know that was an actual person talking to you?
That was an angel, because the thing was,
how do you know that it was an angel? How do you know that it was an angel? You did not see the angel.
In the book is a testimony. It's written in the Bible. What the angel told me.
Sister,
the Bible.
Sister, does the Bible not say that Satan knows how to quote the Bible also?
What?
Does your Bible not say that the devil also knows the word of God?
You know what? Look, when you hear something...
Daughter of Zion, answer my question, yes or no?
No. Look at this. The Bible said that...
Daughter of Zion, answer my question, yes or no?
Or not in the Bible, and it was so.
You need to learn how to shut up and just answer my damn questions. If not, I'm going to the next guest, Daughter of Zion. I'm not playing this game with you. I'm trying to give our people a productive conversation. If you're just going to deflect from every question, what's the point of talking to you? That's why I said that I detect stupidity. No one is going to crucify you for what you believe, but we just need to confirm certain things. You only heard the voice. How do you know that it was not your neighbor messing with you? How do you know maybe it was not one of your brothers or your cousins or somebody who was messing with you? What made you conclude that it was an angel? And you can't tell me that it's because it was written in the Bible. Because the Bible says demons can talk to you too. So how do you know it wasn't a demon that was just quoting Bible to you, telling you what you want to hear?
You hear? You're asking me if my brother was...
How did you know? How did you know? Daughter of Zion, how did you know that it was an angel talking to you?
Because it's proven in the book. test the spirit, every spirit. Then you know the spirit that is from God or not from God. When the spirit come to you and say something, you prove that if it's written in the Bible, if it's not written in the Bible, it's not of God.
When the devil came to tempt Jesus on the mountain, everything the devil told Jesus was written in the book. And yet it was not.
The
Sister,
devil didn't come to me.
daughter of
The
Zion.
devil didn't come to me, my brother. You don't get it. The devil didn't come to me.
Daughter of Zion.
Jesus said to the devil. Jesus said to the devil. He rebuked the devil. He said, you know,
Daughter
Lucifer,
of Zion. Daughter of Zion.
worship the Father that is in heaven.
Daughter of Zion. What I want you to do right now
The devil
is,
didn't come to me.
daughter of Zion. You are an intelligent woman, right?
Please come. Don't get in my brain now. Don't mess up with my brain. You can't stand
Daughter
that.
of Zion, are you an intelligent woman? Are you an intelligent woman?
What's that?
Are you an intelligent
You
woman?
about Bible, you asking me about my IQ is low, your IQ is low. You are the one which IQ is low.
This is the problem with us Africans. This is how bad our religion has messed us up. I promise you that sister has not read the whole Bible. Everything she knows about the Bible is what she heard in church on Sunday. How can you hear a voice and you tell me that the way you test the voice is if what the voice says is written in the Bible? But then I gave you an example of somewhere in the Bible where the devil came to tempt Jesus and the devil was quoting scripture. So simply quoting scripture cannot confirm to you that it's an angel of God. Why can your brain not process that information? Brothers and sisters, if you are in your house by yourself and then you hear a voice, something is wrong. I repeat, if you are in your house by yourself and you hear an audible voice through your ears, something is wrong with you. There is no other explanation in this world. Something is wrong with you. And if it's not like a technology, like a speaker or a hidden device, you are having a psychological breakdown. A normal human being does not hear voices of people who are not there without being able to trace the source. That is borderline madness. It's not an insult to you. It's the reality of the world. Many of you like to say you had encounters with God, and then you give us these ridiculous stories. What's up, man?
What's up? I had a question. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Where do you think seeds come from?
I don't know.
No,
I don't
you
know.
don't have any. You don't have a theory or anything.
And there's many theories, but that's not equivalent to knowledge.
Well, seeds are the creation of life. Everything starts from a seed. So
I don't know that.
we know that. We all
No,
start from
because
seeds,
every
plants, everything.
I don't know that because every seed comes from a tree or from something else, which is not a seed.
That's just the argument of what came first, the chicken or the egg.
That's the problem here. So you cannot say that the egg comes from the chicken and make it a definitive statement when we know that chickens comes from eggs as well. So in that statement,
But that's not my argument. The argument is everything is still coded in the seed. The seed has all the codes, the DNA, everything that needs to produce what it has to produce. It's already within the seed.
And what the seed
put
gets the
all of that
information.
knowledge?
Hold up.
What put all of that info and DNA inside of that small seed?
The tree.
Yeah, but from the beginning, how? Like what? Where does that come from?
Yeah, tell me which came first, the chicken or the egg?
There's an architect.
Yeah, who came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know. That's
So
man.
you
That's
so
a
so you cannot tell me which came first, if it's the tree or the seed. Don't tell me shit about the seed or the tree if you cannot tell me which came first.
all I know is that they're both designed.
Which came first though?
It don't matter what's first. They're both a design.
It
You
both
understand?
no, it's not a design.
It is.
It appears
It's
to be a
design.
design.
It's a system.
No, sir, it's not a design.
So it's not a system. We don't go in circles of seed to tree to seed to
It
tree
is
to
it
seed to
is
tree.
it is systematic, but it is not necessarily equivocal to a design. Design
That's
is
a
actually
design.
no, sir. The word design is exclusive to human ingenuity when human beings produce something using a blueprint, and then the blueprint can now be utilized by other human beings to replicate. But outside of humanity, there's no such thing as design. And when we refer to things out of humanity as design, that's because we don't have a better word and we don't have proper understanding of that thing. Only
So you
humans
don't
design.
see nature as art? Is nature not art to you?
No, nature is not art, even when it resembles art.
Oh,
It's not
okay, you
art.
lost, bro. You lost.
Let me ask you a question. What is the definition of
What
art?
does What does art normally replicate?
Let me
What
ask
does
you.
paintings and art normally replicate?
I'm gonna tell you.
Nature.
I'm gonna tell you. What is the definition of art? Do you know what art means?
No, you can tell me. Go ahead.
Art is the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination. Let me repeat myself. Art is the expression and application of human creative skill and imagination, typically in a visual form such as painting or sculpture, producing works to be appreciated primarily for their beauty or emotional power. But guess what, bro? It is the application
Exactly.
it is the application of human creative skill. That means that if it's
Okay,
not
now what do they usually replicate?
unique,
Nature, right?
unique,
What's the most replicated paintings?
unique. Listen carefully to what I'm saying to
I hear
you
you.
carefully. Listen. No, you're not hearing me. Because
I hear you.
if you're hearing me, you understand my conclusion. This is my conclusion.
I under you. You saying it's got to be coming from a human, right?
No, this is what I'm saying. Listen. Because art is expressively human creativity. Without human creativity, it might look like art, but it is not art, because what makes it art is the human creativity. The human
Okay, but
creativity is what necessarily makes it art. Without that human being, it is just as random as anything else. So if you look at something that human beings did not make and you refer to it as art, that is a figure of speech. It's a manner of speaking, metaphors, similes, hyperbole, personifications. That's where poetry comes in. For example, I can say to you, the wind was blowing and its anger beat against the trees and the trees bowed. I can say that to you. Now, I will hope that you're smart enough to know that the wind wasn't really angry. The trees did not really bow. But I am using figurative language poetically to describe something in a human-like way so that it can appeal to your emotions. But it doesn't make it in fact that the wind was angry. It doesn't
I
mean that
understand
the
what you're
wind
saying.
was raging. So the clouds might
You
look
just
beautiful.
speaking from a human standpoint. You just speaking in human standpoint. That's all you're doing.
We can only speak
You
from
gotta
human
understand.
we can only
You gotta
speak
understand.
we
Oh,
can
go ahead. Go
only
ahead.
speak from human standpoint point, because you and I are human. Are you not a fucking human, my brother?
I know, but you gotta understand, man. We don't know everything. We don't have the understanding of
We don't
everything,
need
and that.
we don't need to know everything. We only need to know that we're human.
But do you know that you don't know everything?
Of
You're aware of
course.
that, right?
Of course.
Okay, so that's what makes you wiser,
No,
knowing that you don't know everything.
no. That's not what makes me wiser.
Okay, so you gotta
Hold on.
understand. You just said you just related it to art.
Brother.
Go ahead.
I don't need to know everything in order to master what I already know. That's what makes you wiser. And then knowing the difference between what I know and knowing the difference between what I think as what I know and what I think as what I don't know, knowing the difference between both is actually what makes me the wisest. When you get to the point where you cannot separate actual knowledge that can be backed by facts and provable with your own imagination, you're just a dumbass. Because the human brain, unfortunately, has the ability to conjure up things that don't exist and create the same emotional reaction in a human being as thinking of something which actually exists. So the real skill here is not knowing everything or not knowing nothing, but knowing the difference between what you know and what you don't know. Seeking to master what you already know, and then using that mastery to wrestle against what you don't know. It literally is problem solving. That's what problem solving is. You analyze the
Okay, but do
problem.
you remember the first question I asked you? Where
No,
do
sir.
seeds come from? Now, would you say that a seed is an expression of art?
No.
How is it not when it's actually a piece of creation?
Because
You
it is not a
understand?
piece of human
That's art.
creation.
Whenever you create anything, it's art.
No, sir. Whenever a human being creates something, it's art. But if it's not a human being, it's not art.
See, you only speaking from your perspective.
No,
That's
I'm
being
speaking.
biased.
I am using
Because
the.
what if there's
No,
a
brother.
what
I
if
am
there
using.
is an
Brother.
entity that's not
Unique.
human, but they still are? You
Unique.
understand?
Unique. I am
They
using
still
the.
can create art if they aren't human.
Unique. I'm using the fucking definition of the word. It's not my fault that you don't know how to speak English.
Bro, you only thinking of a human from a human's perspective.
Because we are
Do
speaking in
you think
human
there's a
language.
possibility of other life forms?
Of course, it's a possibility.
Okay, so now if they exist, if they create something, is that not art?
But I need proof that they created something.
No. You just said that only art can come from humans. But
Yes.
if there is other life forms and they create things, that's also art.
No.
See, you being biased. You only thinking from your standpoint.
Brother, let me ask you a question.
You gotta open your mind, man.
Hold up.
To other possibilities.
Hold up. Let me ask you a question, okay? I'm gonna ask you a really, really good question here. The stuff that comes out from the buttocks of a human being, we call it shit, right?
Yeah.
The thing that comes out of the buttocks of a human being, we call it excreta, or we call it shit. We call it defecation, or we call it waste. Now, will you say that shit is food? Will you say
It
that
can be food to
no,
someone.
No.
Yeah.
Will you say that human shit is food?
For who? Food for who?
Will you just in general? Will you say human shit is food?
Not for us, no. Not for me.
Why is it not food for you?
Because there's no nutrients in it for us. That's the waste.
How do you know
the
that?
excess of
how
our
do you know
nutrients.
that there's no nutrients? Have you ever eaten shit before?
It's the excess.
Have you ever eaten shit before? How will you
Come
know
on,
there's no
man. What's
nutrients?
your point? Get to the point.
No. I'm getting to my point. Because you cannot tell me that it has no nutrients if you've never tried it before. Have you ever gone
So
on a
you
shit
saying
diet?
shit is food?
I'm just saying. Of course, shit is food. Based on your logic. You want to know why? Because the pig will eat that motherfucker. Though there's no nutrients in the shit for the pig will eat that shit and he will lick his lips. Now,
Okay.
if you are claiming that just because something looks like art to us, it means that if someone else does it, it's art. That means that, guess what? If shit is food for the pig, then we should also consider it food. But it's not.
No.
No. Listen carefully. If shit is food for the pig, human beings don't consider it food. In the same way that if something is art for a human being, it doesn't necessarily have to be art for something which is not human. Even if it resembles art.
Okay, but that don't mean it's not art. It can be art.
Hold up.
See? Just how the pig sees the shit as food,
brother.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
Brother, it is
if you want to eat it, you can consume it.
It is only art for the human being in the same way that it is only food. Shit is only food for the pig. But for the human being.
So are there not humans that eat shit?
No.
Yes, there is.
Like who? Like who?
There are humans that eat shit.
Give me an example.
Whether you want to believe it or not, there is.
Like which ones?
What do you mean, which ones? There's people that ate shit. You don't think no one ever ate shit before?
Bro, give me any human group that consumes shit in the capacity of food.
I'm not, bro, you know what I'm talking about, man.
No, I do not. I want you to tell me.
I'm not saying as a regular,
bro, listen.
Practice.
Tell me, it has to be a regular practice for it to be considered food because the pig eats shit all the time. Literally, before we had toilets, we used to use pigs for that shit.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
Okay, human beings, when we see something beautiful, we consider it art, even if it's not art. For example, I can look at the rock formation and how the rain fell and kind of like shape the mud, and I can be like, wow, that's really artistic. But that's me saying that. It doesn't mean that that was art for the rain. I can see a snowflake and be like, oh, wow, that's really artistic. It doesn't mean that it was fucking art for the weather. So
See, you don't get it, man.
art is exclusive, subjective to human perspective and human ingenuity. It is something unique to us. It's unique to our constitution. It's unique to how we see the world because of how our eyes are uniquely designed, how our brains are uniquely formed.
Humans are not the only one that can make art.
Again,
An animal could make art,
let me repeat myself to you. Art is
right?
only no. Listen carefully. Something can only be art to humans. In the same way
See,
that
you lost, bro.
Listen again.
You
In the
gotta
same way
open
that
your mind, man.
in the same way that shit is only food, human shit can only be food to the pig and not to the human themselves. So guess what? Though the human is the one producing the shit, the human himself doesn't see the shit as food. So guess what? For the human, that is waste. But for the pig, that is food. So guess what? There could be another entity out there that produces something that resembles a painting, but for him, that is waste. And yet for you, you consider it art. In the same way,
Facts.
exactly. So what is it inherently? It's not
That's what art
no
is. Just an
hold
expression, like you said. It's just an expression.
expression of human creativity. So the expression depends
No,
on
see,
bro. If you're gonna argue
that's
with
where
it,
you got. That's where you
if
lose
you're
me at when you
if
say it's just only exclusively to humans.
that is a definition, bro. I did not make that shit up. You didn't invent English.
I
I didn't
know,
invent English,
but that's
bro. We did not invent
you
the
don't
English
agree that that's
language.
faulty.
No, that's not faulty. Are you crazy?
So you don't think that an animal can create art?
No,
What?
because the animal is not human. You need to have a fucking
It don't
human brain.
matter. Elephants paint,
Yes, it does matter.
and they know what they're painting.
Listen, in order for something to be art, you need to have a human brain and be able to experience existence as a human for anything to be
No,
art
you
to
don't.
you. Yes, you have to.
That's wrong, bro.
Yes, you do.
Bro, that's wrong. So
That's
you
only-
don't think that an elephant can paint and know exactly what it's doing?
No,
What? It's being go look it up. Have you ever seen it?
brother. You can train an elephant to do things that will appear as though it is doing it in the same capacity as humans, but it's not. Animals can be trained to do all types of things. It doesn't necessarily
So are
equivocate-
they trained to mourn? Are animals trained to mourn? No.
Animals
That's
mourn,
their self-expression.
Animals mourn naturally, behaviorally.
Exactly. That's an expression.
Yes, we have that in common with animals, but we don't have art in common with animals, and it is expressive in the way that we live our lives and how we structure our societies and communities. Okay, again,
You haven't delved deep into that subject. Maybe
No,
yet,
it's
'cause
not. You don't need
I've
to go
seen
deep,
multiple animals paint
brother.
pictures.
Brother, you are delusional.
Okay, man.
Do you know what the word delusional
That's-
means?
If that's what you believe, man.
No,
But
no,
look,
that's-
if you
that-
can't, you
that-
can't
that-
tell,
that-
you
that
can't,
is a fact
you can't
of
make me
reality.
think that a seed is not created by something. You can never make me think that.
I don't need
Something
to make
created
you
the
think that.
seed.
Listen, I don't need to make someone who's dumb smart if they choose to be dumb. It's your problem. Like I said to you, you and I did not invent these concepts. We only have one responsibility: understand them as they are. It's not about your feelings and your emotions. Okay? Learn to
Yeah.
see the world as it is rather than how you feel like it should be. Rather than
Okay,
how-
but the
rather than
definitions
how
that you're
you want
giving
it to
hasn't
be.
always been the same.
But
They're
the-
manipulated by man. Don't
the
you
def-
understand that?
The definition. of
Definitions
course,
aren't always in steel. It's
The
not
de-
always concrete. They change.
The definition. Okay. Do you know why words have definitions?
Of course.
Why?
To give meaning.
No.
Come on, man. That's the only purpose of definitions of a word is to give the
No.
meaning of the word.
No.
What you talking about?
It's not necessarily to give meaning.
What is it then?
To standardize meaning.
Come on now.
Listen again carefully. These are two different words. Like I said, it's not my fault that you don't know how to speak English. Okay, bro?
Give and standardize are similes.
No, sir. Not in this context. I can
Yeah, in
give,
this
I can
context,
give,
give and
I can give meaning, but that meaning not be the standard. I can standardize the meaning, and it will remain the same, and can be used differently within that standard. It's like the foundation. A house cannot have two foundations. A house can only have one foundation. Okay.
exactly. So
So the
you that's
reason,
what I'm saying. That's what I'm
brother,
saying to
brother,
you. So
brother,
definitions can't change.
brother, listen to me. We create definitions to standardize meaning so that two people can use the same tool to communicate different ideas. Do you understand that?
That's why I said give meaning.
Brother, listen carefully.
I understand what you're saying, but you're
No,
just trying to break it down into a
you do not understand what I'm saying if you think that
I do.
giving meaning and standardizing meaning is the same thing. It's not. It already has
All right, man.
meaning. It already has meaning, but you still need to standardize the meaning. That's why you define it. You define the boundaries. It's like, hey, this is
You
this.
have to define it to give it any meaning.
Listen, no.
There is no meaning
Hold
if
up.
there's no definition.
Hold up. I'm going to give you an example, okay, of what a definition does, okay? On a football field, there are certain lines that depict how many yards and the end zone and all whatnot. We can take off those lines. And everybody gets to decide where they want the end zone to begin. There's meaning there, but my quarterback might not necessarily think the end zone is where your quarterback thinks it is. So you know what will happen, bro? When you make a touchdown, I can contest and be like, oh no, but that's not the end zone. But if I draw a line, I will standardize what it means to be in the end zone and what it means to not be in the end zone. So now everybody else that wants to score will have to follow that standard, rather than us just having abstract meanings based on everybody's own mind. That is the purpose. Of language being structured, having grammar, having punctuation. That's why there's different laws of grammar to govern. That's why there's sentences, phrases, commas,
So
apostrophes.
answer me this. The
conjunctions.
standards have to be truth?
The standards is not
Have to be
necessarily.
truth.
No.
The standards have to be truth.
No,
Exactly. So what you just said,
brother,
just throw it out the window, man.
brother.
Because just because it's standardized doesn't mean it's true.
Brother, there is no way you're that stupid.
See what I'm saying?
I refuse to
You
believe.
just said to give it standards
brother,
makes it true. It
brother,
doesn't make it true. We just agreeing.
brother, listen very carefully. I really do not believe that you're that stupid. So let me try to understand what you are saying, okay? Do you think that a definition in the dictionary has anything to do with truth?
No,
Good. Is this bottle true?
it's agreeing.
Is this bottle true?
We have to agree. Just like you said, the standard. We creating the standard.
Brother.
That's why things that's the standard can also not be true.
Brother.
You get it?
Brother.
Just because it's the standard and it's the definition doesn't make it the truth.
The standardization, its purpose is not inherently to establish truth. Its purpose is to establish a consistency within the tool that we've manufactured so that we can now search for truth. So guess what? If I say to you, get a sharp object, and you go and get a fucking hammer, that's because you don't understand what a sharp object is. Because you don't know what the definition of a sharp object is. If I say, get me a hammer, and you get a fucking nail, because you say, well, hammer is not true. A hammer is not necessarily true. No! You are still, it's like a car. It's a tool. It's like a gun, right? They say guns don't kill people. People kill people. Because the gun is a tool. The gun in of itself is not a matter of truth. It's a matter of standardizing a specific object to perform a specific purpose or a specific job. Then different people can now use that tool in different ways. But you first have to know how to use the damn tool. If not, you're gonna hold the goddamn gun in reverse and put one hot one through your own head. Or you could be a police officer
so what's
and that's
your
how to
point?
use it. My point is definitions are neutral tools, not necessarily to establish truth, but to establish consistency within a man-made system to facilitate man-to-man or human-to-human communication. So guess what? You have ideas in
Yeah.
your head. You have ideas in your head. I have ideas in my head. I want to transfer my ideas to you. You want to transfer your ideas to me. But if you speak to me in a language that I don't understand the standard, I could never understand you. So you and I will have to go and look for a
Yeah.
language where we can have a common understanding of that language as a standard, then use that language as a standard to now and put it in our own way to communicate what we mean. But when you say horse, I need to know exactly what horse is in the same way that you know what horse is. If you say horse,
Exactly.
but what you really mean is donkey, guess what? I cannot communicate with you. That's why I said to you, the word art is exclusive.
This is why I'm
Bro, let me
to
finish.
humans, right?
Yes.
So this is what I'm telling you. So definitions you just said aren't truth. But you're trying to tell me the definition of art, you're sticking to that. But I'm telling you that definitions aren't truth because it's just standardized for us to agree upon, right?
If definitions are
That
not truth, if definitions, listen to me. Sure, definitions are not truth. What is truth then? Tell me what is truth.
that's what we're talking about, truth.
No,
We're
no,
trying
no,
to
no, no,
search
no,
for
no,
truth.
no,
No, hold on, hold
no,
on.
no,
We're
no,
searching for
no, no.
truth.
You cannot search some what
You
you don't know.
understand?
You cannot
But you
search,
can't use
brother,
definitions
brother,
because definitions are just something we agreed upon that
brother,
we standardized.
brother. You cannot, you cannot search
You
for
get what I'm
something.
saying?
You
See,
cannot.
you can't search for that. You can't use definitions when we're
You
searching
need,
for truth.
you cannot search for something if you don't know what you're looking for. You're lost. That's literally the definition of lost.
Huh?
You can't search for something if you don't know what you're looking for. So tell me what truth is before you tell me that that's what we're searching for. What is truth? Tell me what truth is without
Come
defining
on,
truth.
man.
Hold up, bro.
This is what you,
Hold up.
bro.
Hold up. I'm gonna
You're
checkmate
throwing
you.
questions
No, no,
in
no,
that's
no, no,
not
no, no, no,
needed.
no. Listen, I'm gonna
You're
checkmate you.
stretching out this
Hold up.
conversation.
I'm gonna checkmate you.
You're
Definition,
stretching this conversation, bro.
bro. Listen carefully. I'm educating you. Do you agree that definitions are not truth?
You
Do
said
you
what?
do you agree that definitions are not truth?
Yeah, that's not always truth. It can be, or it can't be. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it
Okay,
is.
what makes a definition truth? Sometimes.
If there's truth to it,
How do
it's
you know
just
that?
whatever,
How do
exactly
you
how it sounds. If
how do
there's
you
truth to it,
how do you know there's truth to it,
bro. I'm not gonna say like I just know everything. That's not the point. You're trying
bro?
to make it like I know
How
everything,
would you
saying like I know
know?
everything.
How will you
If
know
I
that?
know everything that's truth,
I
then
didn't
I would
ask
know
you, bro.
everything.
I did not ask you if you know everything. For the little bit that you do know, how do you know that it's truth?
It's really truth is biased to one's opinion. You get what I'm saying? Really,
Bro,
your truth can be different than my truth.
with
You know
all
what
due
I'm saying?
respect, with all due
There can be
respect,
more than one truth at the same time.
my brother,
There's not always only one truth.
my brother, with all due respect, that's why
That's
I
what I'm saying.
said,
It gets difficult, man.
brother, that's why I said that there's no way you were that dumb. But it seems to me like it's not necessary that you're dumb.
That's why you can't box in art to one definition. I'm
Brother,
just trying to give you. You're
it's not
saying
it's not
art can't just be
necessarily,
boxed into humans.
brother,
Art is too expressive of a word. It's too big of a word.
it's not necessarily that you're dumb, you're just uneducated. So I'm gonna ask you this question again, okay? If you can't tell me what this is, you just need to go learn. What is truth? Define truth.
Bro, I
Define
just told
truth.
you. You define truth. Go ahead. You can
No,
define
sir. No, sir. I'm asking you to define it. Don't ask me to define it. If you don't know, say you don't know.
It's hard to put into words. It's hard to express it. But we know what truth is.
Brother, you don't fucking know because you can't prove it. You're lying.
You can't. Nobody can prove shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's subjective, man.
Brother, if nobody can prove
It's not
shit,
objective. It's
brother,
subjective.
if nobody can prove shit, can you prove that nobody can prove shit? Or you just talking out of your ass?
All right. So what's your point? Get to the point.
My
What are you
point is,
saying?
you are
Where's your wow moment?
My point is that you are uneducated and you do not know what you're talking about, and it's not good to argue with your
So
feelings when you can use
all you're
rational
gonna do is
thinking.
go get the definition of truth and read it to
Brother,
me. So
you
how did that make you smart?
let me tell you why I don't need to go and get the definition. The problem is this whole time we've been talking, I know what the standard definition of truth is, and I was using it in
Okay, then that's all you did. You
keep
memorized the
quiet.
definition of
Keep
truth. That
quiet.
makes you smart.
Keep quiet. Yes, of course I'm smarter than you if I know the definition of what I'm
That
talking
makes you
about.
smart because you memorized the definition of truth.
Brother, I am smarter than you if I know the definition of what I am talking about, but you don't. That's why you can't tell me what truth is. I asked you the
No,
question.
you just stick to definitions. You
Brother,
don't know how to
brother,
go outside of a
brother,
definition.
brother,
You stick to what's taught to you. That's it.
what is truth?
I'm a thinker I think on my own, dude.
What is truth?
I think outside the box. I
What
don't
is-
go to a dictionary
What
when I want to
is
know what
truth?
something is.
What is truth?
We just got through to this. We just said that
No,
definitions aren't always truth.
It doesn't matter.
Didn't we get that out the way already?
I am just trying to ask you if you know the definition of the word truth. Do you know the
I
definition
just
of the word
told you
truth?
it's hard to express. I don't know. You could tell me if you want. If
I did
you
not
have it.
ask you to explain the definition of truth. I asked you to state the definition of truth because that is a necessary prerequisite in order for you to have used this word at any point in this conversation. If you were using the word without knowing what it means, you're a dumbass. Straight up. I need to stop talking
So
to you.
you don't think I know what truth means?
How can you know it and not be able to tell me?
Do you think I know what it means or not?
You do not.
Okay. Come on, man. Do you see how simple this conversation is getting?
Brother, you don't know what
You
truth
taking
is.
it to a place that don't need to go.
Okay, then prove me
Just
wrong by
talk
telling me what
about
it is.
art. Where do
No,
seeds
sir.
come from?
No, sir. You
That
didn't
was
even.
my question. Where do seeds come from?
What is a seed?
That's what I'm saying. Seed is
What
going to
is a
give you
seed?
seeds birth everything.
Is that true?
You know that.
Is that true?
Seeds birth everything that's organic, man.
Is that true?
You know that.
Is that
So where
true?
do they come from?
Is that true?
What is the origin of them?
Seeds birth everything. Is that true?
Everything organic, yeah. Damn near everything organics come from a seed. So
How
where do they come from?
How
Is
do you
what
know
I'm
that?
asking
How
you.
do you know that's true?
I'm just asking you, where do the seeds come from?
Bro, how do you know that seeds?
You don't know.
Bro, what I
That's
do
a
know,
stomper right there, right?
What I do know is that you're using words that you can't define, and you're trying to gaslight us to pretend as
That's
though
not the point.
No, the point is you don't know the meaning of what you're saying out of your mouth. You're speaking gibberish. Tell me what you mean.
Okay, so can you tell me where seeds come from?
I don't know what you think seeds are.
Oh, what do you think seeds are?
No, you're the one who brought it up. Tell us what you think it is.
See?
What is a fucking
I
seed?
just told you what they are.
What is a seed?
The birth of anything organic.
A seed is that definition true?
The seeds birth anything that's organic.
Is that definition true?
See, here you go with definitions, bro. Remember, we just said definitions are just agreed upon.
Bro, is that definition?
Remember, they're just agreed upon.
The definition you just gave me, is it true? Yes or no?
Yeah.
But you said definitions are not truth.
That's what I just said. Definitions are just what we agree upon. That's it. So let's not get hung up on that.
No.
It's just a way to communicate so we know what we're talking about.
No. That means what you just
That's
said
all.
to me.
Let's not get
about
hung
a
up on definitions.
That means that what you just told me a seed is a lie because it's not truth.
Let's not get hung up on it. We know what we're talking about.
No,
let's just stay
I
there.
don't know what
We
you're
know
talking
what we
about.
mean.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know what a seed is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what a seed is?
I know what a seed is, but I don't think you do.
Okay, leave it there. You know what a seed is? I know what a seed is.
No, you
now,
don't know
where
what a
do they
seed is.
come from?
You don't know what a seed is.
See? Nah, you trying to get too remedial.
You don't know what a seed is.
Let's not get so remedial, man.
Brother,
let's stick to what it is.
Brother, I am not talking to
Let's
you on a
stick to what it
subject.
is.
I am not talking to you about a subject that I am 100% certain you don't know what it means. That's like you trying to teach mathematics to a 2-month-old. You're not smart enough, bro. You are genuinely not smart enough, and you are a lazy thinker. You are a dishonest thinker
Lazy.
too.
That's what you're doing, bro. You don't want to go deeper into thinking.
Listen, you literally told me that definitions are not truth. Then I asked you to define a seed, and then you define the seed and claim that that definition is true. Can't you see how confusing that is, bro?
You're trying to confuse things. It's as
No.
simple as where do the seed come from? Is it architect? Did someone design the seed?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that question for you, and I'm gonna answer it
Yeah.
in a way that will blow your mind. So ask the question again.
Are seeds designed?
That's not the question. Ask the question again.
I'm asking you the question. Are seeds designed?
Sir, that was not the question you asked previously.
So you want
Are
me
you
to use
slow?
the someone? You
Ask
want me to
me.
put the
I
someone
said,
involved?
ask the question again. The question was where do seeds come from? Ask that question again.
Oh, okay. Where do seeds come from?
From here.
All right, man.
Checkmate.
You don't
What else
know?
what
You
else
don't
do you need?
know.
What else do you need? I said from here. Am I wrong?
You needed me to ask it in that specific way. Are seeds designed?
Am I wrong?
No, because they could have another origin. Seeds
Like-
can be from somewhere else and
Like-
brought here.
Like where? Like where? Tell me where.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. We
No,
don't
no,
know
no.
everything.
No,
See?
you're the one-
You
you're the
want to
one-
know everything.
You're the one who doesn't
You
know.
want to know everything. You want to say, oh, where? We don't know everything.
No,
That's what you got to accept.
You're the one who doesn't know.
You haven't
anything.
accepted that.
Listen, bro.
You
Listen.
haven't accepted that you don't know everything.
What haven't? Hold up.
You
What
can't
did-
accept it.
What did I claim?
You got to
that
be like, where? It has to be an answer to everything for you to make sense.
Bro, are you stupid?
Bro, you just said where when I said that seeds may not come from earth or this earth. You said then where?
Upon what
They're
grounds?
not, we don't have the answers.
Brother, upon what grounds could you say that seeds may not come from earth when all the evidence suggests that it comes from earth? Are you stupid? That's what
See what I'm
you.
saying? Because we don't know the origin.
No, we know the origins. It comes from
No, we
fucking earth, bro.
don't.
Yes, we do.
What the fuck? We don't. We don't know the origin, bro. You know that. We don't know where this shit comes from. It's designed. You know that.
Bro,
The
You don't-
sky, everything, this whole this whole shit is an organism.
Unique.
Yeah.
You're saying to me that you don't know that seeds originate from the earth?
You don't know that.
Or you know that it comes from somewhere else?
No, I don't know that.
So you are ignorant.
No, I'm being truthful with myself.
Okay, hold on.
There's a possibility just because we don't have the origin. No, you can't tell me where they come from or who created the seed or anything. Nothing about it. So how can you say they come from here? Seeds can be older than earth itself. You get what I'm saying?
Seeds come from flowering plants where pollen
Then he goes
fertilizes-
to a definition.
Bro, this is called biology, okay? It's not my fault that you didn't go to school. So just keep
Go
quiet
ahead,
and
read
listen.
it.
Yeah, keep quiet and listen.
Read it.
Keep quiet and
Go
listen.
ahead.
Keep quiet and listen. This is the problem with black people. This is our biggest problem. That's why people think that we have low IQs. We have zero critical thinking skills when it comes to solving problems. You rather believe in the fantasies in your own head than see the world as it is and deal with problems as you see it. You rather dwell in your own fantasy. This shit is so annoying, bro. It's so freaking annoying that my people gotta be like this, bro. If you see a problem in front of you, you choose to just be in your delusions rather than just see it as it is and go with the facts. Seeds come from flowering plants where pollen fertilizes an ovule and resulting seed develops inside the flower fruit or seed pod. The seeds are then dispersed by wind and animals or gravity to grow into new plants under the right condition. Specialized farmers also grow crops specifically for their seeds.
Okay, so what was the answer? Where do the seeds come from?
Come from flowery plants.
So where did the plant come from?
Okay, I'll give you that one too. That's called critical thinking. You see how you're thinking now? So we no longer have an
I've
argument.
been did this. You haven't.
Bro, keep quiet and listen. We now know where seeds come from, but that knowledge has now opened up another question. So we don't need to argue about where seeds come from anymore. We know. But that answer has now opened the door for a new question. That is literally called troubleshooting. Anybody that has any technical skills, you work with computers, you work with cars, that's how you troubleshoot. You don't sit down here and say,
Okay.
well, the seeds could come from a different planet. No, that makes you a dumbass. You have to follow a line
Have
of
you
thinking.
asked this question? Have you asked this question before?
Of course. Keep quiet. And I'll
Okay. Now, where
educate
do plants come from?
you. Okay. Plants originate from ancient freshwater algae, a process known as terrestrialization that occurred about 550 million years ago. These early plants or embryophytes evolved from a group of green algae called charophytes, which developed adaptations to survive on dry land. This transition to land allowed for the evolution of the terrestrial life and fundamentally changed the planet's atmosphere. The ancestor of all modern land plants were a group of freshwater green algae, specifically from the charophyte lineage. So plants come from green water
From algae.
Yeah.
Okay. So where does algae come from?
All right, brother. At this point in the conversation, I think I have demonstrated to you the line of reasoning and how you truly solve a problem. And then you use what you know to find out what you don't know. I know that you have the ability to go on Google. So all these other questions you want to keep asking, I'm sorry, I don't have the time to sit down here and Google everyone for you. But if you just go to Google and every question you have, just type it and you will find the answer. Then you can then ask the question that
No,
follows
this
the
is
next one.
that's
Okay?
your logic. I don't believe that, bro. That's my whole point.
Bro.
You're giving me these definitions that you believe. I don't.
Unique.
I can't. I don't think I
Unique.
could just go sit on the computer and go to Google and
Unique.
find every answer I need.
Unique.
You think that?
Unique. Nobody gives a fuck about what you believe because in this world, facts and truth is not based on personal beliefs. It's based
Exactly.
on
That's your perspective.
Unique. Let me finish talking. No one gives a fuck about what you believe because in this world, truth is based on what is testable, what is provable, what is repetitive, not what is speculative, okay? So yes, take your conspiracy theory about reality and whatever it does for you emotionally, I ain't got no beef with it. But I know that if you and I sat in a biology class, you're going to be the dumbass. If you and I sat in a math class, you're going to be a dumbass. And ultimately in our society...
That's what you think.
No, that's what I know.
No, you think.
No, based on what you have demonstrated to me right now, you're the type of motherfucker that learns 1 + 1 and you say, well, where did the 1 come from? You're that type of person. You are that type of
Do
person.
you know who you are? You're the person that just listens to what they say and don't ask any questions and learn it and regurgitate it and think it's truth.
Unique.
You don't ask questions. You don't think further.
Unique. I do ask questions. And let me educate you on how you should ask questions, okay?
You saying there's no God, no creator? Then you can't think further.
Unique. The question must follow the problem. Okay, that's the difference between a good detective and a bad detective. A bad detective could ask 100 questions but never solve the case. A good detective could ask 2 questions and solve the case. Unique. You are asking 100 questions and you can't solve the case. And the only thing you're going to end up is with, I don't know. My question
I told you
asked,
that's your problem.
Hold
you
up.
think you need the answer to everything. We're not going to have the answer as humans. We won't have the answer to everything, bro. You got to accept it. You think you need an answer for it to be real. You can't accept not having an answer.
What do I not
You
have
understand?
an answer?
You can't accept it. You think if there's no answer, it's not true.
What do I not have an answer for?
You think there is no ultimate creator because you don't have proof. That's your only reason, because you don't have proof.
What is the job of proof? What does proof do?
Exactly. See?
Tell me what proof
Am
does.
I right?
Tell me what proof does. What's the purpose of
But
proof?
am I right?
What is the purpose of proof?
Come on, man. Am I right?
You're wrong. What is the purpose of proof?
I'm wrong. So you don't need proof to know that something is real?
Answer my question. What is the purpose of proof?
To know that something is real.
So how the fuck do you know that something is real without proof?
Bro, I just told you, because there's some things you will never have proof to.
Bro, tell me how
That
you
don't
know
make
that.
it not real.
Brother, tell me
See?
how you know that
Do you not
something.
understand that?
Tell me how you know that something is real without proof. Tell me how you know it.
I just said we won't know. You
Bro,
can't accept not knowing.
Bro, if you don't know that something is real,
See?
that makes it not real. Because you know what the word real means? The word real means
See what I'm
realize.
exactly? See? You just proved my point. If
Unique.
you can't get proof, you think it's not real, which is not. That ain't the truth. Because just because you don't have proof, it don't mean it doesn't exist or it's not real. You just
If
don't have the proof, or you
if you
just
don't
not able to obtain it.
if you don't have proof, it means it could be a lie.
Possibly, exactly. But
How do you,
isn't it still
hold
possibly the
up,
truth?
hold up.
Is
Hold
it
up.
still possibly the truth?
No.
How? Then you notice. Then what is the speculation in?
Let me tell you where the speculation is. All speculations are lie without proof. What makes truth
What the? Oh my!
What makes truth is proof, because it makes it distinguishable from speculations and lies. So in order for something to be true, it has to be 100% true. Just like, for
That's not
example,
true.
that's not true. You don't even know what true means. What does truth mean?
That's not true. You
What
cannot
does true
have the
mean?
proof,
What
but
what
it still is what it is.
what does
Just because
true
you don't have the proof
what
doesn't
does
mean
true
it's
mean?
not real,
What
bro.
can you prove to me that you're a man?
See what I'm saying?
Can
You
you prove
talking on these small ass remedial ass points.
can you prove to me that you're a man? Stop deflecting.
You on some remedial shit.
Can you prove to me that you're a
We're not
man?
talking about man or female. That's simple.
Can you prove to me that you are a man?
Let's get more deeper.
Can you prove to me that you are a man?
Of course, man.
Prove it.
See what I'm saying?
Prove it.
What's your point?
My point is that religiously indoctrinated people like you don't learn, you don't teach, you live in the fantasies in your head, and you think that just because you can open your mouth and speak, you're adding no substance to anyone's being. You are a confused human being, my friend. You have no established foundation upon which you ground your knowledge of the world, because you are consistently in a world of ifs and I don't knows. Okay, we ground our reality step by step based on experience, looking for consistency. That's the root of logic. We identify patterns and we use those patterns to apply them to complex problems to solve them. Okay, that's how we develop technologies, that's how we develop medicine, and that's how we build roads, that's how we structure society. That's an undeniable reality. We don't do it based on guesswork, we don't do it based on uncertainty. We are looking for certainty by establishing logic. When we establish logic, there is consistency all across the board. Okay, the most important things in this world, we don't speculate about it. Okay, for example, if the doctor is going to do surgery on you and he says to you that, well, maybe I'm a doctor, will you trust them? No. He has to show evidence that he's a doctor, right? That's where the word credibility comes from. Credible. When they say something is credible, it means it is grounded in evidence, in proof, in facts. There is a huge database of supporting facts to back
So
that
is that
up.
always truth? When you have a huge database of facts or supporting evidence, is that always the truth?
Yes, always.
No, it's not.
Give me an example.
No, it's
Give me an
not.
example.
We're wrong about things there's new discoveries all the time. And they're wrong about things they thought they was facts all the time.
Okay,
Do you know that?
listen,
They change history all the time.
listen. That's why I said to you, bro,
So you're
listen,
wrong.
I don't want you to take this as an insult, okay, bro? I don't really want you to take this as an insult. But
So you're wrong. We thought things were different in the past,
brother,
right?
listen,
And then we came to find out that we were wrong.
brother, listen very carefully.
Can you admit that?
No. If I wanted to admit
So
that, I
we
would
were
admit
never
that.
wrong about anything we thought were facts?
No.
Wow, this dude is in denial.
Let me tell you something. You cannot be wrong about facts. If you were wrong, that means you never
Yes,
had
you can.
facts. Just keep
Exactly.
quiet.
You think
Keep
you
quiet.
think you
Keep
think it's a
quiet.
fact.
Keep quiet.
Just like you think what you're saying is
Keep
facts.
quiet. Is it a fact that when you shit, poop comes out of your ass?
See what I'm saying? He do
Is
this remedial shit.
answer the question. Is
Why
it
do you come to these
answer
points?
the question?
Why do you use these
Answer the
points?
question. Answer the question. Stop
It
deflecting.
doesn't relate to what we're talking
Yes,
about,
it
bro.
does. Yes, it does. Do you
No,
shit?
we're not talking about shit.
Do you shit through your mouth?
See what I'm saying? We're not talking about shit at all. Why are you using shit?
I am talking about it. It's a question. Answer the question. It's yes or no. Do you shit through your mouth?
No.
When you
Sometimes I do, yes. Sometimes I do.
Oh, that makes sense. That's why everything you've been saying right now is bullshit. Anyways, thank you for
Yeah,
your
sometimes
time, bro.
I
Thank you for
regurgitate
your
my
time.
food instead of it coming out my anus, it comes out my mouth.
Thank you for your
Yeah, I
time.
regurgitate food sometimes. Yes.
Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
So what's your
brother?
point?
My point is have
See
a
what
good
I'm
night.
saying?
My point is have a good night.
Yeah, you
That's
can't handle
checkmate.
me, bro.
That's checkmate, bro. Listen, can
So
you
you
handle
don't shit out your mouth? Do you not throw up? Do you not regurgitate?
That's not shit.
What is it? Is it food? Is it not excess food?
That's not shit.
It's just coming out your mouth. It's not coming out your ass. That's all.
No. For it to be shit,
So cut it out, man.
For it to be shit,
You talking to a real thinker, dude.
For it to be shit, it has to go through your rectum. Do you know what the rectum is?
Who said that?
That's a fact of biology. Because when it goes through your rectum, that means it's already made its way through your big intestines, your little intestines. It's gone through the entire filtration system of your body. It doesn't come out in the same capacity as when it's just sitting in your stomach and then you regurgitate it. What comes out through your stomach is called vomit. It's a form of waste, but it's not necessarily shit. But your dumbass don't know that because you think you shit through your mouth. So thank you for your time, okay?
Shit is shit.
Thank you for your time.
Do you know shit?
Thank you for your time.
Shit is nothing specific. Shit can mean anything. Shit is shit, bro. You lost. Don't you know we call shit can be anything? Shit is shit.
You shit through your mouth. That's
yeah, shit is not just poop. Shit is anything.
Unique. Thank you for your time.
You lost, bro.
Yeah, sure.
All right, man.
Sure. Whatever makes you feel good. All I know is that you shit through your mouth. That's why all the words coming out of your mouth stink like shit. Thank you for your time, okay, brother?
Okay. You ain't proved nothing.
Don't worry about it. Have a good night, okay, bro?
You don't know where seeds come from or nothing, man. Just cut it out.
Sleep well, okay, bro?
Just stay the way.
Sleep well, okay? I know some of you wonder why I go back and forth with these people. It's addressing my major point that religion makes people stupid, y'all. I really think that. A really intelligent person who chooses to look at things from the religious perspective literally lowers the IQ. It makes you to where you ignore reality, bro, in exchange for your fantasy. And then in extreme conditions, they can't even tell the difference between what is real and what is not. You see, a person whose brain has been contaminated by religion, every time they don't like the truth, they just change the meaning of it. So if a religious person doesn't like the fact that this is a bottle, they will just call it a trumpet. In fact, religious people do what LGBT people do more than LGBT people. You know when someone is like a man and they decide they tell you that, oh, I feel like I'm a woman. And then they expect you to call them a woman. And then some people have problems with it. That's exactly what religious people do. If something is the truth, they will say, well, I feel like that's a lie. And then they want you to validate their feelings. No, my friend. If you got 2 testicles and a pipe, you a man. You might feel like a woman, and I respect that. I will even call you a woman, but in my head, I know that you're a man. All right? So, whatever God you've made up in your head, I know you're making it up in your head. We know. We know what you're doing. We don't have a problem with it except when it makes you stupid. Especially us Africans. Religion has made us Africans so handicapped. We go to church and we pray against demons and witches and wizards using spiritual atomic bombs when we don't even know how to build physical bombs. Africans, we pray and we fight against demons using spiritual atomic bombs when we don't even know how to make physical atomic bombs. No. What you just observed with that last brother is cognitive dissonance. Okay? That's cognitive dissonance. When you're so wrong, but you feel like you don't have the strength to admit that you're wrong. Hello?
Go ahead, Kong. I just pushed it by mistake. My fault.
All right, brother man.
All right.
Bro said he shit through his mouth. Bro wants to be right so much that bro said he shit through his mouth. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, I really think what you saying is crazy, my boy. You all over the place. Even like when you was talking to Buddy, you feel me? You just all over the place. Then you got the nerve to say, "Well, I'm African, and this is what African demons and that." How the hell you gonna bring up demons, but you don't believe in God? You know, you all over the place, like for real. Then you got the nerve to say, "Do you
Tell
shit
me,
out
tell
your
me,
ass?"
tell me, tell me exactly
Like
what I said.
you just
That's
all
all over the
over the
place.
place because we could break history down. You feel me? Because it was the Moors who brought Christopher Columbus to America, not once but twice. It was the Moors who did that. Africans, and also the white man tricked Africans into believing in God. You feel me? And to this day, I'm pretty sure that your mom believe in God, your great grandma believe in God, your aunties believe in God, and everybody else believe in God, right? And you just all over the place saying this and that.
Tell me exactly what I said that makes me all over the place.
Everything because y'all having a cordial conversation, my boy.
Tell
And
me,
you like,
okay, bro,
I'm telling you, hold
just
on, hold
tell
on,
me
hold
what
on,
I
hold on, hold on.
said.
Don't ask me a question and then try to cut me off because at the end of the day, I'm a man and you're gonna respect me.
Okay,
So
okay.
I'm
No.
gonna
One
talk. I'm
second.
gonna
One
talk.
second. One
No, no,
second.
no, no, no.
One
1, 2,
second.
or 3 seconds, my boy.
It's my fucking show, bro. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you don't want it, you can go to sleep, bro. I don't have time for your religious indoctrinated syndrome. It's my program. It's not yours. It's disrespectful of you to think that you could tell me when to speak on my program when I'm the one who's supposed to be telling you when to speak. You talking about respect? Try showing it first if you want some. If you want respect, show the respect that you think you deserve. That's you religious people think you can gaslight us. You want people to treat you in a way you don't treat them. There is not a person in here who knows a religious person who doesn't do this same bullshit. You always want people to give you respect when you don't show respect. Have you considered the fact that I'm the host and you're the guest? And you're trying to dictate to me to how to run my show while asking me to respect you? What respect should I have for a man who comes to my house and tells me how to organize my house? Now, you probably should respect the fact that it's my program. Then, if I fail to show you an equivalent amount of respect, you can call me out. But I ain't show you no shit for respect if you don't respect me. I don't owe you respect if you don't respect me. We can go our separate ways. You don't got to be here. Yeah, I can cut off my guest. I'm the host. If you want to host a TikTok show, please feel free. And if I come over there, I will behave like a good guest. Don't come over here with your emotions all triggered up and try to be tough, bro. The internet isn't a place for people to be tough. Yeah, we're just having conversations. But unfortunately, there's such a thing as host and guest. It's my program, not yours. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. You can break something. That's your problem. I don't give a fuck. What you do in your house. All right. I'm going to unmute you now. And whatever respect you want me to show you, fucking show me the same respect. You're not entitled to my respect if you're not showing me any.
ain't gonna cap. Hey, you like no cap. You funny though. Who said I was a religious person? I'm just going off of how you were saying. But at the end of the day, you know what Rick James said? Fuck your couch. You feel me? Guess or no guess. You gonna respect me. You
And you
feel
gonna
me?
respect me
But
too.
you not respect. But when you ask a question, I'm gonna give you my input. But don't cut me off in the middle of my input.
I
You feel
have
me?
the right
And
as
you
the
can,
host to cut you off if I
I
feel like
guess
you are
that's
deflecting from my
female
question.
tendency.
No, brother,
That's
brother,
female tendencies right there, my
brother,
boy.
hold up.
You okay, I'm gonna
Hold
hold
up.
up.
Yeah, I can ask you a question. You are correct. And when you're answering me, I shouldn't interrupt you. You are also correct. However,
Right.
if I detect that you are deflecting from my question, I reserve the right to stop you and bring you back to the point, which is what you were doing.
Or you could
I
sit
asked
back
you,
and listen and wait.
no, I don't
You
have that
feel me?
time.
And then like,
I
okay,
don't have
I
that
mean,
time.
but
I
we're
don't have that
men at
time.
the end of the day. Because when we go back and forth like this, it's like we arguing. We not women.
All
We
right,
men.
brother.
Let's talk as men.
Check
So
this
when
out.
I'm done talking, you talk.
No, no,
I
no,
ain't
no.
disrespecting your podcast because at the end of the day, Rick James said, "Fuck your couch." I don't care. I'm a troll, so I don't care what you feel
Guess
or
what?
any of your fans feel. I'm
Guess
me
what?
at the end of the
Guess
day.
what? I respect that. And that's why I don't give a fuck how many times I interrupt you because I'm going to treat you exactly based on
And
how you treat me.
same. That I
So
feel the
guess
same way
what?
you feel.
So
So
guess what?
you know where I'm coming from.
Guess what? Thank you for your time, bro. Have a good night.
I can get like you know where I'm coming from, my boy. It ain't like no disrespect.
Brother, thank you for your
And you
time.
all like I just say, you say you coming in here and say, have you met God? Have you met God?
Brother,
Your
thank you.
mother is God because we come
Brother,
from the woman. No
brother,
man is God. The woman is God because you come from a woman, right? You
brother,
come from a woman.
brother,
Where do men come from? Every life come from a woman. So if you want to break
brother,
everything down, I'm just saying, brother, the woman, and I bet you, because you're African, and I guarantee you
brother,
probably got like 3 or 4 wives and you beat them
brother, thank
because
you
you
for your time.
African.
Thank you for your time. Have a good night, okay?
I'm just saying, you probably dog your women,
Thank you for your
smack them
time.
upside
Have
their
a good
head and
night,
tell them
okay?
what to do because you trying to tell a man what to do. So I can only imagine how you deal with a fucking woman, my boy.
Thank you for your time. Have a good night, okay? I said that 5 times and you did not respond. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to respectfully let you go off my program.
I don't care, my boy.
All right.
I
So
don't
I'm now
care.
going to not care and I'm going to drop you, okay?
And I'm gonna talk in a
Talk to yourself, bro. There is freedom to talk to yourself in America. That is right. In America, you can talk to yourself. In fact, right now, as you're listening to me, go and stand in front of your mirror and you can call yourself my boy 1,000,000 times. It's crazy. Doesn't your Bible says, do unto others as you want done unto you? You can't come up here and tell me, I don't care about how you feel. I don't care about your viewers, but you expect me to let you express yourself. Nah, sorry. No, there's no need to block him. I'm not going to block him because maybe he can come back another day well behaved. You know, we're not enemies because we disagree. He did not do anything that warrants that I block him, but I am going to drop him and talk to somebody else. It's simple as that. I'm not going to block the brother. Who knows? Maybe he had a bad day. There's different reasons why people are not situationally aware. It's my program. I'm the host. If I feel like you are deflecting from the point at hand, I will interrupt you to bring you back to the point. If I hear you say something and I need clarification, I will ask you for clarification in the form of a question. It's simple as that. If you can't navigate those waters, don't be a guest on fucking TikTok, y'all. Now, if your problem is just that you want to talk, stand in front of a mirror and talk. Roman, I am going to block you. Hello? Hello?
What's going on, bro?
What you got?
I don't even know what to start. What do you believe in? Like, what's your beliefs? So I can have like a better understanding of what's going on.
I believe that I don't have to have a belief.
Okay. So why did you think about this topic then?
I think that I need to ask you if you've met God, and I also think that God is purely imaginary.
Do you do drugs?
No, sir.
Okay.
Do you?
No.
Do you believe in God?
100%.
Yeah, you do drugs.
Okay.
Did you know that drugs can also be in the form of information, and you can get addicted to a drug that makes you not sober-minded and impedes your ability to see the world as it is?
Do
Anything that
you
fucks with your cognition, okay,
Yeah.
bro, will give you a
Yep.
drug-like type effect. Okay?
Yep.
If you're sitting over here and you got an imaginary friend in your head that you call God, bro, that's not normal. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Right. And what's normal to you is, hey, I don't believe in God, but I believe what I see. Right?
It is typical to affirm things that are proven beyond shadow of doubt. I know the difference between things that are purely speculative and more for entertainment, and not confuse them for things that are facts. For example, I can go and watch a scary movie that makes me scared and even makes me cry. I can even watch a movie about Superman that makes me excited, but I'm still smart enough to walk out of the movie theater knowing that those emotions were triggered by fiction. I'm never gonna walk away from that theater believing that, oh look, if I'm in trouble, a guy with a red underwear and a blue tights with a red cape will come and save me. No. You, on the other hand, you went into the movie theater of a fictional book, you read the fictional stories, and you came out of the movie theater believing that snakes can talk, believing that human beings can walk on water, believing that somebody can put a basket up in the air and suddenly bread will just be coming out of that motherfucker, believing that a human being can spend 3 days in the stomach of a fish, believing that horses can walk on clouds. And now you live your life based on
Right.
that fiction, and you expect
Right.
me to not think that something's not right? I'm just saying.
No, I don't expect an unbeliever to believe any of that. I expect you to say that. You know what I mean, my friend? I expect you to say those things.
You know what? That might be
It's
this.
common. There's a lot of people that feel the same as you. But also you gotta understand life is very strange and we don't understand a lot of things, and that's okay. Because we're not supposed to understand a lot of things. But I'll tell you this, my friend. We do come from somewhere.
From here,
And
from here, we come from here. Just
come
saying.
from come from
Yeah,
here.
yeah, you're
So
right.
everything
You're right when
everything
you
that
say
you see, the ocean, everything you see is just here. We're
I
just
mean,
here.
have you ever seen the
We're
ocean
we're
coming,
born and the sun rotate, everything is balanced, and there's no God.
bro? Bro, let me tell you something about life.
That's how
I'm
you that's how
I'm
okay.
I'm gonna tell you something about life, bro. And if your dad did not tell you this growing up, bro, a wise man knows that life is predictable, but it just takes time and honesty to figure it out. And those who don't have the time, nor the patience, nor the wisdom, usually wander into their fantasy, refusing to see the world as it is, rather choosing to see it as they feel like it should be. Such people have problems they cannot solve. Such people depend on imaginary beings rather than facts of reality. So yes, my advice to you is learn to see the world as it is rather than how you feel like it should be based on your feelings and your emotions. The truth is not always necessarily going to make you feel right. And we human beings, we have senses. We have 5 senses. Those are the tools that we use for our awareness. And what we see has to be consistent with how we think in order for us to appropriately solve problems. If I want to build a bridge, bro, I have to build that bridge with the goal in mind of what cars I want to roll on it, how many cars I want to be able to go on it, how safe it's gonna be. If I just build a bridge based on my fantasies, it could put people's lives in danger. Okay? If I want to fly a plane, I sure as hell want to make sure that I know how a plane functions, that I know what the possible conditions I can experience are, and then I can take that, turn it into a skill, and through practice and repetition, become good at it, and then I can safely fly people from point A to B. If I get into that fucking plane just by faith, I might just kill myself and other people. Unfortunately, in the real world, all real problems are like that. All real problems are like that. All real problems are technical. They have You have to logically identify patterns in order to solve any real problems. There are no
Okay.
problems that can
So
be
check this
solved.
out.
Go ahead.
I go on the plane, have faith that I'm gonna be okay, and get into a crash. Right. I can't predict death. Death is it's unknown. It's an unknown number and an unknown season. You could die. You could be unalive any day. My question is, do I have control of that? No.
Yes.
You could be on live right after this stream by a heart
No, no,
attack.
no, no, no. You can decide that you're not going to jump off a building. You can decide that you're not going to jump into the ocean if you know you cannot swim. That's where wisdom comes in, bro. Knowing the difference between what I know and what I don't know, knowing myself enough to know what I can do and what I cannot do, will give me the wisdom to decide where to go, how to go, with whom to go. If I don't know what I can do and I try to do something that I cannot do, I will fail. And I can fail catastrophically and it will cost me my life. If I know that this person is not certified as a pilot, that there is evidence that this person has never flown before, I'm not getting on a plane being piloted by that person. I'm surely going to die. So guess what? We only trust our airlines because we have elected our government. Our government has created a system in which individuals are trained, held accountable, certified, presented in a way that those who are flying on the planes can be confident that this person knows what they're doing. And it is so consistent that planes don't drop off the sky every day, even though we got more than 200,000 of them in the sky. But unfortunately, the human factor comes in. Humans make mistakes. Every once in a while, due to human error or even circumstantial error, a plane could crash. True. But the majority of the time, we have enough information to make wise decisions. It's not about faith. Even if it's about faith, that faith is really not useful at all because you have enough facts to allow you to make that decision. You only need faith when you don't have enough facts. That's why the Bible says faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. You're just hoping and you can't see
No, I
it.
don't hope. I don't hope.
How can you say you don't hope but you have faith?
You can't even by faith. Look what's around you. You're on point, but then you're not on point. Like
Hold up. Do you believe
hey,
everything in the
you
Bible?
say things, but it doesn't add up. Like you're not
Do you
making
do
any
you,
sense.
do, do you believe the whole Bible?
No, I don't believe the whole Bible.
You believe some parts in the Bible and you don't believe other parts in the Bible?
The majority of the Bible, I believe. There's some pages that's ripping off of the Bible
How do you distinguish between what you should believe and what you should not believe?
because it's missing pages. Some of the pages doesn't
How
make
do you
sense.
how do you know that something is missing a page? And give me an example of something in the Bible that's missing a page.
With Adam and Eve,
What about Adam and Eve?
they I just want to say it.
You're not gonna find a way to say it, bro. I'm sorry. The way the Bible is, you either believe everything in it. If not, you cannot claim to believe some parts of it and not believe some parts of it. That makes you confused. A person who believes the whole Bible is better than a person that believes some of it and doesn't believe other parts of it. Of course, he left. You are confused. Listen, if you believe part of the Bible and you don't believe the other part, you are worse than the person who believes all of it. You are so confused. The moment you believe part of the Bible and you don't believe part of it, you're going to end up not believing all of it. The reason why you're not going to believe part of the Bible applies to the rest of it. Okay? The Bible is like a cup of wine that you either drink all of it, you can't just take sips from it. If you take sips from it, you will fuck yourself up. This is advice to you, religious people. If you are going to believe in the Bible, believe the whole damn thing. If you choose to believe in Moses, but you don't believe in Adam and Eve, what reason do you have to believe in Moses? That's not enough for you to believe in Adam and Eve. You are just confused. You don't even know you're confused, which is terrible.
Yes, bro. Rising. Well, I was gonna say a quick one. Obviously, I'm gonna lie. This whole discussion thing is very interesting. But I just wanted to ask a quick question, innit? Well, what I was gonna say was, you're saying that basically no one should believe in God, basically, because no one ain't seen him physically. Is that what I mean? Personally, is that what you're saying?
No, I said that you should be able to believe in God while understanding that it is purely fictional and imaginary, enough for you to be able to distinguish between the real world and the world of fantasy and the world of storytelling, which is a big part of our society. Okay, in the same way that we make movies in Hollywood, that we make comic books, our ancient ancestors were in the exact same way. They had a need to entertain themselves. They came up with stories that were popular, all the way to the point of the highest authorities in government, all the way to the poorest person in the streets. They didn't have movies like we did, so they would tell those stories orally. When they started writing, though they did not have movies, they wrote the scripts. That's why it's called
Right.
scripture. It's called
Right.
scripture because in those days, they didn't have acting and they didn't have television. Not everybody could read and write. So to be able to entertain yourself, that was one of the huge benefits of being able to read. So you can read the amazing stories and poems that people write. And because it was such an advanced thing back then, they treated it like it was gold. And they passed that tradition down to us. Unfortunately for us, as time went by, we discover more and more things about the world. That makes it to where those stories are now just stories. That's why naturally we just relegate a lot of ancient stories as myths. For example, the religion, the tradition, and the culture of the Greeks, we call it Greek mythology. The religion, the tradition, and culture of the Romans, we call it Roman mythology. But some dumbasses in our world are not smart enough to figure out that everything in the Bible is just Jewish mythology in the exact same way that Greeks had mythology, in the exact same way that the Babylonians had mythology. If you are really desperate to believe in a god mythologically, why are you picking one mythology over the other when they're all myths? Why are you going to pretend like one specific myth is less of a myth than the other ones? Shit. The Greeks had gods. Zeus was the father. Hercules was his son. He had a wife. You know, he was the Almighty. Just like fucking Yahweh in the Bible. Zeus took on human form multiple times to come and save humanity, just like goddamn Jesus. So why should I consider one myth over another? No, I'm saying you can believe. You're free to believe. But you must know that it is purely imaginary. Let me say this real quick before I let you say something. See,
That's cool.
I want you to observe what I'm doing in a way that I'm about to express. Imagine that we live in a world where 90% of people that go to the movie theater to go and watch Spider-Man walk out of there believing that Spider-Man is real. So much that people expect someone to swim on the web and come and save them when they're in trouble. Right? Imagine a scenario where we live in a world where 90% of people that go to the movie theaters to go and watch Superman walk out of the movie theater believing that Superman
Can I
is
ask you a
real.
question? When you step outside, how do you know that the breeze is real? How do you know the wind is there? How do you know the breeze? How do you know the wind is outside? When you step outside and you feel the wind and you get the breeze, how do you know the breeze is there? How do you know?
Because I am physically interacting with it.
Because you're getting a feeling, correct?
I am
It's a
physically
feeling that you get.
I am
But you're getting
physically
yeah, you're physically interacting with it, but you're getting a feeling that the wind. So if I step outside right now and I feel the wind, it's that my physical body is feeling that the wind's there, right?
Yes.
Right. So when you've got people that is religious, right, there is a physical feeling that they're getting from the Most High that many of us wouldn't be able to explain. If we was able to explain, wait, let me finish. Hang on, brother. Let me finish because I respectfully heard you. So let me have my say because I could be wrong. We're here to disagree and agree. You might be right. I could be right. One of us are right. One of us are wrong. So let me have my theory, and you can obviously have your say after. So what I'm saying is, people get a feeling in life, just like what I just said. If I step out my house right now, how do I know that the breeze is there? Remember, we can all sit here with our mysteries, like this is real, this is not, but it's feelings that we get as physical beings moving around. It's just like me saying, if I was to put my hand over a stove, how would I know it's going to burn me? Because I'm going to get a physical feeling through my body to know that it's going to be, right? So it's just like God. Many people would say, okay, then they get a physical feeling from God. I won't be able to explain that to them. Neither would you, neither would they, because like I said, this is much more higher than us. This is much more serious than what we are speaking about. We can sit here all night and all year. What we need to try and wake up to and figure out is what it is that we're doing here. But what I see is going on here is a lot of ignorancy of not getting to a point. People are bringing up things but not getting to a point. Back to what I was getting at anyway before I land is people have feelings, and we're all human beings with feelings. And if you don't get a feeling, it's not true. That's what, because obviously what you was just saying, you have to get a feeling to know it's true. So if you step outside and you feel the wind, you know that the wind is there. It's outside. It's cold. You got to go and put a coat on. Otherwise, you're gonna feel okay. So when the big man upstairs, is what I call him, God, is speaking out to people and showing him that he's real in his ways that are bigger than our minds as beings, how would we be able to explain that?
Oh, we're able to explain that. And I'm not even gonna say much. I'm just gonna read something to you.
No problem, bro. I'll listen. I'm willing to learn.
Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a severe and persistent brain disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves, causing disrupted thoughts, processes, and difficulty in distinguishing what is real from what is imagined. While there is no cure, it is a treatable condition with consistent management. Many individuals can lead fulfilling and independent lives. Symptoms. Symptoms typically emerge in late adolescence or early adulthood, late teens to 20s for men, late 20s to 30s for women, and are generally categorized into three main types. Positive symptoms. These are psychotic behaviors not seen in healthy people and reflect a break from reality. Hallucinations, seeing and hearing and smelling or feeling things that are not there. Hearing voices is the most common form of schizophrenia. Delusions, strong and fixed false beliefs not based on reality or evidence, believing one is being persecuted or controlled by others. Disorganized thinking and speech, trouble organizing thoughts, leading to jumbled or incoherent speech, like what Christians do when they do blah, blah, blah. That's madness. That's mental madness, self-induced madness. Let me keep reading. Leading to jumbled, incoherent speech, and abruptly changing topics or making up words. People who like to make up meaning for their own words, right? Abnormal motor behavior, unpredictable and inappropriate actions, from childlike silliness to catatonia, lack of movement or talking for periods. Negative symptoms. Negative symptoms. This disrupt normal emotions and behavior and involve a reduced ability to function, loss of motivation and interest, difficulties with planning, with sticking to routine activities or having very low energy, reduced emotional expression, flat affect, speaking in dull voices, limited facial expression, and lack of eye contact, social withdrawal, avoiding social interaction and seemingly unaware of the surrounding environment. Cognitive symptoms. These involve problems with mental function that can significantly affect daily life. Difficulty with attention and focus, trouble paying attention and concentrating, memory issues, problems with working memory or using information immediately after learning, impaired decision making, difficulty processing information to make decisions. That's typical, right? People who always see the world from their religious and their feelings, they can't solve real problems in the real world, right? That's why someone can be sick, rather than going to the hospital, they go to church to go and be prayed for. Tell me that that's not madness. Anyways, causes and risk factor. These are the causes of schizophrenia. The exact cause of schizophrenia is unknown, but most experts believe it results from a combination of factors. Genetics. Schizophrenia often runs in families, suggesting a strong genetic predisposition, though not a single gene is responsible. Brain chemistry and structure. Imbalances in brain chemicals, neurotransmitters like dopamine and glutamate are thought to play a role. Environment. Environmental stressors and life experience may trigger the condition in genetically vulnerable individuals. Risk factors include exposure to viruses, toxins, and malnutrition, childhood trauma, poverty, and social adversity, use of mind-altering drugs, especially cannabis in adolescents, which can increase the risk of psychosis. I wish I could read for you the whole thing, bro. But the most important point here is that schizophrenia, bro, symptoms, these are psychotic behaviors not seen in healthy people and reflect a break from reality. Hallucinations, seeing and hearing, smelling or feeling things that are not there. Hearing voices is the most common form of schizophrenia. Bro, religion can cause you to be schizophrenic, bro. It literally can.
So what if somebody says they're not religious then? What would you say to that?
If they believe in God and they say they're not religious, that means that there's already some level of schizophrenia in place. Because
now, if they say they don't believe in God and they're not religious, what would you say to them then?
Oh yeah, if they don't believe in God, that means they're not religious. But if they believe in God, they are religious. Even if it's not organized religion, it's still being religious.
Right, okay. No, all right. You keep doing your thing, but I just wanted to ask 2 questions. You've obviously gone through whatever and ran through, so I'll,
Bro,
I'll stay.
it's not just religion, no. Bro, I know you know about Comic Cons. There's some people who are so obsessed with Superman, they would like to dress up like Superman, act like Superman, talk like Superman. Like that's their hobby, but they do it so much that it literally warps their perception of reality. Bro, we live in a generation where some humans are already creating artificial intelligence, while some of us are still there fighting against spirits, bro.
Facts. That's facts still.
Imagine a world where Africans were more technical and technologically minded than so-called religious and spiritual. Africa will not be what it is today. And that's my emphasis. My emphasis is the idea of God is not an idea that you should deal with outside of the realm of entertainment. Whether it's your own personal entertainment, it's your own personal hobby, you just always like to sit there and wonder where the world could have come from, and you like the whole idea of an almighty supreme being somewhere. You even like going to church because there's nice, beautiful women there, and you get to hug them, you know, and you get to look at ass without being judged, you know. There's a lot of things you can do in church. Or maybe you can go down there because you're depressed as fuck, and you know that the pastor is going to tell you exactly what you want to hear without giving a fuck about what you need to hear. You know you might be lazy, but you just need someone to tell you that you're special and you're blessed and you're chosen. Some people are addicted to that shit. You know? That's why we Africans, when something happens to us, this is very common among Nigerians, Cameroonians, and West Africans. The first thing you hear them say is, Jesus! What the fuck is Jesus going to do? Someone scares you. Jesus! Blood of Jesus! Blood of Jesus is supposed to do what? You know, they'll be walking outside in the night when it's dark, and a leaf will shake, and the first thing a Christian African will say is, Jesus, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Why are you rebuking the leaves? Something is not right with your perception of reality. It could be a dog, it could be a snake, it could be an animal, it could just be the wind.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Before I go, yeah, obviously I'm gonna let you get back because other people want to come up and answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
What led you to start looking into this to make you know that there's no God and it's all a myth? And what led you up to that? What led you to that? Because you grew up in a particular household in a particular way, but what led you up to believing that this is all a myth? If you don't mind me asking.
The truth is that, bro, every time people ask me this question, I find it so hard to answer it the same way because it wasn't one thing. But bro, if I want to go back as early as possible, I think that my mom did. And my mom did based on an answer she gave me when I was like less than 5 years old. I know I was less than 5 years old when I asked her that question because my mom was a Sunday school teacher. And from a very young age, I was already in the Sunday school listening to everything my mom was teaching us about Bible stories, Gideon, David, Moses, all that stuff. So one day I asked my mom, Mommy, who created God? You know what she told me?
I don't know.
When you get to heaven, you will ask God. Then I thought to myself, holy shit. It just stayed in my mind. Man, I don't want to wait till I get to heaven to know. That's a long time. I have to like live until I'm an old man. Then until then, I want to know now. Like I really want to know. So I thought to myself, well, if I read the Bible like the adults do, if I believe it like the adults do, if I practice it with all my heart and all my strength, maybe God can come and tell me before I have to go to heaven. So because of that, from that moment, I was really committed to my religion. So by the time I was in my teens, I had a very strong understanding of Christianity. I had read the Bible multiple times, listened to thousands and hundreds of teachings, understood different doctrines in different ways. But eventually, as I grew up, I kept seeking the answer to this question. Until one day, I was reading a familiar verse, very familiar verse, and the verse says, "My brethren, test every spirit." This was in 1 John. Test every spirit, because not every spirit is from God. Something just dawned on me in that moment. And what was it? Well, when this person was writing this verse, there was no Bible. There were thousands upon thousands of different scripture, but I only have 66 books. That means that I have to apply what he is telling me to do in this verse to this book. But I had a problem because I already believed in the book. I already loved the book, right? I already have this bias in the book. So from that moment, I went on a journey of trying to separate my biases and to study the Bible from a position of non-bias. I had to be able to read the Bible without assuming that God is the good guy and without assuming that the devil is the bad guy. I had to.
So would you say in this life there's an answer for everything then?
Brother, there is an
Just a
answer.
question. Just a question. Would you say that, because I've got something to ask you after. Would you say in this life that we live, there's an answer for
Short
everything?
answer. In this life,
Yes.
there is an answer to every question. The problem is
Yeah.
not every answer can solve the question without creating another question. So the very nature of
Right, I
our
hear you.
world is that
I hear
every
you.
time
I
you
hear
ask
you.
a question, the answer you
It creates
get
another question.
will raise another question. And that is a fundamental part of our learning process. That is literally how we
I hear you.
accumulate. You would know that you have really reached a roadblock when you ask a question and you get an answer, and then the answer does not present you with another question. In fact, that's how you know you're dead. Because if you're alive and breathing, you ask me a question.
Yeah.
If I say that, well, this is what this is, the next
Yeah.
question will be like, well, how did it become like that? Then the next question might be, why is it like that? The next question will be like, who did it?
Yeah.
It was like, now who did it? Where did that who come from? Why did
That goes back to what, sorry to cut you, my friend. But
Go
that
ahead.
goes back to somebody just saying that there's going to be things in life that we're never going to have the answer for. Because if I said to you, if you go outside and you look up, if you look up what's there, you would say the sky. I would say to you, what's above the sky? You would say, well, Mars. I would say, okay, then what's above Mars? You would say, what would you say? What's above Mars? What's above that? What's above Mars?
I would say, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know what's above that. So what's above that then? Because there must be something, and it must just
No. You're missing
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You're missing it. Remember,
Okay.
right? Every question, every answer raises another question, right? So when I get to
Correct.
the point where I say I don't know, the next question that should follow that is, why don't I know? Well, I haven't researched it.
That's true.
Then the answer to that question will now be, I haven't researched it. And then the question is like, why haven't I researched it? Where do I need to go to research it? How much do I really want to know? Then I'll be like, well, I really, really want to know. Then the next question is like, okay, where should I go? Where is that place located? Okay, how do I get there? Once I get there, what do I do? Okay, once I do it, this is what it leads me to. Well, shit, guess what? There's another planet that comes above Mars, right? Jupiter. And then I'm like, okay, shoot, what comes after Jupiter? I go through the exact same process. That's how it works. By the time I figure out our galaxy, I'm like, well, where did our galaxy come from? Just like that, and so on and so forth.
I hear you. I do hear you, but it's agree to disagree, because what you're saying, there are definitely factors in what you're saying, but there is a point in what that other guy was saying when there are things in life, because if many of us if there was an answer for everything and we had the answers, many of us wouldn't be here today. But I do agree and understand what you're saying. Your life is what it is. It's making people's mind, think, which is what our lives about.
Brother,
Yo,
I am
bro.
giving you the formula to enlightenment.
No, I hear you, bro.
Listen carefully.
Go on.
There
Go
is
on,
an
bro.
answer to every question. The only question that doesn't have an answer is the question that was never asked. The problem is the answer doesn't always solve the question entirely. And you will know that because it raises another question. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it creates a path for continuous growth. It makes
Right.
the process of growth almost infinite, right?
I agree.
So
I agree.
the goal is not to know everything. The goal is to know what you know to the point of mastery. Because once you know,
Wait, sorry to cut you. So the point is not to know everything, but you just said that you want to know you just said, basically you want to know what it's like to get to heaven. That's why you asked your mom. That's basically knowing everything, because the being endo is once.
No. That's just something. That's something.
Oh, true. That is something, but that is a big higher part of our life, because a lot of us would like to know.
It's not. Because
It's
guess
not?
what? Yeah,
Tell me more.
outside of the stories my mother told me, I don't have any particular necessary reason to even believe it to begin with. It's something I can genuinely just ignore and then still live a very fruitful, productive life. Now, if someone is telling me that is something that's supposed to be a huge part of my life, then there are some questions I must be able to answer to justify why I need to stay on that path. You don't expect me to stay on a path just simply because the stories sound good, right? You don't expect me to believe that a dude spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish just because it was written in a book. I mean, what makes it necessary that I believe that? What makes it necessary that I believe God to live a fulfilling life on earth? People's feelings, people's traditions, people's religion? Nothing. Believing in God is not necessary for my existence, whether there is a God or not. Even if a God existed, I don't need to believe in that God in order to exist. So guess what? If a God exists, and it's really necessary that I know that God exists, it's not my responsibility to go look for that God. It's that God's responsibility to present himself to me in a way that is beyond shadow of doubt. If that God is not
What?
willing to put
So
in
wait,
that
so wait,
effort,
so wait, so wait. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a grown question? I need to ask this. So say for instance, your mum had 4 boys, okay? Yeah, 4 sons. Your mum had 4 sons. She raised you up.
my
Yeah,
mom, my
wait,
mom
I
does
need to.
have 4 sons.
All right, let me just ask a question, and there you go, because that means the mind's working. I'm very entwined, bro. Watch this, yeah. Say, for instance, yeah, your mum has 4 sons. She grows you up to become young man. You all grow up and you start working. Are you saying it's her job to carry on? Obviously, she's mum, and she raised you, but then it's you lot's job to then start providing for her once you become an adult, to then obviously show the respect of her growing you up as a mum, correct? Just a question that I would like to ask. And if your mum had 4 sons, which she does, you grow up to become young man. If your mum phoned you right now and said, come off live, son, for whatever reason, you come off the live and go and cater to her needs, right? I would like to believe that, right? That's your mum. So you would do anything for that woman that raised you, okay? She doesn't have to still...
Hold on.
I'm getting to a point. I'm going to get to a point. I will listen to you after, I promise you.
No, I was just going to give my answer to that specific question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll hear you.
It depends. I'm not going to do anything for my mom. It depends on what it is.
Right. But you would do majority of things, correct? You would do majority right now. You would do fast majority. If your mum phoned you right now and said, son, I'm ill, I need your help, you'll go to her aid, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, I would like to believe that the 3 of your brothers will do the same, right? So that means, and I will do the same. And many of us right now, if you respect your parents highly, which we should do, we will go to our mum's aid. So don't you respect the person that created your mum's mum, your mum's mum's mum, your mum's 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 mum, your mum's 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 mum? Because if your mum will phone you and say she's ill right now, and you will go to your mum's aid, and that's the person that grazed you, changed your bottom, raised you, clothed you, fed you. Why wouldn't you do that for the person that created your mum's 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 mum, your mum's 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 mum? Because that's what we're living in, right?
No, sir.
I'm just asking a question, bro. Prove me wrong. I'm just asking.
I have no respect for dead people because dead people cannot receive my respect. I can only respect someone that has the ability to interact with me in real time. I cannot respect someone that I have never met, that I can only imagine, and I don't have tangible evidence that the person is worthy of my respect, right? I do respect the idea that there were people here before me to whom I come from their genetic lineage. I respect the fact that I exist, and I am generally grateful for that, though I don't really need to be. But my father, my mother, my grandparents who were still alive, the respect, because respect is beyond just a feeling. Respect
100%.
ultimately translates into how you treat someone, right? So as far as people who are dead, I can respect the idea that they once existed, but I cannot respect them per se because they don't exist anymore.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah,
That's fair enough.
so the idea that there could be someone who created my mother, well, why do I have to assume that if there's a possibility that human beings don't originate from a creation and that we're actually just a product of natural circumstances? So if the answer is still a what if, I don't have any commitment. I don't owe any commitment to it. As simple as that. So I don't need to respect. I don't have to respect God if God is just something that's imaginary. And if God needs me to respect him, I think that God should equally respect me because I am my own person that can think for myself. And I know there's one thing for sure God cannot do. God cannot be me. So if God is an entity that is worthy of respect, I can imagine that God is also an entity that can respect. And this is not exclusive to God. That applies to anyone else who is not me. If a person does not show me respect, I don't owe them any respect. If God does not respect me enough to get his ass off his fat ass throne where he's been sitting over there since eternity and come and present himself to me in a way that I will have no doubts, like knocking on my door and talking to me like a normal person, angry, I don't owe that God any respect simply because.
But when your mom had 4 boys, would you say that all right, what's going back to your mom, and I like to use my mom then. Would you say that you gain respect or you what's it called, respect when your mom has you? Because what you're saying is that you don't owe it to God to basically, look for him. He has to find you. No. I
don't owe God anything because what I know about God is that God doesn't exist. And God himself hasn't made the effort to confirm to me beyond shadow of doubt that he is in fact not just real, but real as defined. You know what I'm saying? So I don't owe a fictional character any respect. That's very different from my mother. Or even my grandmother or my great-grandparents. That's even different from Abraham Lincoln,
Okay, that's your opinion. I hear you. Obviously, bro, like I said, I would drop and give someone else a say. I've been up here, and obviously, like I said, it's a discussion, and if it's a disagree to agree, nowadays men should be able to have a discussion whether they agree or disagree, and that's just how it is. So, you know, it is what you're doing. Big yourself up, bro, and you know, big yourself up for allowing me up. You know them way there.
Thank you. You keep saying God exists, and you keep saying He. Have you confirmed that God has testicles? Huh? Have you confirmed that your God has testicles? Does your God have a penis? Why you call it a he? Huh? Why don't you call it an it? It. And if your God has testicles, what does he do with those testicles? What does your God do with his eternal penis? What does your God do with his eternal ass? Your Bible says that God sits on the throne. He's sitting on the throne with what? Your God has a spiritual... Does he have a spiritual booty hole? Does he take spiritual shit? He has a mouth. Does he eat spiritual food? Does God do spiritual fucking? Why are you referring to it as a he? Is it possible that you made up the gender in your head and applied it to an idea which you have absolutely no visible evidence for? Is it possible that you made that up? The moment you give your God a gender, that's how we know that it's an imagination you made up in your head. That's how we know you made it up in your head. Why are you assigning a gender? Why don't you use the word goddess? Did you know that the word God is a masculine word? And do you know that the reason why it's masculine is because men were in charge of government for a long time in the human world? Why don't you say the supreme fucking goddess? After all, babies come out of their mother's womb. Who's to say that it's not a fucking goddess? Who's to say that the most powerful being in existence is not a fucking woman? Who said it had to be a man? If your God is masculine, where is his feminine at? Don't tell me your God is a trans. Maybe he is. Then you should call him they. You should refer to your God as they. Your God is more confused with his pronouns than our LGBT brothers and sisters. That's just common sense 101. You defeat your own argument by how you present it. God is real. He made us in his image. If God made us in his image, why do women not have dicks? Whose image did God make women in? If God made us in his image, that means God has a penis and a vagina. Your God is a hermaphrodite. Because us involves male and female. He's probably got a thick pair of balloons hanging up from his chest. He's got man boobs. I wonder if his shit stinks. I wonder if he masturbates. Yeah, those are all embarrassing things. But if you're going to define your God as a man, justify to me why he doesn't do with his manly parts what men do. What if the way God created the universe was a huge load? What if God was just over there? Whoop! What if the Big Bang was just God's ejaculation? Will you still believe in that God? Will you still believe in God if we find out that God was in existence by himself, jacking up for eternity, and when he finally came, boom, it was the Big Bang? Will you still believe in that God? No, because that God does not make you feel good. That's why when I put it the way I'm putting, you have a problem with it. You conjure up a God in your head that appeals to your feelings. Among you religious people, you guys don't like a God that doesn't make you feel good about yourself. That's why your God is imaginary. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the fact that your God is imaginary. What's wrong is that you think that that imaginary character is real. God dang it. I am Bakanga, and I'm here to set you free from your delusions. Sorry if my methods are harsh. I have no ill intent in my heart. You understand? If you don't understand, cry about it. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go straight to your point. I'm running out of time.
You asked me if God is a he.
How did you come to a conclusion that it's a he?
So the word English makes you come to a conclusion that God is a he, right? How do you know that yourself you are a he? How do you know that a woman is a she?
Because I have a penis and a woman has a vagina.
Because English taught you so.
No, because it's observable to be so regardless of which language you use.
No.
Yes.
Because the language English came into existence because of education, right?
Before English, in fact, in Niger language, we say pekus. And
Yeah, I'm
Mbola.
Nigerian, so I understand.
Brother, listen to me. I say we say it's Toto, or we can say pekus, or we can
That
say
is correct.
or we can say
That
Mbola.
is a function of different, that is a function of history.
Relax. In our own African language, when we say Mbola, we are referring to what the Englishman would say penis. Or what the Frenchman would say ton penis. What the Chinese man would say Jing Yang Hung.
That is a function of education again.
What the Russian would say Vladimir.
Again, that is a function of
The
education.
language is a tool of communication, but it must be consistent with what is described and what is observable. And what is described as making a man is consistent.
And where did all this wisdom, and where did all the wisdom come from?
It came through trial and error and practice over generations, accumulating, improving upon information previously obtained.
Okay, fine. And then all of the trials and error, where did all of that come from as well?
From our experiences.
Experiences come from where also?
They come from us.
From you. Where did you come from?
From here.
And where is here?
Here is here. Where you are right now.
How do you know that you are here?
Because I'm talking to you and I'm sitting still and I'm able to detect it and communicate.
Why don't you think that that is also a perception in your head that you're here and you're not physically there, but you're there?
No, because I can physically take this bottle and hit my head and feel the sensation and then separate it from myself.
Okay, so now if you have a feeling,
that process.
Fine, fair enough. So if you have this feeling that you can feel yourself there, how do you know in your head that you have the wisdom that you know that you're there?
Because I am able to process it, I'm also able to consistently act upon it, and then I'm able to solve problems consistently.
Okay, let me clarify. I'm going to say two things. Do you know about the Anunnakis?
I know.
Ever read about the Anunnakis?
I know about Sumerian mythology. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about the god, all the gods in West Africa, the made-believe gods and the myths?
I have a good understanding of African tribal superstition and mythologies.
Okay, so I will share with you a personal experience, right? So then we can then take it up from there, so you will know if there's a God that exists or not. I was a 10-year-old boy and I was troubled.
Hold up. Please, one second. You were a 10-year-old boy and you were troubled. Did I hear that right?
Troubled, yes.
So
I didn't know exactly. Hold on. Let me finish.
No, wait. Let me say this before you continue. That way you can kind of shape it based on my assumptions. So not only are you 10-year-old, your brain
I don't want you to assume.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
want
what
you
I'm
to
saying.
assume this.
Let me establish some facts. When you're 10 years old, your brain is not fully developed. You don't know that much about the world. And if you're troubled, that means you have psychological problem on top of an underdeveloped brain. So don't forget that part of you being 10-year-old. You are an underdeveloped brain entity and you are troubled. Now continue the story.
Yeah, so I'm going to break it down to you. So when somebody say they are troubled, it's not a function of psychological disorder. It could be that you're asking questions, right? Even as a 10-year-old, you might say that your brain is not fully developed, but you're asking questions. And the questions I was asking are the same things that you were talking about, even as a 10-year-old boy at the time. I was asking because I saw what we know in Africa is three types of religion, right? Basically, majorly, the Islamic religion, the Christianity, and the traditional religion. Now, I didn't want to be a Christian. I didn't want to be a Muslim, and I didn't want to be a traditional person. But I was always having strange dreams, and in my dreams, I'm going to say it out loud in this online platform now, I've never really said this out loud to most people. I would dream that I'm back in my hometown. I'm from Osun State in Oshogbo, in Nigeria, right? And I would dream that I'm in a very big, large compound, right? You know, one thing in the dream, you never see your face. You can never see your body. If you've observed, if you ever had dreams, you can't see your face, you can't see your hands, you can't see your body, but you see yourself walking or doing some things, but you never see yourself. Now, a lot of people will be right there and then they'll be talking. And at some point, they will tell me that what is about to come, that it's only meant for me, and they cannot stay. I try to wake up, I can't wake up. And then I see this wild wind. It's a huge hurricane. And then it comes and then it rolls and then stays right in front of me. And then it turns into a very beautiful woman. Very beautiful. I've never seen a tall woman like that in my entire life. She's as tall as Burj Khalifa. And she wears white. Her eyes are like flaming fire, like ocean. I could see inside of her eyes, and it's so scary. But then what she does is she tells me not to be scared and that they are here and that they would protect me and that they bring good tidings from the Queen Mother and that I should not be scared and that everything will be fine and that whatever I need, that I should know that they are always there. And when the time comes, that I will take my rightful place. I don't understand that dream. I was a 10-year-old boy, so that was the reason why I was troubled, because of the dream. And I could not tell the dream to anybody because I was warned that the day I tell the dream to anybody, that's the day I die. But I was very inquisitive. I was very curious. I started looking for different things, right? I was not a Christian, remember. I'm not a Muslim. My father is a Muslim from a Muslim background. And then what I did was I started asking questions. I started searching for answers. I started reading. It went up to 2 years, like 11, 12. I didn't know what to do, but I just kept going. I couldn't tell anybody these things. But one thing then happened. I picked up the Quran. I started reading. I picked up the Bible. I started reading. I picked up the traditional part. I started talking to people, even as a young child. Everybody started, people that I could talk to them. I couldn't talk to my parents, but I was looking for answers everywhere. But one thing struck me, and that's why I say that if there is a God that exists, God truly exists. And that's why I would say to you today, I read the Quran, so I thought to myself in the day, I'm like, these people should come again. I want to see them this night. Just a feeling, just a thought during the day. And then I slept in the night. I would never forget. I had the same dream, right? And then in the dream, it was like I was the sacrificial lamb. And they told me that I shouldn't have done what I did because it was time to go. And then what I did at that point was I started reading the Quran, right? The prayers in the Quran. And I remember it very well, and I can say it here right now. I said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Kuli Allah Ad, Allah Samad, Lam Yalid, Walam Yulad, Walam Yakun, Wa Kufuwan Ahad. I did everything. They started laughing, right? They said, this is the reason why I've called them, right? That I'm foolish, that I'm stupid, and it was time, and that there's nobody that was going to save me. But I heard a voice in the dream, and the voice called me by my name, called me 3 times, and told me that you're going to die if you don't do anything right now. Now, the only thing that I could remember, all those blood of Jesus that you say, I know they don't really work, but something that I did was I read Psalm 24. And then I got to the part where it says, lift up your head, so ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and let the King of glory come in. And when I read that part, they started screaming. This is a personal experience. So you felt it, but it's my personal experience. So as I read, lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. There was a huge thunder in that dream, and the earth separated right in front of me. There was a big hole, right? And all their sacrifices and everything entered inside of that earth. It was a burning earth that opened, and the earth closed up. And then there was a light, a big light. And the voice said to me, called my name 3 times, and then asked me, and do you now know exactly where you want to go? These are different dreams. I've had different of them. So if I take my decisions on believing what I want to believe. What you believe, fine. I don't dispute it. But what I believe, because of my own personal experience, I do believe there is a God. Now, the question again that I used to ask people, and I used to say to people, is this: how can God be so wicked? He did create everybody. So why would he allow some people to destroy themselves, like fight the battle, go and take up this person's land? So I came to a conclusion from my reading and my study that the same God that created everybody, now there are other gods and goddesses that descended on all these people and then inhabited them, and then try to claim supremacy, try to control them, try to control the unseen. And then the God that created all these people would then say, you know what? I'm the supreme God. They have powers. It's like they're like siblings. I don't know what it is. I'm going to find out. We're all going to find out if there is ever a God one day, right? However, there are powers and there are supreme beings, and they are on different levels. And there's one that is supreme to all of them. So if you say there is no God, I would not agree with you. You believe what you want to believe, but I have my personal experiences, and I know there is a God.
All I have to say to you is, my friend, wake up from the damn sleep.
It's not sleep, my brother.
Brother, listen
This
to
is
me.
not sleep.
Bro. You just
You can't walk in the shoes that I've walked in.
Oma,
If only you know.
Oma, wake up. Let me say it in a divine voice. Oma, wake up. Wake up.
We shall see. We shall see. We shall see.
My friend.
You believe in Zeus, right? You believe in Zeus?
Oma, let me tell you something. This might be your chance to reach enlightenment. Your condition is precisely why my mission to save the African mind is very critical.
This is not African.
My friend, let me speak now.
This is not African. I tell you the truth.
You are so
I would not lie. I
absorbed.
would not come to. I would not try to
My
come
brother,
and convince you for nothing.
let me speak now. Like you said, it was a personal experience. I can respect that. But there's another word for it. It's a personal delusion. A delusion that has encapsulated your life so much that you cannot distinguish between reality and fiction anymore.
Do you think so?
That, my friend, in my dream, do you know the things I do in my dream? I can fuck anyone I want in my dream. Any woman. I just have to think about it before I go to sleep. And then I'll be fucking.
That's your imagination. That's imagination right there.
My friend, we're talking about dreams. Don't try to minimize my dreams now. Let me tell you my own dreams.
Okay.
In my dreams, I can fly upon command. Those people in fact, until recently, I even discovered that when I'm dreaming and people are chasing me, I now because it always bothers me when I'm awake. I'm like, why do I always run? It's not as if they can do anything to me. And then recently I found myself in my dreams now, when people are chasing me, I just turn around and I just stand still just to begin to look. And then they will be running, but they will not get closer to me. And if they get closer to me, before they want to get close, I'll just wake up automatically.
You'll fly?
No, I'll wake up automatically. I only fly when whatever is following me scares me to the point where I want to escape. And then my escape will always be to lift up in the air. My friend,
I fly as well.
Make I tell you something. Dreaming is a cognitive function. First of all, you have to understand how the human body works. The human body has certain autonomous functions, like breathing, like your heart beating. Those are not things that you have to be consciously thinking about it. But you can consciously slow your heartbeat down by controlling how you breathe. You can also consciously control your breathing. The same thing is true about your thoughts. That's why there's something called conscious and subconscious. Conscious just means you're actively controlling your thoughts based on your observation of your nearby environment. Subconscious means the neurons and chemicals in your brains are still kicking, whether you are conscious of it or not. So when you go to sleep, your body goes into a state of deep relaxation where there's no physical activity being performed by the majority of your body. Because of that, your body doesn't need that much energy. It can focus its energy on repairing itself. But in that state, your thoughts are still firing, and the experience becomes so vivid that you begin to internalize it, but it happens in random patterns. Now, through practice or meditation, and some people even have it like it's a skill, where they can maintain a level of consciousness while they are asleep. In fact, some people have it so extreme that they can be sleeping on their bed and they need to urinate, and they will get up and go to the toilet and urinate the whole time they are still asleep. We call it sleepwalking.
Right.
It's a very real thing. The human brain can malfunction. The human brain.
That's my younger brother does that a lot. He would get up in his sleep and you would not know exactly what he has done. So I understand that part.
Some people even talk in their sleep. That's
Yes,
because
I do talk in my sleep.
when the body is in that state, there are certain incoherent activities associated with cognitive activities. Like I said, the images and the experiences that your thoughts, it's the same thing as intrusive thoughts. Think of your dreams as intrusive thoughts. For example, you're writing an exam. Then all of a sudden, for some reason, you just remember the last time you had sex. And in a brief moment, it just completely distracts you from the exam. And you're just picturing that experience. And then you have to bring yourself back. Some people zone out. In the afternoon, you're looking at your professor. He's teaching.
And they are gone.
And then before you know, you start thinking about what your mom told you this morning to clean the dishes. And then you realize that you don't really want to clean dishes because you had plans with your friends. And then the whole time the teacher is talking, you're listening to the teacher, but you're not there. Human brain can malfunction. That is why when the human brain malfunction to a certain degree, you start to hallucinate.
Hold on. You know that dream world is different, right? Dream world is a function of some dreams that you do have. Reality check. Some dreams that you do have is a function of what the activities you have gone through in the day and the things that you're thinking of,
My
or the
friend,
last
my
things that you
friend,
see before you
they
sleep.
are your intrusive thoughts.
Exactly.
It
So,
is-
but
it
there are
is
some
part-
dreams.
it
But
is-
hold on. But there are some dreams that you don't even think about, that you have no connection with. They just come to you.
My friend, it's not some dream, it's all dreams. Let me explain to you. Even when you think that you want to dream about something specific, and then you end up dreaming about something similar, it is still not specifically exactly how you thought of it. It might carry elements of what you thought, but it's not going to be word for word. That's why in dreams, everyone here who has dreams, you can attest it. There's no sense of time. Even what you think you're hearing as voices, it's not really voices. If you really pay careful attention, it sounds the same way as when you're thinking internally, like an internal monologue. Because when you hear people talking to you in your dreams, they're not really talking. You're thinking it. It's just that you're not awake and your heartbeat has slowed. The information coming into your nose is not that sensitive. The information coming into your ear is not that sensitive. In fact, that's why when someone is asleep, the best way to wake them up is to stimulate their senses. If I make really loud noise, boom, you wake up. If I turn on the bright light, immediately the bright light, you might come up. If I pinch you, you might come up. If I put something in your mouth, you might wake up. If I bring something that has a strong smell in front of your nose, you will wake up. Because guess what? In a dream state, all those functions of the body relax. But the thinking process continues to fire at the same speed. Except this time around, you're not controlling it. So it's intrusive. It goes from intrusive thought to intrusive thought to intrusive thought to intrusive thought. That's why in your dream, you'll be somewhere, then randomly the scene just changes. And then it's something completely different. And then sometimes you can wake up and you're wide awake for maybe even 15 minutes, then you go back to sleep, and then it appears as though that dream is continuing. That's how intrusive thoughts work. It's actually a real delusion, a self-induced delusion. You understand?
Let me ask you.
In fact, when someone is in a coma, the experiences they have, the dreams they have, is so vivid. It's so vivid. It's hard to convince them that it was a dream. But that all has to do with how much energy their body is consuming. At
that point.
Yeah, bro. Do you understand how much energy your body consumes just to keep the bodily functions going? That's why you get hungry. You eat, but when you're asleep, you don't need any of that.
Let me ask you. So, because I don't want to take up much of your time, because I see a lot of people comment and a lot of people want to ask questions. Do you believe that there are gods at all, or you do not believe that there are no gods?
My friend, Have you ever heard of the word aliens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is an alien?
Basically, unidentified. So what I know, like UFOs, unidentified flying.
No.
Like
Let me use another word. What is an extraterrestrial?
beings that are basically, they can be among humans, but they can't be seen. You can't see them physically.
No, sir, you're wrong. An alien is simply someone who is not from Earth. It doesn't matter.
The same thing.
No, they're not from Earth. It doesn't matter what you call them. It doesn't matter their status. It doesn't matter what they look like. It doesn't matter.
But it's an idea. Aliens are ideas.
My brother, let me just relax now. Our conceptualization of what we call aliens in modern times is the same conceptualization that ancient people conceptualized when they conceptualized gods. That's why the gods, they don't come from the earth. The gods, they come from somewhere else. Those are aliens. Our enthusiasm, our speculation about if aliens can be real, like you said, they can be among us and we will not know. It's the exact same thing ancient people did with God. They were asking the same questions that we were asking and answering it based on the best of their knowledge they had. They even created systems. And in those days, life was so tough that some scammers realized that because there's a huge demand for storytelling, the better of a story you can make up, the more people will respect you. You can gain status. That's why in those days when literacy was not widely spread, majority of people could not read and write. Reading and writing was for the rich and elite. Reading was a sign that you come from a wealthy family. Why? Because then you can read all the stories written by the educated people. And then the common man in the street will now depend on the one who read the story that he read in the book to tell him what the story is. And most of the time, the person who's telling you the story, because he knows you cannot read, will add his own little twist to it. That's why there's always that common saying, when you tell someone your secret, it goes through 10 people. By the time it comes back, it has changed. It's not different from storytelling. That's why these days you have people who can claim to you that they've been abducted by aliens, and we still look at them like mad people. There's people who claim that they've seen UFOs. So the real question here, is it possible that there might be some other type of life form that does not originate from the earth? That's an answer that human beings have always said yes. Now, what human beings have speculated that those beings could be, some have called them gods, some have called them aliens, some have called them greys, some have called them reptilians, from generation to generation to generation to generation. So much that any strange thing we see in the earth that we cannot explain, we use that fictitious and supernatural culture to explain it. Hence, if we human beings see a strange looking baby, we call it a demon. There were some tribes in Africa that used to sacrifice albino babies because they were considered demons. They're not normal. There's an idea in Nigeria that they call Obanjes because of our superstitions. In Igbo land, they used to kill twins at some point in their history. Superstitions. But you know what? With education, we learn that, no, those things are not necessarily true. Right? So guess what? It doesn't matter if it's Jesus or if it's Allah, or if it's Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, or Lord Vishnu. If anybody shows up on this earth who are not from earth, they better come in peace. Because I'm telling you, the first thing we're going to do, including Christians, Muslims, is to launch our weapons at them. It doesn't matter if it's the God that you think you believe in. If Jesus came back today, Christians will be the first ones to fight him. I'm telling you, it's just because we hold on to these fictions, bro, and then we mix them with our personal delusions and our personal experiences, like you say, and then we start feeling like those things carry substance, even though we can clearly observe that that's not the case. How can you tell me that you had a dream where you saw a woman who's as tall?
It's your opinion, right? And I respect your opinion, but my reality is different from your opinion, right? So
listen. Let me share something to you. Disagree. Listen, your reality is still a delusion, even if it appears real to you.
No, you can't say that, bro.
Let me explain. Bro, do you know that your reality is not the same reality of a madman? Do you think your reality is the same as that of a madman? There is a madman right now.
Different realities.
Brother, wait now. There is a madman right now walking down the streets of Africa talking to his friends, imaginary friends. Nobody can see those friends. There's a madman who's going to come in front of your door and piss there because he thinks that that's the toilet. Do you think that his personal reality makes your front door his toilet? No. because human brain can malfunction. That is why the way we communicate and interact with each other is to create a standard of what we consider normal. Then now when one of us behaves outside of that standard, we call them abnormal, and naturally we seek to give them help. When they are beyond help, we just put them somewhere like criminals and treat them appropriately. When they have psychological issues to a certain degree, we go and put them in a hospital, in a special hospital. It's called a psychiatric hospital.
Sincerely, we can go on and on and
In
about.
fact, bro,
We
let me
can
tell
go
you something.
on and about this.
Listen, I have a good advice for you, and you should truly do this. I don't know where, are you in Nigeria right now or are you in the West?
No, I'm in the US.
In the US. My brother, go and Google the nearest psychiatric hospital around you and try to see if you can do a visitation and just spend one day around those psychiatric patients. You will see yourself in them. I promise you. Listen, bro. Listen. I'm telling you. Just take a trip to the psychiatric hospital. You will see normal people.
How do you know if I don't work there right now?
If you work there right now, then it explains your condition. Maybe it takes crazy people to take care of crazy people.
I'm just saying. I don't work there. I'm an engineer. Right?
Listen.
Engineer, but it's funny how you perceive things, right? And how everybody perceives things. Because you can go on and on. Because I'm going to ask you some questions about what do you think about the Egyptian gods? You think they never existed and all of that? The Egyptian gods, the Egyptian mummies.
Again, let me
but archaeologists even have proofs.
Brother.
Scientists that we think that they see things, they know things, even have proofs. And then you say they don't exist.
Brother.
Oh my God.
They do not exist.
At this point,
brother, listen. I don't know how old you are. How old are you, my brother?
I'm 45.
Okay. Are you familiar with Sangoku? Dragon Ball Z.
Go ahead.
The same thing that motivated us human beings.
I read a lot, so I know a lot of things.
Yes. So whatever motivates us to create those types of comics and animation, to entertain ourselves with it so much that some of us invest so much time. We believe those stories sometimes as if they're real. It's the same thing that was motivating ancient people to create stories, bro. The problem is that the world.
How do you say they create stories? Wait. Let
me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
The Indian gods and all of that.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
You have to understand the nuances that exist between human entertainment and science throughout time. Okay? Science has always been around. Be it as it may, it could have been in primitive forms. But people that figured out that storytelling was a big business, oftentimes, in order to demonstrate and to trick their audience, they will learn different scientific skills. And they will keep those scientific skills and knowledge a secret among themselves and their students in their own secret societies. And they will perform those scientific skills for an audience of people to see. Because the audience doesn't understand that specific science, they will associate it with whatever story the person who is doing the scientific trick is telling them. And it was always presented as having supernatural powers. That's why you hear things like, oh, this person can make thunder come. Bro, if it's possible to make thunder come in this world, there is a scientific part for you to. If you know a person that can do it, they have scientific knowledge that you don't have. There are certain principles that they understand that you don't understand. It's not really that it's supernatural. It's just that you don't understand the natural processes. That's why they encourage you to go to school. In the same capacity that a surgeon who understands how the human body works can remove your heart and do surgery on it. But a person who does not understand it at all, who's never even been exposed to surgery, would think that that is something only the gods can do. In fact, observe our society very carefully. Most of the things that we traditionally and historically believed that was being done by gods, human beings are doing them today. In fact, if you took a human being from 2,000 years ago anywhere on earth and you bring them into New York City, it would be beyond what they imagine heaven to be. The life that you and I live in, but flushing toilets, the idea of a flushing toilet is like so divine to a person who lived 5,000 years ago. You can't even begin to imagine. Toilet tissue. Bro, having water in your house. Let's not even mention electricity. There was this joke I used to make when I was growing up. We used to make with my friends as we grew up. when we used to laugh at village people. We say, oh, there was this villager who came to the city and he saw that everyone had a light bulb in their house. So he went back to the village and told his village people that in the city, everyone has a sun in their house. That there is a sun that shines bright and human beings can turn it on and off. And everyone in the village was like, oh, I want to go to the city. I want to see the sun that everyone has in their own house. That is how superstition works. A misunderstanding of science and then a misunderstanding of reality. All supernatural claims, all divine claims, if they are real in any extent, has a natural explanation. In fact, supernatural does not exist. If something is real, it's natural. But when you don't know the natural processes associated with something, you are more likely to think as if it is supernatural. There's only two possibilities in this world. Something is either natural or it is unnatural. And when something is unnatural, that means that other physical forces have interrupted the process of that thing being itself.
So how does that happen?
It happens when seasons change, and there are different seasons for different things in different ways, right?
Okay, so we've heard of people that have cancer. They've been diagnosed with cancer for real. It is there. It is there. And then all of a sudden, I'm not even bringing the Bible into it or bringing the Quran into it. And all of a sudden, these things disappear. So where does that come from?
Okay, good. It's not that all of a sudden it disappeared. No, brother. There is a natural process involved with how that thing disappeared. Our medical science might not have been there yet. Just like what we know today, we didn't know 100 years ago. 100 years from now, that type of thing might be very normal. That is why you have to take into consideration how far we have come, where we are, and then try to predict how far we can go based on the trends.
You still not answered it. You still don't have an answer to that.
Brother, listen again carefully. Listen again to my answer. If someone has cancer and against the doctor's prediction, the person gets healed from cancer, it's not that it's supernatural. It's that doctors don't yet understand the natural processes associated with that specific case. That is why in the medical industry, there's something called studies and trials. If we observe an anomaly or something that transcends what we know, the first thing we do is try to replicate the conditions that that person was in prior to that thing happening. And 99.9% of the time when we replicated it, we found out exactly what was happening. We're able to coin it into the form of a formula and it becomes treatment. That's literally the idea of a vaccine. Okay? If we introduce the disease into a person's body at a controlled rate, the person's body has the ability to adapt by creating antibodies, so much that after enough times of repetition, that person develops a natural immunity, so much that when they go about their life now, when that disease comes into their body is already ready to take care of it. And then it can actually affect us at a genetic level, so much that you can give birth to children, and the children will even inherit those genetic immunities naturally. But in the past, okay, if you had stomach ache, people thought it was demons. There's even a verse in the Bible where there was a man who was crippled. And the disciples of Jesus asked that man, what sin did that man commit to have leprosy? And Jesus said, oh, he didn't commit any sin. It is like this so that the will may be fulfilled. Jesus spoke like a perfect scammer. That's exactly how you scam someone. You just, oh, no, it's not this, it's just so for the glory of God. But the reality is that he didn't commit any sin. If he had leprosy, he either contacted it at some point during his life or he inherited it genetically. We know that now in 2025, right? They say that Jesus raised a woman from the dead. But in those days, a person who was in a coma and the person who was dead, most of the time you can't tell the difference. Now, it's not impossible that the medical knowledge might have existed back then where there was some level of being able to distinguish if a person was completely dead, like maybe checking the pulse, right? I bet you the average person back in the day did not know you could check someone's pulse, and though they might appear dead, but you can still tell that they're alive by checking their pulse. But if you knew that 2,000 years ago, you can find someone that appeared dead and you could pull the proper scam on people. I'm personally convinced.
One last subject before I drop. How do you explain? Okay, you've seen animals, right? And I want to use somebody because somebody's talking about dog, right? In the comment section, and you see how dog. So you said there are no extraterrestrials, there are no gods, there are no demons, there is nothing. Then how does dog, like how science proves it that dog, we see different colors. That's how we can associate that, oh, this is a comb I'm looking at, this is a TV I'm looking at, this is a vape I'm looking at. And dog sees black and white. And then dogs also perceive certain presence, right? And then they start barking and they start trying to, warn you. How do you explain this and saying also that there are no extraterrestrials, there are no demons, there are
Which dog?
nothing, there is
What's
no
the name
God?
of that dog? What's the name of that dog that detected a strange presence? Tell me the name of that dog. We need to take that dog to a
Haven't you
laboratory.
seen yourself? You've never had any experience, right?
Brother, wait. Which dog is it that knows how to detect spirits? We need to take that dog to a laboratory and do experiments on that dog. Because that's what we
Okay, now
humans
I'm
do.
done.
Listen,
I'm
bro,
done.
that's what we humans do, okay? If we notice that you have a special ability, we are taking you to the lab. You are now a test subject. So tell me the name of that dog and where that dog it is. Tell me the breed of that dog. And I hope it's not that very
Okay.
common African dog, because we all know that in Africa we have the
A
same type
cookie.
of dog.
A cookie. No problem.
Brother, it
No
is all
problem.
superstitions. Listen, bro, it is true that even an eagle has different eyesight, but that's its anatomy based on how it evolved, based on its needs and its environment and its behavior and its practices that allows it to be able to interact with the environment perhaps differently from us. In the same way that a fish can swim underwater just nice, you and I, we have to hold our breath. It's not different. It's not that spectacular that dogs, maybe within black and white, there are certain elements of electromagnetic waves or different electro type things that are not necessarily visible to us physically that we need instrumentations, right? Like, Ghostbusters, people who go around with these devices that can detect electromagnetic impulses or waves, anything electromagnetically, and then it's, oh, there's a ghost here, look at the lights are flickering. There are many phenomena in the physical world that is all physics that we don't yet completely understand. We're just now getting into quantum mechanics, and look at the little bit of knowledge that we have with quantum mechanics. We're already developing AI. Today I was listening to a 3-hour video on how microchips are made. Bro, microchips are so small, so small that sometimes you can hold it in your hand, you will not know. And yet we build them in the same way we build a car. The technology is so advanced, it was just making my head hurt. I was like, holy fucking God. We're over here still talking about spirits and demons when some motherfuckers are over here literally doing the exact same godly things that we think is supernatural. Africans are busily going to church praying for God to provide their needs. Americans are building artificial intelligence that can literally do what these human beings can do better than them, more reliably. The next time the colonizer, the next time the slave master comes to Africa, it will be machines. Machines that don't have feelings, that cannot feel sorry for you. Why? Because when everybody else was fighting to gain that knowledge, you were busily absorbed in that spiritual mumbo jumbo. Those gods in Africa, where were they when our ancestors were being put on boats? Where were they when we were being killed, raped, destroyed, enslaved, and brutalized? Where are they now that our politicians are fucking us up? So just like the God of the Christians and the God of the Muslims, our traditional gods are all fantasies and useless superstitions. They don't solve any problems. The problem they solve are not even real problems. In fact, there's no problem you can solve with your religion that it cannot be solved through psychology. Psychology is the discipline of how the human being thinks, how the human being mind works. So
Somebody asked me a question here. I said, answer Omo Oye. And my answer is all of the gods that we have in Africa are powerless gods. I will say it again, they are powerless gods. They don't have any power.
Let me tell you something.
Hold
up. That is a contradiction. It's an oxymoron. You cannot call someone a god and call them powerless because the word God implies power. Use your brain.
So they don't have power.
No, if they don't have power, it's not a god. But again, you cannot say to me that the gods in Africa don't have power and then claim that there's another god that has power when those other gods cannot do the things.
Because you ask a valid questions, which makes sense. Where are they with all of the politicians doing all of this when the slave trades were happening and everything? Where were they? They even tried to capture some of them. What did they do?
Brother,
so yes.
Where is Jesus right now that Africans go to church every Sunday and go to the mosque right now? Why are we still the way we are? Where's Jesus?
Because people are not pure.
Okay, the African gods were not there because people were not pure. Why don't you believe that too? Why do
No, because people are not pure. So God is a God of pureness, right? If you don't serve Him in pureness, you will not be able to achieve any power to Him.
The Israelites were not poor when God split the Red Sea.
The Bible says, "I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy."
Listen to me. The Israelites were not poor were not pure when God divided the Red Sea.
He chose them for Himself.
Why is God picking and choosing? Is He a racist?
Again, I told you that
my friend, hold up. Let me ask you a question, okay? Let me show you this. If the Israelites were Igbo people, who do you think that God would have chosen?
I cannot decide for God.
Bro, I'm asking you a question, logical question, because the people who told you that God chose the Israelites were Israelites. It's not the Egyptians who told you that, oh, there was a God who chose the Israelites. No, all our history that we have about the God of the Israelites comes from the Israelites themselves.
There were actions to back it up from the Bible, right?
My brother, listen carefully to what I'm trying to teach you here. Please. The Israelites and their gods are not different from the gods of the Yorubas and the Igbos. For the Yoruba and the Yoruba gods, the Yoruba people are the chosen people. For the Igbos and the Igbo gods, the Igbos are the chosen people. For the Arabs and the Allah, the Arabs are the chosen people. For the Hindus and the Indians are the chosen people. For the Israelites and the Israelite God, the Israelites are the chosen people. It is very common within human culture that human beings invent gods in their image. The religions that survive are the ones that have the most powerful political backing. That is why even the Christianity you have today is not really a product of the Jews. The Jews don't acknowledge Jesus. It is a Roman religion. The Romans are the ones that use their political machine to institute Christianity, to spread Christianity, and to enforce Christianity. For thousands of years, the Catholics would kill anybody that had a different narrative from them. Up to the point when, during the Reformation and the Renaissance, Galileo was put in prison for inventing a telescope. That's the behavior of those religious systems. As long as we kill anybody that has an opposite narrative, our version will be the surviving version. We will have political and economic power. Do you want to know one of the organizations on earth that invests the most money in scientific research? The Catholic Church. There is no field of science in the world today that the Catholics don't invest millions and even billions into. The biggest telescope in America is owned by the Roman Catholic Church there on a mountain in Arizona. You want to know the name of that telescope? It's called Lucifer. That's the Catholic Church. The biggest benefit that Christianity gives the Catholic Church is not God. It's not blessings. It's economic and political power. That is why the Pope, people bow to him. When he talks, people listen to him. Not because he's special, or that he cannot die, or that his blood does not bleed, but because he is within a system that has gained influence. Islam did not want to bow to that system, so they invented their own. The Hindus did not want to bow to that system, so they invented their own. We Africans, we are the only mumus. We are the slowest among all human groups that we just went and took other people's gods that were not made in our image, and then we expect those gods to work for us. It's not going to work. The Chinese people are an atheist nation, and yet in 30 years they have developed faster than us. Are you saying that the God we believe in hates us? Because if the Jesus that we believe in can make America a great nation, despite all of America's problems, what can Africans possibly do for that God to make us slaves? For that God to just ignore us? Can you not see that the reason why the Christian and the Muslim God does not work for us is because the people who invented it were not thinking about us when they invented it? I just made a video on my page. Everybody go and check my page. Both the one that I have right here in the guest box and the page I am hosting the live from right now. If you look at the pictures throughout Christian history of heaven and the afterlife, you don't see any black people in those paintings. When Europeans depict what they imagine heaven to be, the people they paint in those paintings are all white people. They did not make Jesus white by mistake. Okay? You can ask a Catholic priest if Jesus was a Caucasian man with blue eyes and blonde hair. He will say no, but you can go to his office and he will have a picture of a white man up there. You think that they are fools? They did not just give you a visual picture of a white man as God. The written image is also that of white culture. That is colonization. All right? You can never be better than the person who gives you God. That's why as soon as an African becomes a Christian, you give birth to your child, you give them a Christian name. You want to know what your name proves? Your name proves who owns you. So you're naming your child John, Paul, Peter. That's because that's the name of your slave master. When I'm born, I take my father's name. That's who owns me. That's who raises me. When an African Muslim he takes the name Hussein, Saddam, Abdul, because his honor, his true slave master is the Arab. The Holy Land is not the fifth beneath his own land that his ancestors lived and died on. His Holy Land is now the homeland of another man's tribe. The Arabs and the Jews, those are tribal people, just like the Yoruba, the Fulanis and Hausas. We are also tribal people. We have our tribal culture. But we threw away our own fantasies when I took on other people's fantasies, and we wonder why it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Those people don't even believe it. You think that if Israel in Palestine right now, if they were waiting for God, you think they would have gone and killed 70,000 people in Gaza? They would have just said, oh, God of heaven and earth, Jehovah, our enemies have come against us. Use your almighty power. No, they went to the Americans. Americans gave them bombs. They went to Gaza and bombed the shit out of it. Yeah? And you want to know where they're going next? Africa. That's why Ibrahim Traore, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, those people, they are waking up. When the Prince of Saudi Arabia offered Ibrahim Traore to build 200 mosques, Ibrahim Traore said, I'm sorry, buddy, we don't need mosque. We believe in Allah, but we can worship Allah in our village, on the mountain. If you want to invest in Africa, build schools and university. Give us knowledge of technology. It is time for us to wake up. If God loves us, and if there is a God that loves us Africans and care about us, he will come down from the sky. We will see him the same way we see the sun. If that God exists and that God has not done that, we don't have time to be confusing ourselves. We need to focus on everyday problems and solve them. When we went to school, we learned mathematics, my brother. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Those basic ideas are the fundamentals of solving majority of our everyday life problems. Any problem you have, through a proper understanding of what you must divide, what you must subtract, what you must add, what you must multiply, with a proper understanding of the problem you have, you can solve that problem. And if in order for you to solve that problem, you have to develop a formula. Once you develop that formula, share it with your brothers and sisters. If we discover a new way of making roads, like you see the videos in Burkina Faso, ever since Ibrahim Traore took over, they are building their roads using their local techniques. They don't have all the resources of the West, but they put their brains together. Now, anybody in Burkina Faso can build a road. We just take some cement and concrete bricks. We design them in a way that they can fit together, and then we just place them on the road. That's what happens when we use our brain. Not going to the church and praying in the mosque. That's all entertainment. You cannot be watching a movie 24/7. And you cannot watch a movie to the point that you walk out of the movie theater believing that the movie was real. God needs to retire. We don't need God. Okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother.
Very much.
You have a blessed night. All right?
You too.
We don't need God. God is just for your entertainment. Believe if you want. You're free to believe, but don't allow the belief to fuck you up to where you cannot solve real world problems. Jesus cannot heal. Only your doctor can fucking heal you if there's a chance that you're going to be healed. If you have a deadly disease and you go to church, you will die for sure. Guaranteed. If you have malaria, go to the hospital. Don't go to church. Your pastor is a scammer. He cannot heal you. And any pastor who tells you to come to church rather than go to the hospital is your enemy. That man hates you. That man hates you. African people, open your ears. The reason, most of you know that what I'm saying is true. The reason why most of you will not act upon it is because of the persecution that will come from those who are still in the religion. The moment you say you don't believe in God, everyone in your family will start looking at you like you're a bad person. When all you did is change your mind. When they are probably the wicked ones. That's the difficulty. So we have to normalize the idea. God does not build roads. God does not give us food. God does not give us water. We have to strive for our own survival. If we don't want to be invaded, if we don't want our lands to be controlled by other people, we have to take control of it ourselves. working together. Our true strength is in unity. Unity is strength. If we unite under our own common idea for our own common survival, that is how we will survive. Gods have never helped us. God will never help us. Gods are not helping us. The only one that can help us is our own brains. I cannot repeat this enough. You're not offending anybody by not believing in the fairy tales. All right? There is no God that will provide for you. You cannot depend. You cannot depend on that. Go to school, gain some knowledge. Use that knowledge and find a problem in the world that you can solve. When you get good at solving that problem, other people will pay you for your talent and for your skill. And then you can accumulate wealth. In fact, you guys should be paying me right now. You guys should be sending me gifts for this wisdom I'm sharing with you. It doesn't matter which God you believe in. You will live and die like the rest of us. And you will also be forgotten like the rest of us. And we will find your skeletons and your bones in the cemetery like the rest of us. No matter which God you believe in, you cannot dodge a bullet, just like Charlie Kirk. You remember Charlie Kirk? Why did Jesus not catch that bullet for Charlie Kirk? He spent his whole life defending God. God could not even defend him against a bullet. He spent his whole life arguing about the existence of God. When the bullet came, Jesus said, "You are on your own." Now his wife is already moving on. She's smiling. She's the CEO. She's enjoying the money. And before long, somebody else is going to be fucking his wife. If you don't like it, cry about it. It's the truth. You see Charlie Kirk's beautiful wife? There's going to be another pipe in that territory very soon. Somebody else will be making her cry and make noise and make sounds. It doesn't matter if Charlie Kirk believed in God or not. That is the nature of the world. You only have this one life to live. Anything that comes after is not life. We call it death. The fact that some of you think that there is life after death, why do you call it afterlife? Use your brain. Think about it. Why is it called afterlife if you are still going to be alive? Hey. Why is it called afterlife? Doesn't after means something has come to an end, something else comes? It's not called continuation of life. We don't call it the continuation of life. We call it the afterlife. That means life is over. Now we are after. Do you believe in the afterlife? Duh, it's called fucking death. Death. You cease to exist. So stop worrying about afterlife and worry about during life. Your major concern should be navigating life, not afterlife. People who are in the afterlife don't do things there. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been online for 4 hours and 46 minutes. I wish I could continue, but I have to drop off because I have to go to work in the next 1 hour. I've been working a lot recently, y'all. Yeah, man, I need money right now. I got some projects. So feel free to send me any donations if you appreciate what I'm doing. My Cash App is in the description of my profile. Click on it. This page I got right here, the one in the guest box, Bakanga. That's my other page, one of my backup pages, Bakanga 2.0. Please go and follow me on that page. Just in case you don't see me live here, you can see me live there. And religious people, we're not saying that you shouldn't believe in God. We're saying that it is your choice to believe in God, and you do no wrong. But it is also our choice not to believe in God, and we do no wrong. Your belief in God does not make you righteous or better than us who don't believe. Because the reality is that the belief in God is an imaginary idea, and everyone is free to imagine it how they like. All right? It's simple as that. The Muslim is free to imagine Allah. The Christian is free to imagine Jesus. The Buddhist is free to imagine Lord Shiva. Thank you so much for that, Basanta. I appreciate all the gifts, y'all. It goes a long way. I appreciate your kindness. Everyone is free. Some people don't have use for it anymore. Just like we don't all like the same movies because movies are imaginary. We don't all like the same sports. It's all entertainment. In the game of entertainment, you will never find one entertainment that everybody likes. People have different tastes. But we're still smart enough to know the difference between the real world and entertainment. That is why if you are a religious person, you are just a fanatic. The word fanatic means fan. You are a fan of a religious story. So you're not really a Christian. You're just a fan of Christianity. You're not really a Muslim. You're just a fan of Islam. You're not really a Hindu. You're just a fan of Hinduism. It's your favorite story. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you having a favorite story that makes you feel good and makes you entertained. That makes the back of your throat tickle. If you don't want to hear me use Allah, you can get out of here. No one is forcing you to be here. I can use the word Allah how I want to be. I have that freedom. It is that behavior where you think now that you can start policing my speech. You think you can police my speech. That's why some of you are very violent, like animals. You can believe what you want to believe about Allah, and I can believe what I want to believe about Allah. I think it's a fictional character. It has no use for me. I'm not a Muslim. I don't owe Allah any respect or anything. It's a fictional character. You think that he is your God? Please respect your God. It's your God. It's not mine. I don't give a fuck about your God. Personally, I don't. But I respect your right to believe in your God. Please believe. Go to the mosque. Kiss the ground and put your ass up in the sky. That's your problem. It's not my problem. You're free to do it, just like I am free to also do what I want to do. In the same way that you call me an unbeliever, I call you a crazy believer. You religious people, you think you have religious superiority complex. Oh, don't disrespect Allah. Why are you disrespecting my right to disrespect Allah? You're disrespecting me when you're trying to tell me who I cannot disrespect. If Allah has a problem with me, let Allah come down and tell me himself. Who sent you? Your shit stink. Your shit stinks just like mine. Who sent you to come and defend Allah? Allah cannot defend himself. Did Allah tell you to defend him? You are the one who is disrespecting Allah, thinking you can do Allah's job for him. You're a bad Muslim. Anytime you try to defend your God, you are doing a job that's not yours. And you are claiming that your God is useless, cannot defend himself. Allah sends you. Well, go and tell him, fuck him. Then if he has a problem, he should come himself. Forgive my strong language, but I think it's appropriate. What you have believed in your personal religion does not make you entitled to anybody's respect that you're not willing to show for another person's position. Okay? I don't owe your belief any respect that you cannot show my belief. If you want me to respect Allah, you better respect my ancestors. If you want me to respect Allah in the same way you do, respect my ancestors in the same way I do. If you disrespect my ancestors, calling them pagans, I will disrespect your Allah, calling him a fictional character. If your Allah wants to fight, tell him to go and fight my ancestors. They both don't exist. My ancestors are dead. Let them go and fight over there in that supernatural world and leave us alone. Where was Allah when Israel was bombing Palestine? Are they not? Where was Allah when all those Muslims were being bombed in Palestine? Was he asleep? The bombs were dropping every day. Allahu Akbar. People are still dying. Where the fuck was Allah? Those gods don't save anybody. That's why Hamas is fighting, because Allah cannot fight for them. That's why Israel is fighting, because Jehovah cannot fight for them. That's why America has bombs and weapons, because Jesus cannot fight for them. We Africans were the only ones who don't understand that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I appreciate everyone. Stay blessed. All right. Enjoy the rest of your night, your morning, your afternoon, wherever you are. I hope to see you tomorrow. To anyone that I wasn't able to bring up, please forgive me. I will try to manage time better next time, like I always promise, but you know, it's easier said than done. I appreciate y'all. I will be posting this live to my YouTube, so make sure you're following me on all my pages on TikTok. And I have more than 130 live videos, previously recorded lives on YouTube. You can go there, you can watch all my videos. If you want to catch me making a contradiction, you want to catch me making a mistake, watch my videos. Find the problems in my position. I'm very confident in my position. I don't like to talk about things that I'm not knowledgeable about. Thank you so much. All right. Have a blessed day, my brothers and sisters. In the spirit of a common humanity, I respect you, I honor you, and I wish you the best as within our common humanity. Our common humanity unites us regardless of what you believe. As long as we're human, we're together, all right? We have the right to fight. We have the right to argue. We have the right to disagree. We can even call each other names, but we will never disrespect each other's humanity, all right? Your human rights are your human rights, but you don't have any godly rights, any heavenly rights. You don't have any heavenly rights. So I respect your human rights, but I don't have any respect for your religious rights. Your religion doesn't have a right to be true. If it's true, you shouldn't need to have a right. Take care, y'all. Have a blessed night.